A minute, so please find your seats. Come on in, find a seat. We're going to get going in a minute. Come on in, we want to get going here. Find your seat. All right, folks, find your seat. I do. Yeah. All right, good evening, folks. If I had a gavel, I'd be calling to order the meeting. This is Malibu Planning Commission special meeting of February 20th, 2025. This meeting is being held in a hybrid format that allows members of the public to participate in person or remotely via Zoom. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak from the clerk before tonight's item is called. Form to the clerk. Only in-person participants may donate or accept donations of time. Remote participants, if you'd like to speak, please join the Zoom meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to comment on is called. Well, of course, this is all that item. Commissioners, when you have comment, please raise your hand and I'll call on you in turn so we can make our discussion clear for the public and the record. Unlike regular meetings, this is going to just focus on item 1A. I will have a couple introductory comments beyond that, but let's get a roll call first, please.
Commissioner Leonard.
Here.
Commissioner Mazza.
Here.
Commissioner Riddick. Here. Vice Chair Peak.
Here.
Chair Hill.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Who would like to lead the Pledge of Allegiance? Dennis. Dennis, you get to lead us.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Play ball.
Okay. May I have an approval of the agenda, please?
I move approval of agenda as presented.
Consensus, yes?
Yes.
And may I have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on February 17th, 2025.
Okay. Quick word just about what we're doing here tonight in terms of the process. Our task here is to form an advisory document for the City Council. They're the ones that are going to be deciding things. We'll be looking at apples and oranges here because we have a staff report that you're going to hear from and you've hopefully read also. We're also getting all your comments. So we're going to have to try to integrate all that. That's a lot. So if we don't get your comments into the mix in what we're talking about, you can still come to council. There'll be an opportunity to lobby them. We're looking for constructive ideas on how to help the city help you, right? We don't need to reiterate the obvious plaints. We all want to move fast. We all want to get back into our houses. Let's focus on the constructive stuff that we can do from here. What the city could be doing better and how. So just so you understand on the structure here, what we're going to do, we'll have the staff report. We'll take your public comments. We could each have a quick comment if possible, but really we can't really get into too much of that. Then we'll go through the draft resolution that we have in front of us and try to fold your comments into that as we go through it. And then whatever might be left out that maybe you've brought things up that aren't in the resolution, we'll try to get to those things. And maybe that's all I need to say about the process from there. So with that, let's have the staff report, please, Tyler, and then you guys will have your opportunity to comment after that. And at that point, I'll say more about how to behave and all that kind of stuff.
And Chair Hill, and as I introduced Tyler Eaton to give the presentation, I just want to thank staff who've been working around the clock to try to get some zoning codes, planning codes here in front of the Planning Commission, and we're moving as quickly as possible. We will also have a special council meeting to have the first hearing of this, assuming we can get to that point. That would be March 4th, and then March 10th would hopefully, at the regular council meeting, would hopefully be the adoption. So that is as fast as we could have possibly moved with or with posting a hearing date. So I just want to commend staff for getting to this point. And tonight is focused on just that, the planning code. So that's what this body is an advisory for. And so staff will focus on that, and I'll turn it over to Tyler to give the presentation.
Thank you, Joe.
Yes, thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. And good evening, Chair Hill, members of the Planning Commission, members of the public. Tyler Eaton, if you don't know me, principal planner with the city. It's a little bit of feedback, so. But if it doesn't bother you, then I'll just continue. So tonight, we're here to talk about, as Chair Hill, as Joe mentioned, the amendments, the proposed amendments for the Malibu Local Coastal Program, and also
We're trying to defeat that feedback, and let's get it right. Yeah, we don't need little.
We'll pause for just a moment
bug
as
buzzing
staff
in
work
our
on
ear.
that.
I thought I was just cutting off that mic there, but I cut off everybody. So that's what happened. This isn't the Gong Show.
am I good? Is that better? Okay. All right, guys. So here we go. So these are amendments to the Malibu Local Coastal Program, Malibu Municipal Code. They're just drafts. The Planning Commission's got to make a recommendation to the City Council. You guys have all input. Thank you for being here tonight. Your input is valued. We can't do this without you. So, you know, this is just a template. You guys add to it is how we kind of are looking at it tonight. Okay. So as Joe mentioned, we have a couple upcoming meetings, and you guys have a lot of questions. I saw the correspondence. Lots of questions. Some of them aren't necessarily pertaining to things that we're doing tonight. We're just doing the planning tonight, the planning laws. And so we have meetings upcoming that are going to address a lot of your other concerns. We have a City Council regular meeting on Monday. On 2/26, we have the Phase 2 debris removal town hall, specifically for debris removal. On 2/27, we have another City Council special meeting this time to talk more about the rebuild process, our recovery center that our city manager has mentioned, things that some of your concerns. On March 4th, we have a City Council special meeting to hear these amendments and the Planning Commission's recommendation. And then on March 5th, we have a design professionals workshop to learn more information as well. So before we get too much into the details, I just want to start with a mission statement, vision and mission statement, because I feel it's important to understand how we got to this place. Malibu has a vision statement, and I'll just briefly read it. Malibu is a unique land marine environment, residential community whose citizens have historically evidenced a commitment to sacrifice urban and suburban conveniences in order to protect that environment and lifestyle, to preserve unaltered natural resources and rural characteristics. The people of Malibu are a responsible custodian of the area's natural resources for present and future generation. And then our mission statement kind of repeats the same thing. So I just want to share that tonight because over the years working here, I understand that there's a lot of anxiety about the planning process. And over the years since we've been incorporated since 1991 and our LCP certified in 2002, this is the mission statement that has guided the laws in the city. It's all about protecting the environment, and things keep getting added on. They don't get taken off. So as the years go by, it gets harder and harder to build because the laws are designed to protect the environment. So just want to share that with how we got here. And the mission tonight, we have a unique opportunity to basically, for these rebuild, people who are affected by the fires, to rebuild their homes, to get around a lot of this red tape, a lot of what you guys would call red tape, and get around some of the environmental regulations. So again, our objective is to work together to create a recommendation for the City Council meeting on March 4th, and regarding these changes that we're proposing. Let me first get into the governor's executive order that came out. This only affects the Palisades fire, which is the majority of the rebuild this time around. So basically, with the governor's executive order, he's issued a series of them, but the one that's most pertinent to the rebuild is Governor Order N 2025, which he just issued on February 13th. Basically, the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and the California Coast Act were suspended to the extent that they would normally apply for these rebuilds. So they have to meet certain criteria, and those criteria is that the structures are in substantially the same location, they do not exceed 110% the footprint or height. They are new ADUs will be exempt from the coastal process for Palisades fire, if the primary structure was substantially damaged or destroyed. Supportive infrastructure for rebuild, foundations, utilities, driveways, etc., are also part of that suspension. City Hall, the city has the full authority to determine if your property meets this criteria. So we don't have to go to Coastal Commission. It's all within the city's jurisdiction to say if you comply with this order. And then there's other suspensions related to building code and health and safety code. So for those that don't know, we have two kind of planning laws, or laws, if you will, that guide development. One is the Local Coastal Program, which is the application of the California Coastal Act in Malibu. This gives the city the authority to issue coastal development permits. The California Coastal Commission retains some appeal jurisdiction in certain areas of our city that makes projects in those areas appealable to them. So going back to the governor's order for the Palisades fire, this local coastal program is suspended, meaning we only can, for Palisades fire. So there's other fires that have happened too that we haven't forgot about, Franklin fire and Broad fire, and then there's the Woolsey fire that we're still rebuilding. So those fires, not the Palisades fire, the LCP still applies. But for the Palisades fire, those properties affected in the Palisades fire, only the Malibu Municipal Code will apply. So only our local laws in the Malibu Municipal Code will govern the process. So kind of just what I mentioned, Franklin, Broad, Woolsey, etc., basically any natural disaster other than the Palisades fire, because the governor's order only covers the Palisades fire. There's a couple of differences. Our LCP does have exemptions for 10% rebuild already. The language used is floor area, height, and bulk. The governor's order for the Palisades fire says footprint and height only. So that gives a little more wiggle room there. There's no governor's order, as I mentioned, for Franklin, Broad, and Woolsey, whereas Palisades, there is this governor's order. So as I mentioned, as a wrap up, the LCP and MMC apply to all other fires, and only the MMC applies to the Palisades fire. Okay, so with that, we're kind of now jumping into the amendments themselves. So one thing we had to do, because the governor's order speaks to footprint, we had to create a definition for the primary development area footprint, which is basically the footprint of your building and your decks, all your development area you had with structures prior to the fire. So we had to create a mechanism for you to be able to work within all of that area. So we have it here. It's basically the main building pad or development area which supported the primary building in which the principal use of the lot was situated or conducted, as distinguished from a secondary building pad or development area that is not attached to the main building pad or development area, only for purposes of the properties that were damaged or destroyed in a natural disaster. And then specifically for beachfront lots, decks that were attached to the primary building, because on beachfront lots, a lot of times the deck is your backyard, if you will. And so those are part of your footprint. So those are part of the development area you're allowed to rebuild back into. So we'll touch first on temporary homes. One change we're recommending is a reduction from the 1,200 to 1,000 square feet, and that's only because we want to make it consistent with the ADU law that exists in the city. A lot of you might want temporary homes because you want to get back on your property right away, but you may want to permit that because you're spending money on it, and you may want to permit that as a permanent structure later on. And so if we gave you 1,200, you may not be able to keep that later. So if we change the law to 1,000, then it's consistent with our ADU law, and now your temporary structure can possibly become a permanent structure down the line. One thing we also increased was the removal verification fee, and that's because, unfortunately, during Woolsey, there were some situations where people took advantage of the temporary homes, and it didn't really serve people who were affected by the fire. People, took advantage in certain ways, and the fines didn't seem conducive enough for the type of penalties, type of city work that was involved. So we're upping the fine to $500. These changes for temporary homes are only in the municipal code, and remember, the municipal code is going to govern the Palisades fire affected properties. Our proposal is to just kind of make sure things are being operated fairly for everyone. Temporary housing can only be occupied by the property owner or tenant living in the home at the date of the disaster. And if not, then it would be subject to a $500 fine, multiple days for as many days as you're in infringement. You're going to need a limited geotechnical report to ensure that the temp home, specifically for the geological hazard areas, Big Rock, some Ramlo Pacifico properties, to make sure it's safe for you. We don't want you to issue a permit for a temporary home and then a flood happens or debris comes down and then dislocates your temporary home. That's going to put you in jeopardy. So we want to review and make sure it's going to be safe for you to return to your home. And then again, related to foundations, if not on wheels, then some additional requirements are going to be, if not on wheels or easily moved, like if there's a landslide or another fire, you can, there's going to be some foundation requirements from the building code. Okay, so before I get too deep into this section, I just want to explain to you, keep in mind that, again, the Palisades fire affected folks don't need to comply with the LCP in any capacity, if you so choose. There are two things that you may need because those are outside of the governor's order. And so we're creating two mechanisms for you to get back what you had that are outside the governor's order. They're gaps, I guess, if you will, in the governor's order. And we'll get to that. I have them highlighted on the next slide. But for Franklin Fire, Broad Fire, Woolsey Fire, all other fires, we're proposing some CDP exemptions for those people and people that may be affected in later fires, similar to what the governor's order said. And we're hoping that the Coastal Commission is going to certify these so that we can just have some consistency and don't have to keep changing the laws every time. So one is that mechanized equipment on the beach or temporary shoring necessary for that construction will be exempt from a CDP. If you know Malibu, using mechanized equipment on the beach needs a coastal development permit that can be a very lengthy process. On-site wastewater treatment systems are proposed to be exempt as long as they're within that primary development area footprint. New structures or improvements necessary to construct your replacement home are also proposed to be exempt. Foundations, driveways, utilities. If the fire department requires some water source via a pool or a water tank on your property, this is the type of mechanism to get that if someone's requiring it in order for you to rebuild. And again, just not for Palisades Fire. So there are, other than pure exemptions from a coastal development permit, there's waivers from the coastal development permit. And so we are going to propose to the Coastal Commission, if the City Council certifies it, that the on-site wastewater treatment, if outside your primary development footprint by more than 10%, can be still processed through a de minimis waiver, which is a lot less timely than a CDP. Improvements to your driveway, which would include retaining walls on slopes. One thing that happened in Woolsey is this language existed for driveway expansions, but people got hung up because this retaining wall language wasn't in there, and you're developing on steep slopes, and now you need additional permitting. We're going to try to get rid of that. New seawalls needed to protect your septic systems on the beach. We want you to build back better, right? We want you to build back in a more environmentally friendly way. So if your septic system, if you currently do not have a seawall on a beachfront property, we want you to protect that septic system, that effluent from going into the ocean. So we're going to promote trying to get these seawalls exempt so that we can just process them administratively. These next two things, and that's why I have them highlighted, because these two things do affect Palisades Fire people, because as I mentioned, they are outside of the governor's order 110%. So this is a big issue for people, and I have a slide that can demonstrate this next, but one is that the height increase beyond 10% for beachfront lots needed to meet the FEMA floodplain requirements can be allowed as de minimisly waived from a CDP, even beyond 10% in height, as long as you're capped at 24 and 28 feet as measured from the street side. And I have a visual for this. I am hearing what I've seen in the public comments, and we've already went through a couple of situations where this might still be too restrictive. And I understand that our goal was not to be too restrictive. We just, originally, we just wanted to set some parameters to keep consistency. Right now, if you build a new home on the beach, not a fire rebuild, you can do 24 and 28, 28 for a pitch roof, 24 for a flat roof. So we just wanted to keep some consistency, but if that's gonna be a hindrance, my recommendation to the Planning Commission would actually be to not, to have a cap. The cap would be the minimum required to meet FEMA in terms of height. Next, because the governor's order requires that you're in substantially the same location, if you wanted to, you know, people on Big Rock, for example, if you wanted to place your home in a safer location on your property, right? Maybe you're on the top of the bluff, but I want to, you know, I would rather be 25 feet from the top of the bluff because it's just safer for my property over time. We want to give you that mechanism so that you're exempt from a CDP. So again, that's not covered in the governor's order, because the governor's order says you need to be in substantially the same location. So if Coastal Commission certifies and if the City Council ends up approving this, what this would do is give you the option to relocate and not go through a CDP process. Okay, so we can come back to this later. I just wanted to provide a visual what this looked like. Okay, so this is a beachfront property, and usually to measure height, you cut the building in half. You measure the beach side from the lowest finished floor elevation, and then you measure the street side from the center of the road. So going back to that FEMA regulation we put in, this cap at 28 feet would basically, this structure, this example here, this structure was 22 feet tall on the street side. And so basically allowing you to go up to 28 feet would give you enough room within that box to bring your finished floor, or bring your home up if you needed to raise your finished floor to meet FEMA standards. Again, there's a couple examples that we looked at that people are already beyond 28 feet on the street side as well, and so that may not help them, and so they may need extra relief. Okay, so that was the local coastal program, and that was Coastal Commission, our friend. Now I'm getting into the Malibu codes, the Malibu Municipal Code, and that can be changed through a zoning text amendment. So these next few slides are all about the Malibu Municipal Code, not the local coastal program. So we'll talk about ADUs and the planning law that governs ADUs. As I mentioned, the governor's order allows ADUs on residential properties where the primary residence was substantially damaged or destroyed. This is only for Palisades Fire. So if you're in any of the other fires, you can't take advantage of this ADU suspension of the Coastal Act. You have to still get a coastal development permit the way the laws work today. But if you are in the Palisades Fire, you just have to meet the current language in the Malibu Municipal Code. Is chapter 17.44. So as long as you meet all the regulations and they were written in a way to meet state law, so whatever current state ADU law is, they were written to basically meet that. So as long as you meet those requirements, you can have an ADU. I should say that there is certain people, because of what was approved by City Council last year, there are certain folks, again in Big Rock, which this may be an issue if the codes aren't changed. And so maybe it's another thing the commission can weigh tonight as a recommendation. But right now in the ADU law in Malibu, you need 2 means of egress, and Big Rock does not have that. And so Big Rock, essentially the way the laws work right now, even in our municipal code, would not be able to take advantage of this ADU law. So I understand there's also some geology issues. That's not for us tonight, but just wanted to put it on the radar for the Planning Commission. So yeah, the ADU will need an administrative plan review. It's just a municipal permit, administrative permit. And then our proposed change is to change to 1,000 universal. Right now, it just meets state minimum requirements. So it was 850 square feet maximum if you're going to do a studio or a 1-bedroom. You can go up to 1,000 if you're going to do a 2-bedroom. We propose to just nix the bedroom count requirement, just 1,000 universal. It's going to make it a lot easier. View preservation and restoration. So this already exists. We just were proposing some cleanup language to make it more clear. So this was adopted during Woolsey, and basically, if you're in a disaster area, there's a moratorium, if you will, on primary view determinations. So if anyone knows about primary view determinations, it's a mechanism, it's an entitlement, if you will, from the city that preserves one view from your house. And views are very special in Malibu. It has a lot to do with your property values, and so the city has some view protections in place. And this view restoration, primary view determination moratorium is already in place, but we're just suggesting some language to make it clear from the date of the natural disaster, not this date from Woolsey, which is just arbitrary. Okay, so getting into landscaping requirements that all people affected by the fires are going to need to comply with as proposed. We want to make it fire safe, right? We want to build back, in a safer manner. So what we did as a staff is we just teamed up with the city biologist, and we looked at the CAL FIRE kind of best practices and their requirements. So what we're recommending is we put in some laws that kind of make sure we landscape safely to help further protect your homes when you build them back. One is that all vegetation, and for those that know, basically these laws we're proposing just mimic the fire department's fuel modification requirements. So one is that all vegetation is prohibited between 0 and 5 feet of your structure. So that's what's called zone 0 from the fire department. So no vegetation between 0 and 5 feet. Next, only efficiently irrigated low-growing plants like succulents, perennials, ground cover, and grasses are allowed within 5 to 30 feet. That's zone A, if you know, from fuel modification. We're going to require irrigation from between 5 and 100 feet. That's zones A and B. And that's because maybe, we can't regulate if you actually water your plants, but we want to require that the infrastructure is there so that if a fire happens, or if you're nervous about a fire going on, you have the infrastructure in place to wet your plants as another barrier to protect your structure. And then only native plants in the Santa Monica Mountains can be planted beyond 30 feet. That would be zones B and C. Native plants are supposed to also help protect you in a fire because they're not invasives. And then species on the Malibu invasive species list are prohibited. That's already in place. We're just putting it into the law. And if you have mulch areas, non-contiguous mulch areas need to be separated by non-flammable materials like stone, granite, etc. Okay, this is a big one for all of you. In 2019, I guess it was, the city council at the time adopted some language that allowed people to do a planning verification for a Woolsey fire to take advantage of the 10%, the 110%. They wrote it only, at the time, it was only written for Woolsey. And so our proposal is just to make it universal for all natural disasters, that we don't have to keep doing this again. Next, this is going to be a new permit. It's called, oh, I'm sorry, before we get there, I have a couple more slides. But development permits is also proposed to be, the development permit section of the code is also proposed to be amended. We want to ensure that administrative plan reviews aren't required for your development at all. People who know APRs, they can even be, they're time consuming. Sometimes there's noticing requirements. We have to issue a notice of decision. It's bureaucracy, and we're trying to get rid of it. We're also trying to ensure that your new seawalls, if you need them, don't need a site plan review. Again, more noticing, letting your neighbors know about stuff that they may not, everyone has a different opinion on the matter, but it's going to alleviate some of the red tape. And then, one thing that's going to affect Palisades in all fires is if you do the de minimis waiver option to relocate your home in a geologically unsafe area, that those portions above 18 feet, let's say you have a 2-story home and you want to relocate it to somewhere else in your property, there's laws that we propose to just make sure that the portions above 18 feet don't block your neighbor's views. Because as I mentioned before, views are very precious in Malibu, and we want to give your neighbors a chance to weigh in, at least on that, because you might build a house that they never had in front of them before, and it might be good for them to at least have a say. It's not that you're not going to get that location, but maybe we can work with you on a design that kind of, lets you get back into your home, but also protects your neighbor's view to some extent. Okay, and kind of last but not least, definitely not the least, we're creating in the municipal code a new entitlement, a new permit called the Rebuild Development Permit. And before I get into the weeds too much, I just want to tell you that the city needs to create a mechanism to issue permits because the LCP is suspended specifically for the Palisades fire. So in order, this chapter will be new structures, not the replacement structures. So you're going to have your replacement structure as a planning verification. The planning verification definition is only for replacement structures. This chapter is for new structures necessary to serve your replacement structure. So that's all it is. I know there's a lot of concerns about it. I'm happy to talk about it, but it's just to give the city a mechanism to give you the structures you're going to need during the rebuild. So one, again, and this mimics the DMW language that we're seeking as well. So it's just allowing mechanized equipment and temporary shoring on the beach, allowing on-site wastewater treatment system replacements. I'll go back to that. Allowing new seawalls that can protect the OWTS. New structures that I mentioned, like maybe a water tank or a pool if it's required by the fire department, or another building code. And then driveway widenings, as I mentioned, that can encroach on steep slopes and have the retaining walls and those things. So going back real quick before we get too much, I forgot to mention that there was something I noticed in the draft that we kind of have a redundancy. So my suggestion from what was in your staff report is to just remove the not replacement OWTS be issued as a planning verification, because as I mentioned, it could be a new structure if it's more than what it was, and so it's just kind of redundant to put it here. We're going to give it to you through a rebuild development permit. It's the same thing. It's just putting it in the correct place is all. And then those rebuild development permits, they can be a separate application or they can be part of your planning verification application. Think of it as, for those that know, and I'm sorry if I'm speaking planner jargon, but think of it like your main entitlements, your CDP, and you have a site plan review attached to that. That's kind of what this kind of could be. It's a planning verification for your home, and then these rebuild development permits that are new accessory structures to help you to serve your primary structure. These rebuild development permits will be good for 3 years, or if it's part of a planning verification, it could be the same date, same expiration date as that planning verification. And then extensions by the planning director, planning manager can be issued up to 4 years. So that's it. I know it was a lot. I apologize. Our recommended action is to adopt the language with the couple recommended changes I have for you. And I'll bring it back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have one more thing. I'm sorry. Just going back to, this is kind of important. I do want to mention it. Going back to the different meetings that are coming up for you guys. You guys had a lot of questions, and unfortunately we can't answer them all tonight because tonight's about just the planning law. So we have some meetings. I just kind of bullet pointed some of the correspondence here, some hot topic issues. If you want to keep your foundation, or you want to know if you can keep your foundation, or if you're going to need to upgrade your foundation, that's for the March 5th Design Professionals workshop that we're going to, or town hall we're going to do. Same thing if you want to reuse your septic. You may have questions, hey, can I reuse my septic? That's again for the March 5th Design Professionals meeting. I want to get credit for low flow fixtures. Again, that's for the Design Professionals meeting, not for the planning laws tonight. Debris removal, that's in a couple days, 6 days. You're gonna have a whole debris removal town hall. So that's gonna be all your information about the debris removal there. If you need to know more about the SoCal Edison undergrounding the utilities, I would probably talk to the council at our 224 meeting or our 227 special council meeting. I'm just using terms. People use the term rebuild czar. I was reading that. That is a topic for the 227 special council meeting. Our city manager is gonna talk more about the rebuild process during that meeting. So that's really when you want to express what you feel about that. Waiving soils report, that's for the March 5th Design Professionals, staffing, how much staff we're going to have, what's our proposal, what's your proposal. That's again for the 227 special council meeting. Waiving of the soils report, topographic survey, or the MEP plans, that's for the Design Professionals meeting. So we hear you. I just wanted to leave you guys, we hear you. We can't get to all your questions tonight, but in the next couple weeks, we plan to address all your concerns. And that's all. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Tyler. Quick comment from our attorney, Kellen.
Good job, Tyler. Hello, everyone. I just want to note that there are some illegally and doubly parked vehicles in the lot below, so there may be tickets if you're not parked properly. That's for emergency reasons, so people can exit when they want.
All right, thank you. Now, we're going to be going to public comments in a moment. Just so you know, if you have not filled out a yellow card and you would like to speak, please do that now, because we're not going to just keep accepting them indefinitely all night. I did notice that I don't see a card from the Design Professionals group, who apparently had a PowerPoint they want to show, so I don't know if somebody's going to be doing that.
Oh, there's a whole bunch more cards.
Oh, there's more cards over there. Okay. We've got a lot of cards. Yeah.
If I may, we want to hear from everybody, but let's cut off the public comment so that we don't have more.
What? Yeah, he wants to cut off the public comment. I'm just saying, get your yellow cards in now. After that, we're not going to accept any more. All right? There are a lot of people here. Please keep your comments to the 3 minutes allotted. There are a couple of you who have multiple time donations. Don't run over, just out of respect for everybody else in the room. Likewise, in terms of reaction, clapping, shouting, groaning, whatever, let's keep that down so we can just keep the whole thing moving and keep some sense of decorum here. What else do I need to say? Does anybody have a comment you feel like you need to make now before we hear from the public, or can we go ahead and do that?
Let's move.
All right.
Let's go.
And Kellen's got some some fine print here for us.
I apologize. You guys will hear from me a lot. I'm just trying to keep this running and keep us legal. The public comment needs to be limited to the items that Tyler spoke to tonight. Any of the side issues, not side issues, but other issues that he spoke to are for those other meetings. It's for legal reasons. I'll say it just once. I keep us on track with the law, because if we get sued, the city has less money to spend on rebuild staff and whatnot. So I really want to keep us focused and not in trouble with the law. So that's the only reason I'm going to be a little bit of a stickler tonight. So please keep on topic. Thank you.
I've just been informed that we have 10 hours of public comment if everybody does the allotted amount. I don't know, what I mean, obviously we want to hear everything that everybody has to say. Obviously nobody wants to be here 10 hours either, so. Any thoughts on that?
I think, why don't we start first with just eliminating extra time? Just sticking to the 3 minutes, or we could even go down to 2 minutes.
I would suggest we do 2 minutes instead of eliminating extra time, because people have presentations that have been coordinated. The people that are giving up their time are giving up 2 of the 3 minutes anyway. So
you suggest 2 minutes per individual, but somebody who's got extra time to let them do
they
2
get 2 minutes plus
extra.
1 minute each.
Skylar?
Did that also include our speakers online?
It does, and
It does not include the speakers online.
no, it does.
It does. Chair Hill, assuming everybody on Zoom were to comment, if they were to keep their hands up, raise, speak.
So there are a lot of cards here.
We go to 2 minutes per speaker, 1 minute per at a time, up to not the 6 minutes, whatever.
So the max would, instead of 8, it would be 7. Yeah.
7, yeah.
Okay, I think that we should, obviously you guys, if we can roll through a little bit of this, we have to be sensitive to the time, not only of everybody that's in this room, but also our staff, because they have continually been working around the clock. A lot of them are also listening to this meeting. And we want to get this, we do want to get this right and hear from you. So if you can try to, make your comments a lot smaller, we're probably going to go down to maybe 1.5 minutes, maybe up to 2 minutes. I just don't know how to do that effectively, because if we sit here this evening and we're here again till midnight or 12:30, then they don't go to work tomorrow, and that's not efficient for any of us in this room.
Okay.
I just want to point out that once you speak, we have to go through this whole document and make our changes, and it has to be tonight. We will never hear this again. So if we do not do something tonight, that's it as far as the Planning Commission is. So the more we have speakers, if you repeat yourself, if they're repeated, that takes time off of the ability to fix problems we see anything.
Is public comment for items that are not on the agenda? Is it open to items that are not on the agenda?
No.
So does everyone understand what that means? That unless it has to do with this actual ordinance, it's not applicable for tonight? I don't know if some of you want to pull your cards. If
Skylar?
So I'm just taking a poll right now. If you had turned in a speaker slip this evening, by a show of hands, if you were to withdraw your speaker slip, how many of you would do that?
So maybe 5-10%?
So we could probably save ourselves a bit more time by that. If you are so kind to do that, this is like the most awkward thing to ever ask for. If you could please come and let the staff know that. That way we can arrange the cards properly. And if we can do that in a simple manner, that is going to make all of this move better, and it's going to really allow us to do this efficiently.
Craig?
Yeah.
I think that's a bad idea, because we will have to sit there and go through all these cards. When you call somebody to speak, they can say, I pass.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So, I'm sorry. Quiet, please. 2 minutes or 90 seconds? What do we think?
2 minutes.
All right, I'll go with 2 minutes. Let's do it.
Yay.
2 minutes.
Hey, Craig, you're going to cost us half an hour here.
That's
All right.
okay. Let's do it.
Okay. All right, we're going to start the speakers now. You're going to have 2 minutes. The people that have presentations, we'll try to accommodate a little extra time on those, but we need to keep it rolling. And we understand that you made a PowerPoint or whatever that you need to get through. We will ask you to line up in advance at whatever side of the room, so that when your name is called next, you can come right up front. I'll call a few names ahead so that we can just keep it moving like an assembly line, all right? You'll help me with this?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, let's see. Yeah, okay, let's do that. All right. The first speaker is going to be Jamie Audley, followed by...
He's pulling.
He's pulled, okay. So our first is Abe Roy, and I understand he's got 5 minutes donated. So
It's 2 minutes.
if you can do it in 4 minutes, that would be good. He's got a presentation. No, I know. I'm just saying if there's
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. Well, the consensus here is we only want to see 2 minutes,
We'll
so.
roll through it real fast.
Okay.
Tyler, thanks for the presentation.
Hang on. Can we have a little bit of quiet, and it's a lot of people in this room. Everybody's going to really have to kind of hold it together.
It really helped. So I'm going to cut through some of the comments that I was going to make. And my only comment is that when we roll through a 61-page document that we have to review in 2 days, it's not that easy to do. And if the idea is public discourse, then it's not the right format. And once again, we're hearing sort of the same thing, is we can't make the comments, but how do we get our comments across? Anyhow, so I'm going to dive into some of the things. Credits to the team that has worked. They have, in fairness, taken care of a lot of the high-level items to get coastal out of our backs, to get CEQA out of our backs. The issue is in the details. That's what gets us all the time. Okay, and I'm going to talk to some of the few things. This Tyler talked about, so I'll skip over this. But for the temp housing, there is a notation that we need a geological assessment, and I read it about 5 times last night. I can't imagine that in order to put an RV on the lot, we would need a geologic assessment. Landscape irrigation systems in geologically hazardous areas, which is big rocks. So if somebody had a house that burned down and had a garden, we are not going to be able to put irrigation systems. That doesn't seem okay. Structures that are destroyed by natural disaster may be permitted at the discretion of the planning director. Now, maybe the intent is different, but the wording is not okay. What constitutes the discretion? We need to be specific so our teams, our engineers, our architects, and everybody else know exactly how to get the discretion to be in our favor. The planning director's decision on whether to issue a de minimis waiver is not locally appealable. There are several things that are wrong with this particular statement. A de minimis waiver, I don't know how many people really understand it, but Tyler did a good job trying to explain that. Planning decisions,
Hey,
director's decision.
we're going to have to keep it tight, but it's just supply and demand, so. No, I'm sorry.
We hear you, Abe.
Next,
We hear you.
next will be Vitas Matari, followed by Don Schmitz, Terry Davis. Hey, we're not going to be here for 10 hours, all right? Everybody needs to. All right, if anybody speaks out, you get 1 free bite at the apple. Your second bite, you get kicked out, okay? Welcome, Vitas. 2
Thank you.
minutes.
My points are already addressed. Don.
All right, welcome, Don. After Don is Terry Davis. After Terry is Andrew Wyman. I think, I see her saying no. Andrew also no. Okay, so after them.
Commissioners, Don Schmitz.
Don.
I want it to be crystal clear, in case it's not in this document, that as it pertains to the Palisades fire, whether you have to redo your septic system in a different place, if you have to grade a driveway in a different location because the fire department requires it, if you have to build a seawall because the departments in the city require it, if you have to put a water tank on your property because the fire department requires it and we have a substandard insufficient water system, that is all exempt. Not a de minimis waiver, it's exempt for everybody in the Palisades fire. And we need to make very sure that our zoning ordinance also does not require limitations on the fire rebuilds from the Palisades fire to implement those requirements from the different departments and from building and safety. I want to commend your staff for the excellent job that they did. As a professional, I know all the thought that went into this, and from the city attorney's office. It's impressive. I would say that for the other people that have suffered losses from past natural disasters and from future ones, if the template has been established, appropriately so, from the governor's office, that it is exempt and not a de minimis waiver, for the fire department access, for the storage tanks, for the septic systems, and for seawalls, that should also be what is applied to fire victims in the past and in the future. And our municipal code should reflect that as well. So I'm going to wrap it up and leave you an extra 15 seconds on the table.
Thank you, Don. We're going to have Norm Haney, followed by Wade Major, Joe Drummond, Colin Drummond.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. I'm going to make this as quick as I can. First of all, I think that Tyler Eaton did an incredible job. I know that he worked 12, 13 hours a day getting it out, and we should appreciate that. With regard to wastewater treatment systems, if it works, if you have a wastewater treatment specialist that can say that your system works fine, you should be able to keep it without having to move forward with an advanced wastewater treatment system. I chair the Wastewater Advisory Committee. I want everybody to have an advanced wastewater treatment system, but this is an unusual situation, and in this case, I think we should make an exception. If it worked before, but you may have to get a specialist saying that it worked before, or it can work now, but if you can, then that should be approved. Save money. Geology just doesn't end at property lines. So get your neighbors together, hire one geologist, let him put borings in different locations to establish the minimum requirement for geology approval. That also goes for surveying. Many of the lot lines, especially on the ocean, are not in the same place where the houses were built and where people think they are. So get together, hire one surveyor, get your property lines established, get the hubs in, save money, move forward that way. With regard to ADUs, I do think if you have a trailer and you want to live there while your house is being built, you shouldn't need a geology. You know, I have an extra minute. Do I get it?
No, sorry. We need to keep this tight.
Okay, there are a lot of other things.
We're not doing extra time. That was the consensus. We'll be here all night. Can we just... Next is Wade Major, followed by Joe Drummond and Colin Drummond, followed by Lester Tobias. Welcome, Wade.
All right, 2 minutes?
Yep.
Okay. What the Woolsey, Broad, Franklin, and Palisades fires have wrought on all of Malibu is a devastation unlike any this community has ever experienced. And we're living under extraordinary circumstances which require an extraordinary response. So to staff, I say, please know that we are not asking you to not do your jobs, to ignore your training, or to make yourselves obsolete. We're asking you to pivot to a more important job, one for which you already are immensely qualified, because before any of you earned your degrees, began your careers, and built your resumes, you had families and homes of your own. Imagine if fate had thrust you into our shoes. I'm going to guess you'd have responded precisely as we are, because we're not asking you to help us rebuild our homes. We're asking you to help us rebuild us. We're not just asking for our homes to be back in 10 to 15 months. We're asking for our lives to be back in that time frame. For our children's lives, we're asking for our elderly to get their lives back, to be back in the homes where they raised their children, the homes in which they always believed they'd live out the rest of their lives. Whatever it takes to get us there in record time, that's what we're asking. City codes aren't scripture. They exist for the benefit of the residents, and if the residents are not benefiting, we change the codes. The guiding principle of municipal governance must always be the spirit of the law, not the letter. And with the help of Governor Newsom's executive orders, that door has been opened. When we ask for a rebuild process without geo, without topographical surveys, with a fire rebuild manager, and many, many more things, with fee waivers and exemptions instead of de minimis waivers, please understand we're not asking for special treatment. When everything has been taken from you, there is nothing the least bit special about fighting to claw it back. Our community is on the brink, and the only way we come back is by getting the rebuild process right. That's a tall order, but an opportunity. So please, let's work together to make that opportunity a reality.
Thank you, Wade. Keep the applause down to 0 if possible. Joe?
So I don't have 8 minutes, I have 2 minutes? Okay. So you received my email this morning, which specified specific things for you guys to change in the code, so I hope you will do that tonight. Our community is hurting, and you are really showing no empathy today. I don't know what's going on. Most of us in Big Rock have modest homes and are very fire safety and water conservation conscious and plan on rebuilding almost exactly what we had before. New building standards will improve the safety of our community, and we can adhere to these, so we just don't need constant pushback and endless reviews to bottleneck us in the process. It takes 8 to 12 months to build a home from the ground up, so we expect to be approved for like plus or minus 10% around the same footprint within 3 to 6 months max. We would love to have at least half of our community back in their homes within 15 months. So we need a solid system to upload all documents required and have a guaranteed review of our submittals in a timely fashion, not 6 months, but no longer than 10 days. If we can be guaranteed approval within 6 months, then we can follow the appropriate submittal requirements and deadlines. And then we don't mind paying fees if this is guaranteed. Obviously, we need the program director. This is the most important ask, but we'll talk about that at the next meeting. Defensible space, we need, please remove that allowing huge flammable eucalyptus new trees just to attract monarch butterflies. They're all gone now, so whatever we have is what they can have. We are working on an emergency overlay district because we are concerned with fire resiliency and safety. So Big Rock is working on this, and we will have that in City Council in the next few months. Heights are very important in Big Rock, so that is one of the things we're addressing because most of the houses are 13 to 14 feet on where I live in the lower Mesa, but other areas can build higher. So it really should be, like Tyler was saying about the PVDs should be honored.
All right, thank you, Joe. No applause, please. Up next, Colin. I know, it's human reaction, but we really want to keep this rolling for everyone's sake. Followed by Lester and then Doug Burge.
I'm just going to continue with what Joe said. As you're aware, our community is also working with the water company to make sure our hydrants function during a fire. This will not happen overnight. To make fire victims go through the process of an APR to add a pool, tank, fence, or wall will just add delay. During the meeting with the fire chiefs we had today, they stated that block walls were integral to deflecting embers and wildfire during this most recent fire. So they recommend it as an easy, that it be done without a long APR process. Please add this to the PV permitting process. We had wooden fences that all burned. We should be able to replace them with a wall. Please add a section to be able to add fast-track solar panels and generators, especially if you had them before. We're also asking that homes that are less than 2,200 square feet be automatically allowed to go to 2,500, and if they're 2,500 to go to 3,000. Whereas a community, we are putting in the time, research, and an effort through an overlay district to create a safer environment. The bottom line is we're trying to lead the way to be a successful, resilient model of a wildfire rebuild. So please help us. One other additional comment is there was really like the defensible space ads. But the 5 to 30 seems too aggressive. If you check with, it's in Ready, Set, Go and some other places where certain plants are acceptable if the plants are healthy and limbed up and you don't have kindling around it. So I don't think we have to go that far from 5 to 30 feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. And next is Lester Tobias, followed by Doug Burge and Thomas Torres.
Parker. Okay, so I'm only going to use 2 of my slides. It's too bad. It was a classic. Yeah. But, you know. So, anyway, something kind of miraculous happened in the last 2 weeks based on this fire, which is that the local design community started talking to each other as a group, okay? we actually, we have a lot of experience. This is who we are. We're architects, designers, and expediters. We each have 15 to 50 years of experience working with the Malibu codes, planning department, and all types of projects, including Woolsey fire rebuilds. We have in-depth experience with Woolsey. We've come together to speak on behalf of our clients, both pre and post-fire. We provide the interface between the homeowner and the regulatory industrial complex. And we're also exploring networking, standardized plan templates, student and international drafters, and other cost time savings methodologies with the goal of providing lower cost services to underinsured Malibu residents. Now, my point that I was going to get to is we've been frozen out of this process, okay? We've been totally sidelined. The staff has siloed themselves to come up with this stuff. And I'm going to give you an example. If we were involved in this and somebody would have said, hey, we don't want to have anybody talking about anything but this staff report, the word should have gotten out. People should have not come here thinking they were going to, talk about everything that concerns them. We know what concerns these people, okay? My home burned in Woolsey. I got the empathy, right? We know what concerns them. They're not being listened to. You need to let us come to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Lester. Parker, can you keep track of that presentation? I will want to refer to it later. Next is Doug Bird, followed by Thomas Torres and Cyan Roy.
Just before I start, can I just have a raise of hand if you've lost your home? This is a big showing. This is why we're here. We're here for you. We're here to help you figure this out. It's an endeavor. We've been doing this for many, many years, and we have to create a system now that doesn't just act on this, but whatever we do here tonight and we do here within the next few months, it's unfortunately going to have to be a new normal, and there'll have to be a rebuild section of the code that's there because the new one will come up. So that's something to keep in mind. It's not just tonight. It's not just for the next 2 weeks. And we learned that from the Franklin fire, and certainly a month later to have the Palisades fire. There's always points to make. We have a lot of points that we're trying to get after. We have been meeting with the architects, and this is an amazing effort. We have a lot to bring to the table because we do this every single day, and we have great ideas, and I think we can champion ourselves to put together and put it together all in a big group because we have these details. We're getting calls every day, multiple calls. We want to help, and we're here to help, but we need to be together. We can't be at the kids' table anymore. We want to be in the room, and we want to be involved. The thing that there's a lot of other smaller points that I'm not going to hit on, but there's things that are going to come up initially, which is the temporary housing. And we have to allow temporary housing, even though you may think it's not possible, for beachfront. Because there's two parts of this that we've identified as architects. You have the beach, and then you have inland. So we have to consider that on the beachfront, and that should be available. Lastly, I just wanted to say that I was here in 2019, and I made a statement after the Woolsey fire. And I said, if we don't watch ourselves, if we don't watch our systems, if we don't look at ourselves as something that we can be helping people, then Malibu will become Monaco in 5 years. And my statement means that the homeowners, we want to keep the homeowners, but if we don't watch out, then the developers will be the ones that'll take over our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug. Next is Thomas Torres, followed by Cyan Roy and Arnold Bernstein.
First of all, I'd like to thank Tyler and his crew. I unfortunately have been practicing Malibu for many, many, many years, and I lost my home this go around, and it's not much fun, and it's a lot of energy and effort to get things done again. If we have an opportunity to participate on the 5th with ideas of how to make this zone text amendment better, that would be great if we could incorporate these ideas. But if tonight's the final end, there's many things that are missed. For instance, at the beginning of my career, I did many houses on Tuna Beach. They were all under the LA County. 35 feet was the maximum height. A lot of those houses that burnt were much taller than 28 feet. So obviously, from the get-go, we're starting with higher houses, whether we add 10% to them or not. I'm just using this as an example. But there's many things. Part of the document that's in front of us talks about shoreline protection is not included, and in another part of the document it talks it is. Perhaps that's a building and safety issue, but I think it needs to be clarified because I've done houses on Tuna Beach. As I mentioned, I've done houses on Dog Beach, Las Flores Beach. Some of those houses don't even have garages. Those have to be addressed. Also, as we move up the coast on La Costa Beach, some of those houses are on wood piles. A lot of them are on wood piles as we go from there west, back, and as well as east. It seems to me that we have to have direct information relative to how we structure wood piles. If they're out, we ought to know tonight. If they're in and we can make them work for us because of clever engineering or somehow manipulating the dynamics, we ought to have a procedure to allow clients to know that they're not going to spend all their money putting foundations in. We're completing a house on Carbon Beach. The foundation cost a little over $1.7 million. That counted for the bulkhead. It's not going to happen for most rebuilding. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Sion, followed by Arnold and Arno Koch.
Thank you. So I have a specific point to make and then a broader point. First, the specific point. Your planning department has asked for some guidance on people like our household and many of us in here who are going through sometimes years-long remodeling processes, and we're in the middle of permitting processes already, and they need guidance to help them take care of those issues because we were at the end of a permitting process ourselves, and we want the house that we were about to get. We want to rebuild that house. Secondly, the people in this room have two things in common. One, we all lost our homes in the fire. Number two, all of us would do anything possible not to lose a second home in the fire. And the longer the permitting goes, the longer that there are roadblocks, the patience and the finances will wear thin in this room, and people will move because that's reality. And the people who move in without that fire experience that we have, that we never asked for, but we have, will build things that may be fire permitted according to the law, but the people in this room will build things that are fire safe over and above what you mandate. So please take into that consideration. Being timely is being fire safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Arno, right, followed by, oh no, I'm sorry, Arnold. And then Arno, followed by Carl Randall.
I'm going to skip the platitudes. I'm going to get to the point. Section 13.4.11, sub A, paragraph 4. I think you have an inconsistency in the goal of this document, in that if you read it carefully, what it says is, if I were to have a house 30 feet high, I now have to raise it from its present level of, let's say, 20 feet, to make it easy, to 24 feet. The way it's written, I now have to go take my 30-foot house down to 24 feet. It's not intended that way. What's intended is you have to go to FEMA's level, whatever it be, 24, 26, 28, and from there, you can build your original height, 30 feet, plus 10%. That's the intent of the documents. You have this conflict, I ask you to change it. Second, I appreciate Joe, I appreciate Wade. Come on, let's leave it alone. Let's stick to the document as you asked for, Craig. Thank you.
Thank you. Arno.
Please put up the slide number 11 of Abe Roy's slides.
Oh, Luis. I know it is. They'll be followed by Carl and then Luis Tena after that.
Like for like plus 10% is supposed to be reviewed by the building official, by the city engineer, by the city biologist, city geologist, city archaeologist, city coastal engineer, city environmental health, and that is supposed to take only 15 days, and that is the estimate. That doesn't look realistic to me. That looks like a hell of a lot of red tape. What we need is over-the-counter permits. A 61-page document still leaves many questions open, like how long is this going to take through building and safety? How is this process better than Woolsey? Why are there so many discretionary references? And why no discussion on granular elements like MEP surveys, etc.? Next slide. There are also 39 geo-references in this document. Next slide, please. And the next slide, please. We did not lose our home to a slide. The groundwater levels have been stable over decades, and in one case even dropped by 43.4 feet. We don't have a geo problem. Geo needs to be taken out of this equation. Thank you.
All right, I have two quick points. Specifically, the de minimis waiver for Palisades fire victims just needs to be eliminated. We should be exempt. That was the governor's edict. Also, I want you all to rethink about how the FEMA floodplains are being used in this. I was at many of those meetings as they established that. I spoke to the FEMA folks, and they were even embarrassed because they knew they didn't have enough funding to do this properly. They were doing that in 1 mile chunks rather than doing it about every couple of hundred yards at most. So we're about to rebuild at the FEMA floodplain from Dukes to Topanga with something that is, we're about to do billions of dollars of development or rebuilding of our homes, and it's a bit of a joke how it's going to be done. I know my particular house, I'm going to have to raise it up at least 20 feet to meet those guidelines. That's a bit of an absurdity. And many of my neighbors are going to have the same problem. So rethink how that's utilized. I know that there's insurance issues, but there must be another way to rethink it. Get back to NOAA and their documents. They have 90 years of data on what's happening in Santa Monica Bay. We have a ½ inch of sea level rise in Santa Monica Bay in 90 years. Let's think about what we're using here, guys. Thank you.
I'd just like to point out, we also have to close the Zoom speakers. So if you've got your hand up in Zoom already, great, we will get to you. But, we don't want people just walking out of the meeting and signing up on Zoom. So, all right, sorry, next will be Luis Tena, and then Scott Richter and Paul Grisanti.
Hi guys, I'll try to be quick. I think I have a presentation. So I wanted to just share some information with you. I went to the workshop for the LA County. I want to be our spy and tell you what the LA County folks are doing. So I have this guy, there you go. So from here, everyone can watch this YouTube and screenshot, but the main two takeaways that I took was that they're not gonna cut corners on safety. So anything related to geology or the fire department, we have to meet. And then the last slide, I will speak about the standardized approvals. They have a system where you can get some typological projects approved, and then you can repeat them, right? I think that would be good for some communities. These don't get nauseous, okay? This is what we need to navigate through. So on the top, we have LA County. On the bottom, we have the city of Malibu. This is for fire rebuilds. So when you have to go for a full CDP, it's like add 3 years to this. And as you see, all of this is necessary in terms of the review from agencies, but there's a lot of things that we could remove. So this is the critical path. And then on the bottom, you see all these red boxes. Those are all the steps that we could remove at the city of Malibu if we just follow the same system as LA County, which is, I don't think is the best system in the world, but perfection is the enemy of the good, right? It's called Epic LA. I know most of you are going to hate me if we implement this the first month, but then it works. You don't have to send 5 emails for each payment. You don't have to ask for permission to upload files. There's transparency. You know when people are submitting what. So it works, and we already have to use it. This is another flow chart. We already have to use it for Water District 29 and for the fire department, so why don't we just implement it, right? And then lastly, some inspirational, I'll mention this again on Monday, but maybe Big Rock can learn from Crestwood Hills. I'm a mid-century modern nerd, and they did this 80 years ago. I think that we can learn from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Next is Scott Richter, followed by Paul Grisanti and Georgia Goldfarb.
Hello.
Scott and Naomi Richter.
Yes. We know that we are looking at homes tonight, and that is the most important thing in rebuilding the Malibu community. We are asking the Planning Commission to please take into consideration local businesses affected by the Palisades fires. Alike emergency ordinances that were passed during COVID for businesses, we want to make it easier for businesses to amend their CUPs that are affected by the PCH closure. We are a new business in the area. Our business is directly affected by the closure of PCH. A lot of our regulars lost their homes and are no longer at the moment living in Malibu. We want the plan to see tonight to make it easier for businesses to amend their CUPs or any other ordinances that can help and assist local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, then Georgia, then Mike Moore.
I want to start by thanking you for this process and thanking Tyler for the excellent job she did on expressing what we're trying to do here today. I have a lot of respect for him. I think that, you know, if you were to ask these people if they're to raise their hands, if they're in favor of you just adopting that, I'm sure you'd get a whole bunch of arms. The other thing I'm going to ask you to do real quickly is, because you guys are going to be having a lot of meetings, I think that you ought to adopt a couple limitations on anything that is a receive and file. Limit yourself to 10 minutes total and move on to the next one. That's one of the things. The other thing I want to say is at the back table back there, there's a bunch of lists on this I don't know what you call these things, but there is one here. And if you go on it, it shows resources for companies that are willing to give you household goods to people who had losses. And there are a whole bunch of sheets out there. Grab one and use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. That was helpful. Georgia, then Mike Moore, then Richard Gibbs.
Hi, thank you. We get to it right away. Okay, a few different items. Process of revising code.
Closer to the mic. Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
thank you very much. Process of revising codes and policies. I really think that we need to have more of an iterative process. I don't agree that this should be the last discussion that we among residents and staff and council people have. So I would suggest you continue this. House hardening. We must require that all houses be hardened, otherwise they will be fuel for neighbors' houses. If the cost of a hardening...
Georgia, can you tilt the mic down a little? Just grab it and pull it. There you go.
Somebody was taller than I was. Okay. Otherwise, they will be fuel for neighbors' houses. If the cost of hardening is too great, we must find grants, no interest loans, or some combination so that every structure can be hardened. I think it's critical to have defined house hardening measures clearly stated in the codes. Factors associated with structure loss. Keeley and Safard, in their 2019 paper, noted that they looked at 10,000 houses in Los Angeles. Various factors were found causing structure loss in the different areas, but defensible space was not one of them. The most critical factors in Southern California were first, eaves, boxed better than unboxed, window panes, dual pane, tempered being best, and vent screens. Yes, so Keeley and Safard also found that structure loss attributable plants stopped at about 66 feet. They go on to say that there is still debate on how much defensible space is critical to home survival, despite the regulated distance of 30 meters, 100 feet. In the study of 40,000 structures, defensible space distance explained very little variation in home survival, with no significant effect of defensible space distance for any comparison in Southern California. And I would like to add that invasive grasses are a real criminal, and we should not have them. They were a major factor in the Lahaina fire, and I think they will be found to be a very significant factor here. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia. Mike Moore, Richard Gibbs, then Megan Lork.
My wife Deanna's here with me as well. So as you know, I don't know if you know or not, but you know, our story was in the LA Times this Monday on the front cover. So we lost our home in the Woolsey fire 6 years ago. right? And statistics bear out that only 37%, if you believe the statistics on the Malibu website, are complete at this point, 6 years later. I don't believe the website because it shows our house is in construction, which is not. We haven't even broken ground. So the numbers are inflated, in my opinion. So I'm here to represent everybody from Woolsey 6 years later, and to reiterate everybody else's concern that any of these amendments and revisions and waivers be afforded to the Woolsey fire victims as well as the Franklin fire. We're just tired of all the bureaucracy, and I had a list of other items to address, but it sounds like everybody else here is addressing them in great detail. But that's all I want to state, and I'm taking notes, and I'm going to continue to put the spotlight on this whole process for everybody.
Thank you, Mike. All right, Richard Gibbs, followed by Megan Lorick and Luca Iacovoni.
Well, he just stole my thunder. Our house burned down in the Woolsey fire as well. We're in the same position. We've not been able to break ground yet. It's not entirely the fault of the city of Malibu, but it's definitely been a factor. The bureaucracy has been going on here. It's maddening to us that we've not been able to do this. And it's maddening to me to see how the city has dealt with the planning department overall. They've politicized the planning department. We've lost planners that we need. The guys that are working here are doing yeoman's work, and I know this, dealing with them day in and day out. You need more people. You need to employ more people, and you need to stop mistreating the ones you have so we can get better people in here, okay? I could go on and on about it, but that's frustrating as hell to me, and I double down on this should be retroactive. Any rules that apply to the Palisades fire need to apply to us in Woolsey. That's going to drive me crazy if people are building now, are able to bypass us, the Palisades people, and then we're still waiting for permits. Are you kidding me? 6 years later. So you've got to make this retroactive. No ifs, ands, or buts. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. We just heard at the last meeting that they've hired 7 new planners, so progress, at least a little. Megan Lorick, then Luca Iacovoni, and Dennis Robert Smith.
Hi, it's me again. I spoke on Tuesday. I'm horrified to hear about what's going on with the Woolsey fire, and that's why I'm speaking, because I don't want my son to go off to college and not be back in Malibu. I'd like him to be back in Malibu very soon. We lost our house in Big Rock. Our lives have been upended. The Palisade fires basically, took us from our home. The idea that it could take years to rebuild is unacceptable. Why do we have a city if we can't get things done? Malibu should set an example of how to be efficient and nimble. Our lives should not be put on hold because the city is not equipped to deal with this crisis. Tyler, you did a great job, but you guys need more help. The city needs a team of experts who can streamline the process, and someone needs to head this team for accountability. We didn't choose to have to rebuild our homes and our lives. It was imposed upon us because of government incompetence at all levels. We cannot continue to have our lives ruined by lack of efficiency and common sense. Get a rebuild team that is equipped to handle the rebuilds. Fast track the permits for like and 10%. Allow people to put in pools if their lot allows for it. Because as we all know, the only ones that can save our homes are us. Don't let bureaucratic constipation continue to impact our lives. Speaking of constipation, as a resident of Big Rock, the idea that I need to count the number of plumbing fixtures is absurd. It's not the number of fixtures, it's the number of people. The rehab facilities have tons of people on a daily basis, which adds water to our hill, much more than a normal household, no matter how many fixtures they have in the house. It's not the number of fixtures, it's the number of people. Please restrict the number of people that can reside in a residence that are not owners. Also, you need to put speed bumps between Seaboard and Inland Lane. Because you've allowed so many rehabs in Big Rock, their employees rush up the hill in the morning and down the hill in the afternoon. Living on the corner of Piedra Chica and Big Rock has become very dangerous given the speed that people are flying down the hill.
Right,
Finally,
Megan,
please put the opportunity to utilities.
Thank you. All right, we've got Luca, Dennis, Robert Smith, then Chris DeLoe, and after that, we're going to take a quick break for a couple minutes.
Hi, Luca Iacoboni, architect, working in Malibu for 20 years. Been through Wolseley, so I'm pretty familiar with what's happening now. I can point out very quickly, from a technical point of view, of course, I'm not emotionally involved with this, but the language is very important. As Tyler's mentioned in our conversations, the language needs to be consistent in the LIP, in the MMC, and in the local coastal plans so that the legislation can be more effective. There can't be discrepancies. To that point, the governor uses the words substantially same location for the rebuild, and I've noticed instead that in this iteration, the same location was used as definition. That limits the location of where a house can be built. Practically, if a house needs to be shifted over more than 10% because the driveway needs to be less inclined for fire access, or the turnaround has to accommodate fire access, that would impede that. Second point, footprint and height are the only two parameters that were given from the governor. Bulk is not one of them. Bulk is facetious. It leads to troubles and interpretations. If I had a two-story, 3,000 square feet house and decide to build a one-story, 3,000 square feet house, obviously the volume at the ground is going to be much bigger. That would be more than 10% off of bulk. In that case, although it's a house that's minor, that has less impact on anything, I'd have to implement through DMV or the new whatever it's called. Second, address please the ADUs and the parking related to the ADUs. I think that for FEMA, if we can't revise FEMA elevations, then at least start with the 24, 28 feet or whatever the house was before the fire from where the FEMA flood zone is. That I think is the most fair.
Thank you, Luca. Dennis, followed by Chris DeLoe, and then we'll take a quick break after that.
Dennis waived his time.
Dennis waived. Okay, so we'll do Chris DeLoe and Amy, how's that pronounced? Ablacat.
Hi, Chris DeLoe, Schmitz & Associates. Good evening, Chair, Planning Commissioners. I'm here to talk tonight about ADUs. I think it's a very important subject in this ordinance because the governor's order has allowed us to take advantage of, living in an ADU before the main house is constructed. And I think that's going to be very helpful, especially to a lot of people in Big Rock who can't get back into their houses necessarily right away. So that's great that they're doing that. And to that point, the city of Malibu's ordinance, their ADU ordinance, which I heard referenced earlier, there's a lot of discussion in the staff report about the implications of that and the effect. And I'm here to tell you that the city of Malibu's ADU ordinance does not have legal effect because it has not been approved by the State Housing, HCD, and has not been approved by the Coastal Commission. And Government Code 68323, I believe it's sub A, states that if the city does not have an ordinance that is compliant with state law, that has been reviewed and approved by HCD, that it is null and void and of no effect. So I'm not sure why the city is amending their ADU ordinance. The state law, it defaults to the state law if you don't have an ordinance that's been deemed compliant. So what we're dealing with here now is the state law, which is the section I just referred you to. The city did get comments back from HCD back in December. I don't believe they've responded to it, but the letter did say it's non-compliant. So I mean, it's very important that the city acknowledge that the state law applies, not the local codes, not the local coastal program. That's going to help people. It's 60 days. People can get their ADUs approved in 60 days. They must. Approved or denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy, and then a break after her.
Good evening, Commissioners, staff, and the Malibu community. My name is Amy Ablacat. I'm a Special Projects Manager with Schmitz & Associates. Rebuilding efforts for the City of Malibu must address water system deficiencies. We have examples from current clients that haven't been able to rebuild due to previous fires because of specific water district requirements. The high costs of water infrastructure improvements costing millions of dollars. As an alternative, Appendix B of the Fire Code allows for on-site water storage tanks, which will improve the community's ability to respond to fires and other emergencies. This will also help streamline the rebuilding process. The fire department should mandate the inclusion of on-site water storage systems as part of fire rebuilding efforts. At the City of Malibu Town Hall meeting on January 25th, Chief Maroney concurred and indicated the fire department's willingness to allow the installation of on-site water tanks. On-site water storage provides reliable alternative water source for firefighting in areas where the public water system is deficient or under strain during disasters. In closing, we recommend on-site water tanks be exempt and fall within the LIP 13.4.6C. Thank you for your time and consideration. We appreciate the city's rebuilding efforts.
Okay, thank you, Amy. How long do we need? 3 minutes? 8:05, we'll be back at 8:05. No, we want to keep this moving. We've got a lot to go tonight. Come on back in, have a seat. Yeah, I think he was out there.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, but it's, I think it's the volunteers on patrol guy.
Yeah. All right, come on, folks. Let's get back in. Let's get back at it. Come have a seat.
For those who are staying in the meeting, please resume your seats, and we need to lower volume so our next speakers can continue. If you're remaining in council chambers, we need you to take a seat at this time.
Okay, before I start calling the next name, just so you know, there is a council meeting on the 24th, the regular council meeting. Then on March 4th, they will have a special meeting to follow up on this meeting, on this topic specifically. You could go to the 24th and make general public comment about this if you want, but the March 4th is when they're going to take this up more comprehensively. All right, so let's get back in the room, everybody. The first person in a moment here will be Ak Munsim. I can't quite read it. AK, okay. And then he'll be followed by Jed August and Robert McLeod. AK.
Yeah.
Hi. Welcome. Everybody quiet down for him. He's got 2 minutes. Here we go.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is AK Munaim. I'm from Schmitz & Associates. I'm here to talk about the city's proposal and of the driveway access and septic system as a de minimis waiver. This approach creates more roadblocks rather than streamlining the process. The de minimis waiver are lengthy and the process is extensive, costly, and timely. For example, I was working on the Woolsey fire for de minimis waiver for the septic system, and it took nearly a year to get completed. Not only does the review process take long, but then it gets agendized for the Planning Commission as a consent item, and then with the possibility of it being pulled for the Planning Commission. If that was the case, then we would need to prepare for the item at a subsequent hearing. Furthermore, the LCPA also contradicts the Governor's Executive Order N-20-25, where it states that all supportive infrastructure, except for the projects that do not fall within the 110%, should be exempt. Any proposed LCP amendments should be geared to exempting fire rebuilds to the greatest extent necessary. As of February 18th of this year, the city confirmed that 29% of development has not been built and 56% are under plan check from the 2018 Woolsey fire. Therefore, the septic system and the driveway access should be classified under exemptions, regardless whether it is within or outside of any primary development area. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, AK. Jed August, followed by Robert McLeod, and it's Yvette McLeod wants to speak. I'm not clear whether she meant to donate or. They're all, okay, so Jed August, okay. Jed, welcome.
I am Jed August. I'm a general contractor. I build high-rise buildings, shopping centers, and small homes where the guest house is 5,400 square feet. I've been serving Southern California since 1980, and I am here tonight. First of all, greetings to the commission and greetings, hugs, and love to the beautiful Genevieve, who touched my heart when she spoke Monday night. She is a resident of Malibu. You're a resident of Malibu. Those who are residents of Malibu, we, the contractors, are your guests. Guests show respect. You sleep at night. We work at night, weekends, and obviously in the daylight. We use those roads. We use the roads. We use landfills. We use restaurants at night. We line our trucks with 6 mil plastic, So we're not dropping screws and nails out of the back of the tailgates of the trailers, trucks, dump trucks that go through these canyons. And it's imperative that you have an ordinance in place to enforce that kind of lining of vehicles. If you consider the trucks that come in and out of Malibu, a quick calculation of 200 yards of debris per house that's demoed, you will have 1,600,000 miles on trucks to the landfill and back, just demo trucks, covering your demolition. That's not the construction trucks building these homes. So for Genevieve, who's a child, we look at the room today, and we have children here. We would think, well, there's some children in the room of adults. No, we are adults in the room of children. They don't have the voice that we have. We are in a position to serve them.
All right, thank you, Judd. Robert McLeod? Don't see him? Okay, then Sam Marshall, followed by Jimmy Petula and Patty Phillips.
Sam here? Sam is up. We lost Tyler. Is Tyler still here? Okay. Would it be all right if I sat for a moment so Tyler could hear?
Yeah, if you think, yeah, sure.
Okay, great. Well, he's going to see the record. It's all on video.
Yeah, he will see the record on video, so let's keep moving. All right, Jimmy Petula, then Patty Phillips.
All right, hey guys, sorry, I'm a little confused. I was just here Tuesday. I thought this was going to be the council thing, and I don't know who's in charge or who does what, but I don't know what's worse, losing your home or having to sit through these meetings, because we were told have the kids show up, have everybody shows up. Look, here's the bottom line. I've never gone through anything like this before, but I've talked to 10 builders who all say you can build a home within 8 to 10 months and be in your home. Abe Roy is doing it in Westwood, 20 minutes away from us who live in Big Rock and Los Flores. 20 minutes away, they're building a home, and people are getting in the home within 12 to 15 months. I come to my first city council meeting. We have a mayor who's falling asleep and a pro-mayor who says, I can get you in your homes in 30 months. 30 months. Why is it going to take us twice as long? Do they want us to suffer? Do they enjoy us going through anger? Craig, you lost your house. Do they just like to be like Caesar? We can do a thumbs up, thumbs down. Why is it going to take Malibu 30 months where everywhere else in LA it takes 15 months? Why? Can they explain that, and can they tell us that? It's beyond not okay. That's it.
Thank you, Jimmy. All right, let's keep it down. We've got Patty Phillips next. Followed by...
Well, that was a tough act to follow. By the grace of God, I'm here tonight. A lot of you know my story. I was trapped in my car for 40 minutes, surrounded by fire, and was rescued by a fireman, Malcolm Dix. So I am thankful that I'm here. I'm upset for our neighborhood. Big Rock's not just about homes, it's about family. 70% of our neighborhood is gone. We need the planning commissioners and we need the city council for you guys to be communicating. We need you guys to be talking and not just waiting till you get here. It doesn't make sense for you guys to be disagreeing or not agreeing with our council members. When you come here, you should be speaking with one voice. And one of the things I'd like to address tonight that I think is really important is once people get their permits, is that the inspectors are not adversarial to the people that are building. For instance, in our neighborhood, someone waited 7 years for a permit. Then they did one thing wrong. The house was vacant and had graffiti in it. They finally get to start building. They spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. They do one thing wrong. They remove one frame wall, and their permit is canceled. Their coastal commission is canceled. Everything's canceled. It's now been 2 years. That is criminal. We need our inspectors to work with the homeowners and not treat them as adversarial victims and take their power. And so I'm asking you, once these people get their permits, please make sure your inspectors are treating them with respect and are helpful and not punishing them. And since we only had 2 minutes tonight and I got 16 seconds, I'm going to ask every person from Big Rock to please stand up tonight because we are one voice. We are here. We only had 2 minutes, so Big Rock, we are Big Rock strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Nora Cohen, followed by Janet Folk.
Hi, everyone. Tough acts to follow. Yes, Big Rock. So I'm a little frozen here. Okay. I'm just a mom. I can't comment on all of the different things that we saw there. I read the agenda as best I could, but here's my layperson mom. I lost my home, an entire neighborhood response to that agenda presentation situation, okay? First of all, Commissioner Peak, you said this team was working around the clock. I'm going to invite you to take a guess what these people and what we've been doing round the clock. I'm going to invite you to take a guess. We've been surviving. So we're looking to you, commissioners, every single one of you. And Commissioner Mazza, thumb in the hose, guess what some of these people in Big Rock were doing, including Commissioner Hill, thumb in the hose, okay? So we need each and every one of you to certainly expedite this as quickly as possible to push through any and all exemptions that are going to get us back into our neighborhoods. My kids were here tonight, but you told them they couldn't talk tonight because it wasn't going to be about something that they didn't exactly know. But what they knew is that they want to be back in their homes. They want to be there quickly, and they want to be there in a way that is fair. And I want to also, I know Tyler is not here, but what I would like to add is please remove any LA County fire permit requirements. That should be green stamped, because don't make us be idiots. Not one firefighter came up Big Rock. Not one firefighter, as I know, fought for any of Eastern Malibu. And we want this built quickly and efficiently. And I have 20 seconds. We learn from our weaknesses. I just want to say, I do appreciate all your work. I know we're all in this together, but I do want to say, I posted on my Instagram, hey, who has had any experience with Malibu city planning? And this is some of the DMs, because nobody wanted to post, but DMs that I got. One family from Woolsey said they had a great job. Oh man, I missed my time. Sorry, I'll email the rest. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Nora. Okay, we've got Janet, and followed by Caden Andrews. And where's Tyler? Do we know, is he going to be back?
He just stepped out to go to the restroom, but he will be back. Okay. He didn't leave.
During recess, the people were approaching him with questions.
Okay,
He's just now been able to.
Well, all right. Hi, Janet.
Hi there. I know we're talking about the nitty-gritty issues tonight, but I'm hoping that you will understand that there are at least 3, and probably many more, overarching questions that we need to guide our decision about these very specific things. And the first considers vision. So does a regulation or a requirement in the permitting process, including all of its intricate details and operationalization, does it really forward our collective and overarching vision for bringing back our community as it was on January 5th, but with added resilience? A second issue is relevance. Does this regulation or requirement in practice really make the community truly fire resilient? And thirdly, big issue, measurement. Does the specific way that we measure things like resilience as implemented in our requirements or regulations, does it really capture it? Does it capture it accurately and adequately without unneeded add-ons, excessive costs, or undue delay? By way of analogy, how do you feel when you go to see a doctor about a medical issue and the doctor orders endless tests which you must undergo and you must pay for, some of which seem to you way overboard and seem to be done either because the doctor doesn't have enough confidence in their own ability and skill and opinion, or is afraid of being sued? okay? And of course, the insurance company probably won't help you pay for it. Or alternatively, again, you're going to the doctor, and you're pretty sure you know what's wrong, what needs to be done, but it requires a doctor's stamp on it. But your doctor says, no, I know a lot better than you about your own body. I know what's going on, so here's what you need to do it. And you don't believe it's actually going to solve it. So let's have some concrete plan, treatment plan, that brings back this community with resilience, keeping an eye on the bigger issues.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you. We've got Tyler back. So let's see. So Caden, and then after you, we'll slip in Sam back in the order. And then after that will be Andrew Sheldon.
Hi, thank you all for taking the time for us. Now that I know the room that I'm speaking to, being the Big Rock community, I come from the design professional side, trying to make this job and whole process easier and as efficient as we possibly can make it. So with that in mind, the planning verification sheet that was sent out looks a lot like a coastal development permit checklist. I know Arno, before me, sort of commented on it. It's going to need to go to biology. It's going to need to go to geotechnical reviewers. No one is quite clear as to what this process is going to entail, and it would make our lives easier as the design professionals to help these people behind me to put together a design team early on and get them through this process efficiently. And it's only possible to get things done in 15 months if everyone's on the same team and everyone's on the same side into planning, and it doesn't become a hassle getting into building plan check and so on and so forth. So that's my message today, and I believe that's all I need to say now. But thank you guys all for being here, and I hope to be a help to you guys all.
Thank you, Caden. Sam, and then Andrew Sheldon.
Sam Marshall. Tyler, wanted to address a few things. Overall, a great job. A couple of anomalies, however, along the coast that just makes some of the provisions very, very difficult. For example, on Las Flores Beach, relative to the FEMA floodplain, we're up on 9 feet of a seawall. A lot of those homes were built in the 20s, 30s. The floodplain is about 5 feet above what used to exist. And so what the provisions are calling for are stilts, the caissons, roughly as high as the lights in this room, and then the house on top of that. That is what Doug was talking about, might as well be Monaco. Impossible to rebuild for a lot of the residents that live on that. So perhaps we could address that, in the provisions for those specific issues. Relative to that, I know that Malibu is, for example, participating in the National Flood Insurance Program. I recognize the need to manage the flood risk and ensure the city remains in compliance with FEMA's regulations. But within FEMA's own framework, there is room for discretion, for fairness, and for recognizing when a strict application of the rules imposes an undue hardship. FEMA allows for flexibility through undue hardship variances. This provision exists for cases exactly like this, where rigid enforcement of elevation requirements would create an exceptional burden on a homeowner and effectively prevent them from rebuilding. And we are all aware of law as well as case precedent when it comes to this issue, that exceptional burden prevails. The second is the definition, I think Luca brought that up, of footprint. It's a narrowly defined, very conservative defined interpretation of the governor's order. The California law embraces the principle of what is existing zoning envelope. Under the Coastal Act, a structure destroyed by disaster can be rebuilt without a new permit if it conforms to current zoning. As long as it's for the same use, does not exceed the prior building size by more than 10%. I'll end here, but you understand, we'd like for that to be existing zoning code.
All right, thank you, Sam. Thank you. All right, so we've got next Andrew, then Romy, then Deirdre Roney. Is Deirdre here? She pulled, okay.
Commissioners, hi, Dr. Andrew Sheldon, local native, former city employee, former deputy building official, and environmental manager, and now chief engineer of Sheldon Engineering, provider of planning and engineering services to the local community. I want to talk a little bit about the proposed ordinance, text amendments, and also about rebuild process as they relate to that. And so starting with basically the the rebuild effort overall, we've been hearing a lot about planning, right? It's all been planning. And you all remember me from the aftermath of Woolsey, right? Most of you, John, Skylar, Craig. I was there putting this together like we are now. We were talking about building plan check in the beginning along with planning, because what I'm seeing missing is everything's tucked under planning right now. And for these people, all these people that really understand what needs to be done next, they need to understand what's happening as their projects are going to move into building plan check right after they get a PV stamp. It's easy to get a PV stamp. I can do that in my sleep. So I really would love to see the city come clean about what's ahead of them. Okay, I was at the LA County workshop last week, and we talked about this. We talked about what other cities do to integrate. They have design review committee meetings where all the different departments get together and look at a project. And when you move this chess piece, how does it affect the rest of the board? Okay. Finished floor area and FEMA, base flood elevation. Everyone on the beach needs to know these terms. Someone from the city, please come out and start talking about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Romy, followed by Brian Merrick. We're at the bottom already? That's it, dude. Wow.
Now you got to go to Zoom.
Oh, and then we have the Zoom, right. Romy, are you here? All right, we're going to Brian Merrick.
Whatever, I'm waiting. All right. Tyler, I think that for your first bite at the apple on this, I think you did a good job. I think it encompasses a lot of things. It's imperative that Malibu City move quickly to get this town back and running, as many of its residents back in their homes, or else we're going to lose the culture and character of Malibu. And having taken 6 years for some Woolsey people to be rebuilt, we can't afford the same thing to happen with the Palisades fire. So number one thing is that we've been talking about it, Andrew just touched on it, it's the de minimis waiver for paragraph 13.4.11, item 4, which is the height increases required by FEMA. It should not affect your 10% height change. It should just remove the whole project upwards, and it shouldn't require a de minimis waiver to do that. If it doesn't, then you're unfairly on the beach people taking away their second stories, and they're not really getting to rebuild what they lost. I don't know, I think garages are exempt, but I don't know about that, but you can't have a garage that's up high like that. You won't be able to get any cars into it. So that would have to be something also. There really should be no requirement for having to get in front of the Planning Commission for a like-for-like rebuild. We need to remove the bureaucracy, because once you start going to this committee and that committee, that's when the blood clot kind of starts. So I think you're doing a decent job, and I'd like to see you keep it up and just think about these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. No like-for-like is going to be seen by us. So now we have Zoom calls.
Come up.
Did we have a card?
Yes. There's 2 people.
2 people, okay. Fill out a card at the end. Fill out another one.
I got lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
It was one of the first ones.
Yes, you
But
were.
anyway. My name is Carmel McFadden. I'm a licensed architect, and I read all of those 65 pages or so. Tyler, thank you for your hard work. I actually emailed a question to Tyler specifically about this. So the proposed draft amendment, it doesn't make a provision for legally permitted non-conforming heights that have to increase more than 10% to conform to the new FEMA flood levels. So here's an example. Consider a 1990 LA County permitted beachfront house that was 35 feet high, was 3 stories, with a finished floor level at approximately 17 feet. But it's in the FEMA flood zone of VE 23. Per the draft amendment, the new height would be limited to 24 feet for flat roofs, 28 feet for pitch roofs, as measured from the center line of PCH, and the back part would be measured 24/28 from the new floor level. the lowest finish floor level. Such an example would not be eligible for a rebuild development permit via the de minimis waiver process because the heights don't conform to the LCP. Can you provide language in the amendment to allow the 110% rebuilding of the aforementioned example? That's it.
Thank you. And finally, state your name when you come up, and please fill out the yellow card.
I'm Dean Leonard. She's got my name on the list.
Okay.
So I got 10 minutes since I got disrespected. So I submitted my comments in writing. I hope you get the chance to see it. I heard earlier that you got a lot on your plate and a late night, but please take the time to look at my comments because I can only talk to a few. I'm concerned about the LCPA because the way I interpret it, based on the slide that I saw, is that the LCPA does not apply to Palisades fire victims. But the way the document is written, there are items specifically in there that speak to those subjects. So my fear with you bringing the LCPA into the base document and putting those extra items in it, instead of it being its own standalone document, you're inviting the Coastal Commission in on the DMWs. There can be no DMWs. Everything has to be an exception. And if you push that document through tonight, you're going to screw us. Okay? Second thing is the advanced treatment systems. So, as a homeowner on Big Rock, I was against them because I was told they would cost almost $200,000. When I speak with my contractor, the tank costs about $35,000. The reason it costs $200,000 is because you make people redo the feasibility and all the other tests. My system's been in place since '83. It's worked fine. Just got it recertified with a new OWTS in September. And with the new requirements, you're going to make me go through all of that. It's nonsense. To get to the intent of the process, you need to encourage us to do it. Get rid of that crap, let us put in the separate tank, and get on with it. One more point. I'm also concerned about the speed of everything, okay? The Malibu Rebuilds website states two options, actually three. Option 1 and option 2. There should only be one because plus 10% is within the base. Okay? That needs to be corrected and fixed. Okay? The second thing is it's extremely misleading because it shows 1 week review. Based on the document and the statements in there, it will be 3 to 5 months minimum.
Okay, thank you.
Please fix it.
Thank you. All right, are we now to the Zoom calls, right? So, Parker, can you give us a sense of how many are still on there?
There's 7 raised hands.
7, okay. All right, I guess just give them to us in order with their names.
Heather Naylor.
Heather? Heather, are you there? Can we hear you? We'll give her a second.
Heather, you unmuted?
Heather, wake up. All right, let's move to the next one. We can maybe circle back.
Michael Kurth.
Michael, what is it? Parker, say the name again.
Michael Kurth. He's also unmuted.
Okay. All right, next one.
B. Mayer.
B. Mayer, are you there? Can we hear you?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Bethany Mayer. I'm a Malibu resident, business owner, and mother. We've heard a lot tonight about the importance of ADU approval for fire rebuilds. We need to extend this to all builds. It makes no sense to hold up ADU occupancy for an entire build completion when you can fast track desperately needed affordable housing. With the housing shortage amplified post the fires, more smaller and affordable rental housing for families displaced will be necessary. We are at risk of losing important members of our already small community. As well, the impact on the children having to leave their schools and peers. I would like to suggest to the Planning Commission to consider allowing the expediting of ADUs in our community for all builds, in addition to that of the fire rebuilds. Thank you.
Thank you, Bethany. Who do we have next?
Daphne.
Daphne, can we hear you?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Speak up.
Thank you. First of all, I really like the doctor's comments about bring all the departments together and have a meeting all together. That way it's a very holistic picture. And second, I have some specific questions. I haven't got a chance to really read through all the documents. I have one question. In the beginning of the slide, it says 10% footprint increase and 10% height, but there's no limit in the bulk. I'm not really sure how that benefits this Palisades fire, so I would like to get clarified. The other thing is about ADU. Demolish. So my understanding is the ADU could be built and be kept after the main house is built. Is that correct? Simple. That's all my questions, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daphne. Parker, who's next?
Jeffrey Von Oyen.
Jeffrey? Unmute?
Yes.
Yeah, there you are. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much, Tyler, for putting this together. I grew up in Malibu. I was a graduate of the first class of Malibu High School. My family lives in Malibu. I designed a house for my brother, which burned down in Woolsey, and we've rebuilt. A lot of people have eyes on Malibu. A lot of people want to see us get this right. Talked to everyone from the BBC to the New York Times to the Venice Biennale, showing the work that we're doing in Malibu and how we're trying to get it right this time. And I ask that if there are ways that the design community can be involved in this process, that we be included in the decision-making. I echo the comments of some of the earlier speakers. There are some critical pieces of information that are needed regarding FEMA and levels and coastal uprush, and a lot of the comments that have been made earlier I'd like to echo. There should be some very clear directions about sea level and how we treat the FEMA floodplain and how we understand that as a consistent measure for residents on the beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Who's next?
Gigi Goyette.
Gigi, can we hear you? Gigi, can you try to unmute?
There should be a pop-up to stating to unmute.
Let's go on to I think that's the end of it, right? One more?
Those were all the hands raised at the time of calling. Do you want to circle back to the first two speakers that are having issues?
Yeah, let's try that.
Heather Naylor.
Heather, are you there? No? Okay, and the other one?
Michael Kurith.
Yes, can you hear us?
Oh, yeah, there you are. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
She just left out. She's driving down to the meeting now. She's been on hold for since the meeting started. So she's driving there now. She's going to be there in like 15 minutes, so let her speak when she gets there. But the first thing I wanted to say is there needs to be a way, a prerequisite to attend these meetings where the person needs to provide an address, a burnt out lot. There shouldn't be an advertisement for contractors, whoever else trying to get business. She had a lot to say. She lost her home in the Woolsey fire. She moved to the Palisades after 6 years of trying to get her permit. And that is going to tell a lot to everyone listening to this. It took over 6 years for that process. Her home was lost in the Palisades. So there's a lot more that when she gets down there that she needs to speak. Let her speak. Wait about 15, 20 minutes until she gets there. But we have been barred from entering these meetings. We came down there in January. We were not allowed in because it was full of contractors, realtors trying to sell their business. So again, she's going to be down there in about 15 minutes. Let her speak. She has a lot to say. And I would also like to schedule time with the Attorney General, the City General, whatever the name is, because there's some questions that we want to raise about some things that have been going on over the past 6 years. So please follow up, provide it in a comment or whatever, or reach out to me. We're easy to find, and I'll come down there tomorrow to also get that information. It's just what we've been through over these past 6 years has been hell. Losing the home is nothing compared to what she's been through over this past 6 years dealing with the city of Malibu, and we need some resolution, and we need it now. She will be down there in 15 minutes. Let her speak.
Thank you. You're welcome to come down, and tomorrow, as you said, it doesn't work like that, though. We missed the speaking period. We are moving on. I'm sorry, but that's just how it works. Okay, so we've had all the speakers. We're about to go through the resolution. I would suggest if we have a quick comment before that, but quick. My one comment would be, I would to the extent that I have any say in anything, I would very much like to see more public process in more of a workshop way. I know that might take a little bit longer, an extra week or two, but maybe that would save you a few months on the back end. So I think there's some wisdom and experience in the room that we need to get together at tables and share and talk about things and be able to then elevate the best of those ideas to the council. So hopefully the council will create some more dialogue kind of process where people can really work together and figure some things out. Okay, I didn't say that very well, but I think maybe you got the point. Any other quick comments?
Yeah, I have a quick comment for those of you that are in Big Rock, because I am a member of the community brigade for the Los Angeles County Fire Department. And I drove up into your community, risked my life and risked the lives of the other people that were in their cars, and got people in your community, helped them get out of their houses, into their cars, and save their lives. So the more attacks that you want to put on me is not really helping anything for this process. And I just want to be very clear about that with all of you. And all of our guys spend the next days up there trying to put out fires and keep what was left up there left. So it doesn't really help anything when you come in here and you attack us in that process. And I want to be very, very clear about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Skylar. John, you had a...
Can you play my tape? Or if you can't find it, let him speak first.
Are you referring to the
video I sent
presentation
you.
you submitted for on the 18th?
No, the one that I submitted from that I was going to comment tonight on. I sent it in. It's a YouTube 1.5 minute tape.
If it's not handy, why don't you guys confer and get that together? Yeah. John, come just talk to them and we'll let Drew go.
Elizabeth, would you like to go next, or?
Hi.
Confirmation
Okay,
that
I'm
you
going to
had.
just say really quickly, first of all, excellent job. Tyler, really appreciated. We really do want to expedite this process. I'm going to make this quick. We really want to get through the proposal in front of us, because if we can get through it and then we can get it to council with recommendations, what this document does is relax the process so that you guys can get through it in a more expedited fashion than we have ever done historically in Malibu, and create a way to go forward that if our community faces disaster, we have a map that will allow us to get through it again and not spend all of this time. And I agree with workshops, but let's get this document done so when we get to the administrative portion, we have a space to discuss it, get together, hear from our designers, and move everybody forward. That is the goal. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Drew?
All right. I want to thank everyone for speaking tonight. I had a question for staff in regards to what we've been hearing tonight. Seems like there's a common thread in regards to the de minimis waivers. I just wanted to see if you wanted to make any comments about what you heard tonight. about that, or would you like specific questions?
I want to make sure I answer the question correctly, but I think from a couple of the groups about de minimis waivers, they prefer exemptions. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that. I think we have to get our LCP certified by the Coastal Commission, and so there's a give and take that some of you may be familiar with. And so we've met with the Coastal Commission staff. We've talked about these issues. It seems that they're more comfortable with waivers than exemptions. For whatever reason, but I'm not against doing exemptions. We can propose that, and if the council approves that, we could do that. It'll be a little tough fight with Coastal, if I'm being honest, but we can definitely go for it.
Are there any aspects that you feel that should be off the table in regards to it, or do you feel comfortable saying replacing it with exempt throughout?
So just some of the things we've heard from. Go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off, Tyler. Chair Hill and Commissioner through the chair. I just want to comment that Tyler will try to take your policy. We'll try to take your comments. He can comment on his perspective, but he's not a policymaker. I just want to make that abundantly clear.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that we.
I mean, we're trying to use staff to help us make recommendations. That's the whole basis of my questions.
Am I allowed to speak because I was on hold for like 2 hours and then you said I didn't?
No, sorry. We've no.
You've taken everyone's time away.
Sheriff,
ma'am, this is.
Hey, does everyone think that I should be able to speak?
Ma'am, this is.
Hey, Sheriff, can we please have her removed?
This is your first warning. This is your first warning, ma'am.
I had my hand up. I had my hand up. And you guys chose to mute me. I unmuted myself. I had a backup. My fiance, Mike Curran, who's living with our 2 kids. He's my backup. He did the same.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We can't have this.
But you can.
Let me
because
talk
you
to
took
you.
everyone's time so that architects could have,
I'm sorry.
Schmidt's office. What's going on here? Why don't you let people that lost their home speak?
I lost my home too, okay? We have to respect the process. No,
Do a 5-minute, 15-minute.
Grace to give her 2 minutes. I would also like to say that I wasn't even allowed to get in on the 25th because everybody was there. I wasn't allowed to talk to you on the
Stop for a moment. We're going to vote. Speak or not? Speak or not?
Yeah,
Speak.
give her the 2 minutes.
2? No. 2? All right.
We have to follow procedure, Craig.
The majority has
This is
just
not
said
how
2.
we behave, no.
Go ahead.
Okay.
All right, come on, out.
Chair, bang your gavel and tell them to remove them.
Please, order. Please leave the room. Sheriff, please.
Deputy, please remove her. Stand by.
We
not being arrested.
We are all angry and upset.
The only thing that hasn't changed is that I saw.
We are all angry and upset. Please.
Chair, you're being.
Chair.
Please.
Deputy, please
Chair
remove
Hill,
her.
Chair Hill, we're going to take a Chair Hill.
Chair, we're taking a
please.
recess.
Chair Hill, take a 5-minute recess.
We're
Take a 5-minute recess.
taking a 5-minute recess. All ashore who are going ashore. Let's try to keep this moving forward. You know, I think it just bears repeating that we have a very constrained lane here tonight about what we're allowed to do, what we're working on, what we're trying to achieve. And, you know, like anybody else here, I feel that way too. But we have to do what we have to do. So, yeah, can we have the doors back there closed, please? We just took the recess. We have to keep moving here. Okay. Did we have any other comments before we get into the line by line on the resolution?
I have a comment, and they're going to play a tape for me.
Oh, right, John, you had the tape to play. Let's all just take a breath, right? We're all trying to achieve the same thing. We just have to work with the requirements in front of us.
All we need is Parker.
Is he in the AV booth?
Let me see if I can start the play function.
Parker? Parker, we need a video played, please.
The volume isn't.
Oh, the volume's not on?
Yeah.
Well, that's you don't.
Do we have
John,
it there?
We had it loaded, but we're not able to get audio.
You're kidding me. Okay, well, I have some comments. Last meeting, I tried to explain the process, and I was not allowed to. But you all know that we can only talk about the municipal code tonight. We can only talk about this staff report. And what I was going to play is a 1-minute video of John Wooden on how he won basketball games. And what he basically said is, move fast, but don't hurry. And his point was, he wants his players to shoot as many baskets and win as many games as he can, but to take good shots, okay? And that when you hurry, you make mistakes. So we may be criticized for going too slow. In this case, we were given this staff report 2 days ago. We had a meeting the day before that. We've had 48 hours to go through it. It's complicated stuff, as Andrew Sheldon can tell you. One little word can cost you 6 months, okay? And so we may look like we're nitpicking, and these codes may look like they're nitpicking. I want to thank all of you for the way you spoke, because this is the first meeting I've been in probably 20 years on the Planning Commission or whatever I've been on it, where everybody stuck to what's really the subject. And I want to bring up a couple points that were made. Doug Verge made a great point. If we don't do this right, we're some elite town with no people in it that live there, okay? And Malibu is when I came to Malibu 52 years ago, 54 years ago, everybody had a license plate that said Malibu Way of Life. It was a community. You have a community, there's a beach community. It's not just Big Rock, it's Malibu. And if we don't stick together and we don't look at our commercial interests, which you got to get the right name, but Janet mentioned, our commercial interests aren't really here, represented here, and that's our lifeblood. If we kill it, if we close Malibu down for 7 years, building this, we won't have a Malibu, we won't have a business, we won't have markets, we won't have anything else. So, and Cyan Roy talked about your neighborhood. I'm from Point Doom. I lost 11 houses in my neighborhood. 2 are residents building back. The rest are speculators, okay? And so I'm going to do my best to try to set these rules to where if you make too many loopholes and you make things too fuzzy, smart people, smarter than you, big companies that have 50 lawyers, know how to make a lot more than you're going to get, okay? And they're going to come in and buy these lots, and you're going to regret that. So you have to look. What I'm going to attempt to do tonight, if I don't get shut up, is look at the details and make sure they don't cost you one little word wrong. And Don Schmitz can tell you this. One little word wrong can cost you 6, 8, 10, 12 months trying to fix it, okay? And so that's what, we're going to try to move along here, but I'll be here at 4 in the morning if we have to be. I don't want to push things along because this is the very last time the Planning Commission will have anything to do with this. The very last time, tonight. And if we don't put in our input, and we're the people that we go through the nitty gritty every 2 weeks. The politicians, the city managers, the city council, et cetera, don't, okay? They don't deal with the details. They don't see the consequences. The consequences can be great. For example, the guy rebuilding across the street from me had an error made by an architect on how you measure a slope. It cost him 11 months, okay, to move the house 9 feet. So this is why little important things like how you calculate a slope or something, or what's de minimis and what isn't, is very, very important. As the people on the beach mentioned, the sea rise and the FEMA flood zone. And that's another point I want to make real quick because I know I'm going on too long.
It's not. We talk about that when we get there.
No, I know, but I just want to make a different point than you think. Sure. Okay, and that is that we are governed by Newsom exempted a lot of things. A lot of things are federal. A lot of things you can't exempt. A lot of things are laws that we don't have control over that can cost you time. And you have to be able to rebuild, and to rebuild a lot of you have to get insurance, okay? We have to make sure that we don't create a situation where you can't get it. And people think you can always get insurance. You can always get the FAIR plan. I got a letter 2 days ago giving me 20-day notice I'm getting canceled by the FAIR plan, okay? So that's all I have to say. I just understand what we're trying to do and why this may take time tonight, okay, to go through all the little nitty-gritty stuff. And we listen to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. There was some good comment in that. So let's get to the top of this. We're starting the City of Malibu Planning Commission Resolution number 25-37. I would just like to say right up at the top, Tyler, we have a recitals section there. We should probably include the recitals of the governor's order and any other background that helps justify and explain why we're going to be bending any rules anywhere. So that should be in there. Any other comments or additions to the recitals? Okay. So then.
I do have a comment on that.
Yeah.
I just think that, like, basically everything that we're doing here, if we don't trust the science behind what I would say is fire science, all of this is a moot point.
Yeah.
And I feel that we are very absent in the fact that our staff has not had a chance to meet with fire science professionals and use the county as a resource. I think that you have, separate from some of the other departments that operate in LA County, you have one of the best fire departments in the country that everybody else looks at. And if you don't trust the fire science behind how you build your house, all of this is a moot point with what is redesigned and how it's planned and everything else. And I also have a comment just in general in regards to Pacific Coast Highway, that if we don't manage the slope, the highway doesn't function. And that if we don't manage the highway, none of us in Malibu really function very well for that matter. So I think that we need to look at this in a much bigger picture. And when we talk about seawalls and you hear all the comments in relation to that, if 10 neighbors got together or a larger portion of neighbors got together and worked cohesively to come up with a plan, it's going to cost all of them less money. So you look at what Big Rock's doing, and the value of community is one of the most important things in our community. It's what made Malibu for a very long time, and we're very, very blessed and fortunate to live here. And my general comment about that is that if we don't pay attention to what the state's doing, our staff doesn't work with Caltrans, our staff doesn't work with state lands, Army Corps of Engineers, we don't deal with the ocean, right? We're going to have to work up the slope from there. You have a community in Big Rock that has dewatering for a reason, because they know it's not stable. So if you try to skirt all the rules with that, it doesn't really matter what you build on top of it, because the whole thing can slide down. So I just think it's very important for people to think about that with how this is looked at. And that's my general comment.
Thank you, Skylar. No, sorry. With this.
I've had to drive 3 hours to both meetings and not been able to put my slip in.
Sir, no, we're sorry. We started making exceptions for people. We'll make exceptions for everybody.
Why don't you say this? You can ask your question next time on a meeting via Zoom. You can stay at home. You can click the Zoom link to comment, and that's the way that you do it. It's probably the most frustrating thing in the world. Not as frustrating as it was for the woman that's outside having a really difficult time right now.
Sorry, we need to move forward here. So, recitals, the whole section, do we have any other points in the, we're in the resolution, we've looked at the recitals, section 1, nobody had other comments. Section 2, this is before we're getting to the actual red line stuff, just the front end section. I don't think I had anything beyond in that, so. I'd be surprised if anybody else did. While you're looking at that, maybe I can ask Tyler a question, moving ahead to the first bit of the LCP portion. Chapter 2, definitions, general definitions, primary development area footprint. It seems to me like that we have multiple formulations for the discretion that we want to be allowing in different places about shifting the footprint, where for reasons of safety and or greater compliance with the code, or then we have this language elsewhere about if in the view of the planning director, if it's substantially superior. I think we need to conform these sections so that it's clear to people how much leeway they're going to have in shifting a footprint. And I don't know, can we not change this because it's in the LCP, or can we conform these footprint, I don't want to use the word variance exactly, but the shiftability of a footprint. Seems like that language should be consistent throughout. Yeah? No?
Let me ask on the same question. The governor's declaration basically said that we have to stay within X, and do we have the definition of X? It says substantially, and is that 10%? Is that basically what it is?
That's what it is, yeah. But can I comment?
Please.
Okay, so yeah, the governor's order, substantially the same footprint. If you want to add some language in there that speaks what does substantially footprint means, for us, that's fine. Sometimes when we add more language, we put people into a larger box. That's all I will say.
Well, elsewhere we have more language than in this particular definition. As I said, the substantially superior, and I can recall from Woolsey expressly asking Bonnie at the time, thinking of my own lot, what if your existing footprint is right on the edge and you want to move it back, like I think you said earlier, 25 feet, so that you're actually still on the pad, but you're not on the same foundation footprint.
Ray, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm on 2. 2.1, general definitions.
Oh, you're not going through this in order.
I am going in order.
Questions on that right now?
2.1. Section 2?
Exhibit A.
Oh, you're back.
It's the first, yeah, that's the page.
Page 4.
You're done with okay, I had some more questions on the resolution.
On the very first part of the resolution?
Yeah.
Well, okay, we'll go back to those in a sec, but let's finish this point with Tyler. So, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So the governor's order said we can create policies and documents that help guide that process, how we interpret that process. It almost sounds like that's more of a policy document that we should be thinking about. Because remember that code is forever unless it's amended, right? And so it's long term. And so
somewhere else, and I can't tell you right offhand, but on the de minimis waiver language, not the same general location, there's the phrase about the planning. Oh, here we are. In the judgment of the planning director, after considering the impact of the relocation on ESHA, visual resources, safety, with safety being the primary consideration, et cetera. The definition of what is substantial footprint is very discretionary there. And I think that's good, but we should have it consistent.
What you have in your packet tonight for your situation, Commissioner Hill, let's say you have this box, which is your footprint. If you move like 50% out of that box, that's probably fine. You're probably substantially in the same footprint. Now, if you move from here to way over there, that's why we have the de minimis waiver process for you. We can create policy about what substantially means.
Okay.
We can, yeah.
Well, this is one of those points where we need to flag it here and probably move ahead. John?
Tyler, we have a interpretation manual for the LIP that we kind of dropped in the last 10 years or so, but I would assume that we could consider having a whatever this is called, interpretation.
Exactly.
That's printed, that's not in the code. That way, Craig, it can be changed. It's not, as long as it's clear. And that's what was good about the LIP interpretation manual is a planner can say, here's what it says, go follow it.
That's my suggestion, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly that, yeah.
Okay. And you're taking nice notes over there, right?
That's what the videotape's for.
Okay. Yeah,
Chair, I'm also taking notes on your needs.
For performance review? No, I'm sorry. All right, so John, you wanted to go back into the first section.
Well, what I'm wondering in the recitals, you got me confused again. I can't read this right now, but do we recite that the governor said this and this and this? What I'm trying to understand in the recitals is, do we need to say how long this lasts? Because it seems to me it's presented as it lasts forever. And he's only been governor for 2 more years and Trump 3. And do these things last forever? These waivers and stuff. It doesn't seem clear.
So I am just going to say, from my perspective, it seems pretty clear, John, that this is going to be disaster relief, and it's going to last in perpetuity if there's a disaster. And if it needs to be changed at a future date, we'll address it at a future date.
Yeah, well, I'm not wondering whether we address it. I'm wondering if the agency above us, or it expires at the state, or expires at federal, or whatever.
Just real quick, so we have the context right. For Palisades Fire, Commissioner Riddick, it wasn't for all disasters, but yes, what you said, but for Palisades Fire. I just want to be clear on that because it was specific to that disaster.
Okay, so then I just want to make sure. So you're saying it's not retroactive, but this is disaster relief that's being incorporated as a special type of disaster relief permit that should another one happen, it would in fact continue forward. It's not retroactive.
So
Is that what you're saying?
Well, the laws that we have in front of you tonight mimic the governor's order, so that would be the case. Like we would then carry what the governor said into perpetuity for the city. Yes.
Okay, Skylar?
But,
John Skylar.
Just as a more like general comment, Tyler, I would, or even Kellen for that matter, I would ask that we bring back an item to the Planning Commission that's separately related to this, or even it goes to the, we decide on maybe make a recommendation to council of how whatever element is decided with this gets put retroactively to those that were affected in the Woolsey fire, but specifically only people that are the current owner of that property. Because as you heard tonight, and I still hear it from a lot of different people in the community that aren't here tonight and aren't aware of this meeting and not thinking about that, consistently how frustrated they are with that process. And if at this stage of the process, we're 50% through those, or 50% of the people have applied, or 50% of the people has built, I think that we as a community need to do better for those that are still the owners of those properties that had gone through that traumatic experience. So I don't know where you guys stand on that. That's kind of a separate issue, but it came up tonight, and I just want to be very clear on it that should only apply, and most of this to me should only apply to those that are the owner at the time of the fire. I don't know how that works with the governor's orders. It sounds like he's putting it in place for a few years. I'd like a little clarification on that.
Yeah, I mentioned Richard Gibbs' comment on that point. I think it was good. John?
As I remember in Woolsey, we were told by our prior attorney, Trevor, that certain things go with the land and certain things can be restricted, and the governor's order didn't say it's restricted to current owners, and that would be, and you can comment on that, that would be legally impossible, correct?
Yeah. So let me talk about the lay of the land here a little bit. The governor's orders only applies to the Palisades fire victims. Personally, I think, there is a good argument to make it the way you said it, all fires, Franklin, Woolsey, whatnot. That is not what we have before us today. We are also taking the first crack at this. There are probably going to be times that we'll have to come back and tweak things. And there will be, there will also potentially be more Governor Newsom executive orders. We've seen 24 in the last, since the fires happened. There may be more, especially as we're going through this process. We talk to the governor's office, Cal OES, other people, and say, hey, we're running into this other issue that you didn't see in your executive order. You'll notice, or maybe not, but in some of the executive orders that we're talking about tonight, he put out one in January, and then the one that we're discussing tonight says, hey, that one I put out in January wasn't perfect. I'm striking out X, Y, Z and amending it. So we may see that happening again. As to trying to limit it to current owners, fully get the reasoning behind it. Commissioner Mazza is correct. It would run with the land. It would also run into some potential legal issues with people who buy properties and constitutional issues that I don't want to go too deep into. And then a very small policy issue, people that are trying to sell their land, if you put a lot of restrictions on them, no one wants to buy it, and they'll say, oh, just go to City of LA and do it. So.
Okay, another follow-on question with you.
Yeah.
We are allowed, though, to, as I understand it, on like exempt fees for original owners and those, because that's a city action. But the new people don't get the freebies.
Yes, you can make recommendations. We would have to come up with findings once it goes to City Council about the validity of those. I think they're probably pretty easy to make in this situation, why we're picking and choosing. But yes, if you want to make a recommendation that fees are waived, cut in half, whatever you may be for current fire victims and not people that buy it March 1st going forward or something like that, that's valid.
Are we at a point where we can do a consensus on that? I'd like to recommend to the City Council that they, can I finish this, or you want to tell me first? That we recommend to the City Council that they consider resident at the time of the fire fee waivers or partial fee waivers, and just they consider it, we don't. Is that something we can recommend to the city council?
Yes. However, that's not on the agenda tonight. We're only looking at those issues. So
we have informal consensus on that.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Can I just mention that for the Woolsey fires, we also added for their direct descendants because we had a lot of issues where people who are elderly suffered trauma from the fires, passed, their children had the same benefits of fee waivers as the original owners. So if you do make a recommendation in the future, that be added.
Yeah, we'll get to that in here. So are we into the meat of these sections, or are we still in the, okay. All right, so general definitions, then the next page, 3.6 residential development standards. I would have a comment on the temporary housing, 3.6M. This sort of language about the housing refers both to self-contained in some places like Tyler, you're ahead of me here, it looks like.
I'm sorry, no, I just wanted to make sure. Did you have an issue with the primary development footprint definition, or are we good? Because we moved on. So I just want to.
No, I think we're good.
Okay.
Well, I think we're talking about, we want some policy on that.
So I have a question on that.
Quick?
Yeah.
So like everyone's been reiterating, our goal is to get a recommendation to the council on this, what's in front of you.
Yeah.
So if you guys have issues with this language, now's the time to kind of give that to us.
Well, I think I said it already. We want it to be inclusive enough that it can accommodate for these safety concerns and, the substantial, whatever that, I forget the phrase now, substantially superior.
But I think we talked about through policy. Did you guys want to change the actual language that's proposed?
I think what we would like to do is have the language conformed, however that is, and towards this direction.
Okay.
Right? Because there's different sections that talk about that.
And then maybe we take a consensus at the end.
Yeah.
So we'll mark down these issues and then we'll take a consensus at the end.
I think there's probably consensus on
or do you want to do it by topic to get through?
I have a question about the temporary housing though.
So we're on, so yes, consensus. Yes. Temporary housing.
I want this development.
Oh.
I have a question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So my question in regards to the beachfront stuff is, how do we deal with a situation where, because of geological or other reasons, right, we need to have an existing property, let's say Caltrans is like, hey, we have this hiccup in the road here, we need to make this safer, and we need to make it safer now. We don't necessarily want to condemn the property that's on the beach, but we need this property line to shift 6 feet this direction, right? Do you then tell the owner, like, okay, you can build the same house, but you got to like move everything 6 feet? Like the opposite of what you were referencing on a hillside, let me pull it back from the bluff. What if the state's like, we need to make this part of the road higher, and this is the only way to do it safely, to have a bike lane and this and that and the other, right? It is the only way we can possibly have 2 safe lanes of travel in each direction, a safe lane in the middle of the highway, and bike lane and parking. If Caltrans comes to us and says that, how is this going to deal with that?
Can I say, you're referencing a graphic we received today, I think,
I'm
right?
referencing the graphic that we received today from Robin Cloud.
Yeah.
Yes, I am, because I was sent that and I paid very close attention to that, where I would like to pull the graphic up. Can we pull up a graphic from something that was submitted to the city? I just think it's really important for people to see that.
We don't maintain a media file of every piece of correspondence as it comes in. Those are made part of the public record. I'll find it and then I'll send it to you. Can I do that? If you could tell me the last name of the person, I can locate it in the climate department. Thank you.
It came in today.
Can I go into another question while she's doing that?
Can I?
As long as we're not going ahead too far.
I want to make sure I answer Vice Chair's.
Yeah.
Or I know what his concern is. So you're saying, like, if Caltrans basically takes a portion of this person's property because of these road expansions, and so now their house can't be where it was, it needs to be moved back.
or their house was in the right of way to begin
so it's
with.
like the opposite if you're on a mountain. So if you're on a mountain, you're like, hey, I want to pull it back from the bluff to make it safer. That's one thing. But what if you're on the beach, right? And you're like, Caltrans is like, hey, I want to make the highway safer,
There it is.
right?
Yeah.
If you can make that, I don't know, yeah, that's the diagram. Yes, so if you can make that bigger, right? This is, I think, a very important thing to understand, right? If you had a bulkhead like that, right? And you did a bulkhead for 30 houses in a block, that's going to be a lot less expensive than each person doing it one at a time. I think there'd be a lot of savings for the owners in those areas. And I think the other thing that I want to make clear about a drawing like this is if you had proper wave uprush, that's how some of this stuff might look. And I know that a lot of people spoke about it tonight, and I just don't feel like that's captured when we make the recommendations on the footprint. So I don't know how to put that into the proper language, but just like you were referencing on the hillside, you could have the opposite situation on the beach. And I just want to, I don't know, somehow make the comment about that.
Just for the public's reference, I think we didn't hear from McLeod, but a couple of things he points out. One, he's saying the state would take the extra 15 feet to accommodate what they want to do on the highway, and in exchange, give 15 feet on the State Lands Commission side, right? That's one thing he's saying. Another thing he's saying is if you have to raise the level of that, then if you can back the house away from the highway, you could have a ramp rather than having to have the cars step up, 4 feet in a 2-foot width or whatever.
But,
right? But a shortcoming on this, though, is that bulkhead is going to have side scour, and there will be no beach there.
Unless you do something offshore, and that leads me to the next point that I made.
That's part of his thing, yeah.
Which is trying to, no, this is a real issue, you guys.
Yeah.
This is the the once in 100-year event that nobody ever wanted to happen, and it happened, and we have to get it right. And I don't know how, I mean, if we don't get it right, then we have more problems. It's probably above my pay grade to make all these decisions, working up here for free. All right, but I'll leave it at that.
Where we are right now is just talking about footprints, right? So this
but
is a
I'm
footprint
making
question.
This is a footprint question. So if my house was right there and Caltrans comes and says, I'm now taking part of your land because I need to make the highway safe as a public safety issue, right? But that person still wants to have a house. It might be different if you're up the canyon, but imagine if Roca Chica was a public highway and the city came in and said, we're widening the road easement, we're taking your property, and we're going to force you now to have a smaller house.
Okay, so I'm just going to comment really quick, and then I want to hear what Tyler has to say.
John said it, and then you.
Okay.
Well, what I don't understand about all this is, number one, this is saying you get to build what you had, and we have a new mean high tide line determination, sea rise, et cetera, and in some cases, these houses are being built on state land. Okay, if we were doing a normal CDP, it would be state land. So the problem with what Skylar's proposing is we have no authority, and Caltrans has no authority, or nobody else has authority to take state land and give it to an individual. And so I don't know how you could ever do that. The other thing is, and I drove down the highway the other day, there's areas that look to me like the highway's going to go, okay, unless something's done about sea rise. So there's a higher likelihood that these will be eminent domained at some point. Now, Craig makes a good point about sea scour. Are we authorized? One of the proposals here was, let's let people build long, continuous walls to, and save money and do it all at one time. Did coastal I mean, that's more than a coastal exemption if it causes, say for example, you did the first 1,000 feet of Malibu, Topanga Beach would disappear, probably.
It wouldn't disappear if you used offshore structure and you did.
Yeah, but
if you had riprap in there, it would not.
Yeah,
No, it
but
would not.
we have no authority at all.
I understand
to do
that we have
offshore, and neither does the state.
The point that I'm making about that is that we need our staff to work with those individuals to come up with a plan for our city.
Right.
Because our city is wrecked.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
And if they don't get in the room together and start working, it doesn't work at all.
No,
it doesn't work
totally
for anybody.
understand that. That's why I think this process is
All right.
screwed up.
This is one of those points where we have to put a pin in it and just say, you're right, Caltrans, we have to be talking to Caltrans, and I would point out too, Coastal is not going to be happy about this idea about capturing state lands, commission land. So,
well, they've already been exempted.
That means bye-bye beach houses. I just want to be very clear about that. That's called eminent domain. That's what that is.
Well, okay.
Well,
the point we're talking about now is footprint.
I know, but I know, and I'm
We need to
talking
keep
about
moving.
footprint. I want to know from our attorney, can we, under this ordinance that says you can build back where you were, can we allow that if it's determined that that isn't their land?
It's going to be a case-by-case basis. We can't let someone build on someone else's land.
The problem with most of those properties is those property owners, unless they've given up I don't even know what they've done with a lot of access easements, but most of those people are paying property taxes for land that's in the ocean.
I know, but at a certain, I think you misunderstood my question. If we determine, number one, I want to add that I think it'd be incumbent upon the city to determine at this point which high tide line these houses are going to be able to use to determine their sea rise.
The mean high tide line is calculated
May I
over
interrupt for a
18.2
second?
years.
I think that it's pretty clear, and I just like Tyler or Kellen to correct me if I'm wrong, that basically these homes are grandfathered in. So even though they're past the mean high tide line, they are grandfathered in because of the disaster. And I understand what Skylar is saying, and I appreciate it, Skylar. These are things that may or may not come into play. And at the time when they come into play, we'll focus on them. But we do have a document at hand, and we could spend all night going through all of the what ifs. So I would like Tyler to please address, what the commissioners have said, and then let's get to business.
But let me just ask Tyler one thing.
Hang on. He was just asked a question. Let's let Tyler.
Well,
honestly, this is going to provide some clarity. So please, can I just say this? Because this is going to provide some clarity. What Commissioner Riddick said is 100% true. The original footprint is, I don't know if we want to use the term grandfathered in, but that's what it is, right? You just can't project more seaward. So in that scenario, if they had to project more seaward, they would be not in the governor's order anymore. So he would have to come up with a different order to kind of cover that scenario. But the governor's order does grandfather your thing in, just not further seaward. And the mean high tide line issue, the state lands issue, not an issue based on the executive order that we work directly with the state on that, your Malibu people, to make sure that that was not going to be an issue. Thank you.
That sounds pretty clear to me.
Chair, if I could just add onto that, fully 100% correct. And when I say case-by-case basis, it's going to come down to proof. And we've really expanded what kind of proof can be used, but it's going to require proof. So I don't want to say everyone gets 100% of what they think they had. There's still going to be a proof process, but we've relaxed that quite a bit from what we used to have.
Yeah, John?
We've had cases come before us before where the houses on some of the old 1930s houses actually built on the highway. So the governor, as I understand it, said, you get what you had if it was legally built.
They took that out. He took that out.
Took it out. So so if you build on the highway, it's yours now.
Like Kellen said, I think the correct term is they broadened it. They took out the term legal, so it's broader. Yes. Okay, guys, and I'm sorry because we're running out of time. We're not running out of time. You guys can be here all night. I'm your servant. But I just wanted to say, does this definition work or not for this context? Because what this definition means is for the beachfront property. You know, we have a beachfront with a house and then the decks all around it. That's their footprint according to this definition. Does that work, or does it need to be more clear?
It's clear to me.
Okay.
It's not, I have one question on the clarity, and that is that I seem to remember reading in here that decks could be replaced, not that it increased the size of the buildable area. In other words, a deck isn't part of a footprint. It's an allowed structure, but yeah, could you take, for example, if you had a house that was on the ocean and had a 20-foot deck and a 10-foot house, could you make a 30-foot house?
What I'm going to say is that the governor gave the city full jurisdiction to make these determinations. So we wrote this definition to capture that if you have an existing deck on a beach, that's your footprint to the amount seaward that it currently extended before the fire. And that's your development area. That's your footprint.
So is that in this definition?
I think it is, but that's what I need feedback on.
Yes,
in that
it's
case,
the bottom line of the definition.
In that case, you would have some interaction with the string line rule, right? Because if your deck is...
You cannot project further seaward because you'll be outside of the governor's order. But there's a hard line at your current, not the deck string line, your current deck that you had before the fire. There's a hard cap. You cannot go seaward. That's your cap. This is your footprint. What you had before is your footprint.
Okay.
So I'm going to just propose something, and I don't know if I'm doing this procedurally correct, but, you know, I spent quite a bit of time going through, over the last 2 days, going through this document and doing a deep dive and trying to understand it. And there are certain things that I would like to bring up. If the other commissioners have also gone through this document, maybe, and I know John is so phenomenal at having like a decisive list on this, 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 and this. Maybe each of us should bring those forward, and that's what we should discuss, because I think we all know what the document says, unless...
But we're going through it linearly, so when we get to the point that snags you up or you have a question about it, we'll bring it up, right?
Yeah.
One more comment on the beach.
One more comment on the beach.
I just think that by doing that, and I know it's following the order, we're setting these houses up for failure in the future because they're too close together. So that's going to happen again at some point. And I think that that's a very foolish.
That's a question about setbacks, side yard setbacks.
Yeah.
That is something to bring up. It's not in front of us now, but maybe
yeah, but it has to do. Yeah. I'm just saying that you build those at that same footprint, and they're touching one another.
Well, we can do something about it. Okay, we can have fire hardened rules just like we're going to have in the hills.
So you're saying, so if we're saying this, here's the footprint rule. Now also conditioned by a deeper setback requirement.
No, you can say, a lot of these houses have no setbacks. Okay, so you can say your side yard walls must be X-rated fire safety type thing, cement or whatever. And that
Tyler,
way,
what's the standard for that?
At least they have a chance of surviving. For example, there's a house on Coast Highway that woman trainer built. It's solid cement. And when you drive down there, Michael, when you drive down there, that house is standing. The houses around it aren't.
That house is in fire. I think it's the one that's standing by itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, that house was on fire. I was in that house when it was on fire.
But it didn't go down because it
didn't go down because.
But this is a broad document, so let's focus on the definition at hand, whether we like it or not. And if you don't like it, there's two options. You can say, I want it changed in here, which is in the ordinance, which will harden it for, forevermore. It can obviously be changed. Or we can make a recommendation that you don't like it and you want the city council to amend it based on your thought process or put it into the policy document.
Okay.
Well, John has a good point about considering the setbacks, and I think that does condition footprint in the beachfront where they have no real setback. I don't know. Do we put a little asterisk on this section, or?
I'm sorry,
Or do we address that?
Helen just gave us recommendations on how to do it.
Yeah.
If you don't build houses up in Big Rock that are 30 feet apart, they'll burn down again.
Yeah, and now Skylar.
Okay, so are we talking about setbacks? Let me just be clear. We're talking about setbacks?
Just wondering if the setbacks condition the footprint, or do we treat that as a separate issue?
I think we put that in a separate, issue if that's the concern, yeah.
Now, Skylar, to
Different
answer
chapter.
the question on that diagram, garages can be in the flood zone. So you can have your garage in the flood zone as long as it's not totally enclosed.
I foresee a lot of garage view corridors.
Yeah, so otherwise you have to drive up a 90-degree ramp to get into your garage. Can't be done.
But we're moving past the definition topic,
Yeah.
so it's,
Yeah, thank you. So, all right.
Tyler and I won't be able to capture these and be accurate to what you guys want to send to the council if we
I'd like to
keep.
send the second option that needs further review.
What?
The setbacks.
The setbacks do need further review.
As I understand, the concern about setbacks is we want to create greater setbacks for fire hardening purposes.
Strictly for fire safety, and I think that before any of those decisions are made by the council, they need to seek advice from very high-level fire professionals as to what that should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think we can do that. The governor's exemption said 110% of what you got, and you can't change your setback on the beach.
And you can't lose what you have.
You can't lose what you have. There's a footprint, there's a footprint.
Correct. So what this definition does is takes the governor's order, which said XYZ is now no longer in effect, Coastal Act, et cetera, and is putting it right here in this definition. So what he said is you get the same footprint plus 10%. So we are defining what footprint is so that when someone comes in and says, here's my footprint, we have a definition of what that means.
Perfect. Thank you, Kellen. Real quick. Thank you, Kellen. That's exactly what I was trying to articulate.
Yeah.
The setbacks issue should be added in a different, my recommendation is to add it in a different section about design standards. That's what, not in a definition about footprint.
Okay, and to Skylar's point about on the beach and there being, you get your whole footprint, but maybe there is some requirement for a block wall or some kind of fire safety something, right?
And that will come later in this discussion, but we need a definition of a footprint so that a person knows what we're starting with. And then we may have to whittle it down because of setbacks, but someone gets to walk in and say, my old house was 1,000 square feet, I get 1,000 plus 100, and then there's other things that can affect it. But we just need a base definition. We're on not even first base. We're still sitting at home, so.
All right, so.
I have a question on that, and that is, on beachfront lots with no side yard setbacks, you basically get to build as big as you want with a CDP, and if you're already built as big as you can build, how do you go 10% higher? You can't give, is there something in the definition that says you can't go 10% bigger because there's no room to go 10% bigger? As far as the footprint goes.
One more question along those lines, like what if somebody has already used that APR in the last 25 years, or since 2001, since the LCP was certified? Are you going to say you can just do another APR? You understand what I'm saying?
Not really, sorry.
Well, so let's say you had a house that's 5,000 square feet.
The 150%?
Right.
Is that what you're talking about? Now you're saying you get 165%?
And then you did an APR, and then you made a 5,500 square foot house, and then, oh, my house burned down, and now I'm going to get an extra 10% on top of that.
Yeah. Did your APR get approved?
You got an APR, you got it approved by the city, you built it, it burned down.
You're good.
I know that you're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's the question, it's the extra 10% when there is no extra anywhere to grant.
Yeah, you don't get more 10% if you're maxed out on TDSF, right? That's what we're saying.
There's no TDSF on a beachfront lot.
So there's no regulation that would stop people from getting more square footage then, right?
But, no, you misunderstand my question. You've got a beachfront lot, it's 20 by 30. Your house is 20 by 30, okay? You've already filled it all up because there's no side yard setback. How do you get 23 by 33?
It's a lot constraint, but it's not
Okay,
to do
so
with
the lot
square
constraint
footage
rules.
limits, you know?
Okay.
On a beachfront property, if you can max out your whole, as long as you meet all the setbacks, you could just build a whole big box and max it all out as square footage.
Okay.
You can do that.
So, John, it's just a physics problem.
Some people won't get the 10%. That's the answer.
Yeah. So, all right. So I think we're moving on to 1740. Now we're in the municipal code, property development design standards, temporary housing. I think, Drew, you had a comment about that right off.
In regards to the temporary housing, like two-way access and stuff like that, that's not applicable for the temporary housing, but it would be applicable for the ADU in the future?
Correct.
So basically, anyone that puts in temporary housing in Big Rock would not be able to keep it as an ADU because there's not two-way access?
That's correct. The way, unless you guys want to propose to change the ADU law, you can do that.
Okay, so I think we should discuss that.
I just want to clarify something that was said earlier. So my understanding is even though we had this attempt at an ADU ordinance that has been put forth in the zoning in the MMC, it still hasn't been approved, right? So in fact, people can still have an ADU and the two-way access legally doesn't apply.
So I'll let Kellen,
Tyler.
I'll let Kellen handle the legal aspect of that question. The city council did approve last year a municipal code change to the ADU ordinance, which is, as I understand, in effect. But go ahead, Kellen.
Yes, we passed an ADU ordinance. It was at HCD. They have not said it is not in effect. So it's still on our books. It's still something that we are following.
But they haven't said it is in effect and it's ratified.
That's not the exact process with HCD.
Yes, it doesn't really make a difference because the goalposts are going to get changed on these.
Really?
Yeah, well, it does make it, I mean, that definition is important, but down the road, as soon as that does get certified and then it all of a sudden changes for these people, I don't know if they're going to be grandfathered in, what's going to happen with that. My point is that we should have a policy that they can go forward with or know exactly what they're looking at.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to remind you of the pictures of the fire in.
I actually have a simple way of doing that. I think that we should allow the temporary housing and
I think we should.
You understand what I'm trying to get?
Yes, I think we should modify the current zoning ordinance and make sure that we take out any barriers to cause confusion or legal issues after people have their ADUs. That's the way they choose to go.
Can I speak?
They're temporary housing.
Yeah, now this is temporary housing. Now I just want to remind, we have to look at the situation in every zone. And I don't know if you remember in the Palisades fire, there's big news on a gigantic bulldozer bulldozing cars out of the way, okay? And so one way in, you know the fire department isn't going there. Number two, the county ADU ordinance requires two ways in the hills because of the fire safety. And three, we're looking at adding.
That was the city's requirements. That wasn't governmental requirements. That was requirements that our council came up with.
But the county's ordinance in the mountains is two ways in and two ways out. Okay, and it is approved and it's on the books and it got it adopted and blah blah blah. But we have to look at public safety, and here you have. What, 270 houses? And you're going to add another 270 dwelling units, potentially? And...
Can I make one suggestion? Because we're on temporary homes. I'm just trying to keep it. We're going to get to ADUs.
Okay, well,
let's get to ADUs.
Temporary homes
So Commissioner Riddick made a great comment. I just want to make sure we capture it. So I have in front of you guys some of the language that we're adding into the temporary homes, if you want to take a look at it.
Where is it?
Right here.
Yeah, and I should clarify too. That there's temporary home language in the LCP, which, as we're going in order, that's what we'd hit first. And a minute ago, I said we're now onto the MMC. We're not really onto the MMC yet.
Yeah, I thought maybe you were trying to do it by temp home, like how the PowerPoint was. So, but yeah, if you want to do it that way, that way works.
I'm trying to find ways to help the people that lost their homes long-term, and, you know, that should be our goal with this.
Okay.
So here's just my suggestion for you guys. You want to just do temporary homes since we're here, or do you want to go back to the LCP real quick?
Let's stay with.
You bounced it from temporary homes to ADUs in part of this document. I think we should try to tie it together.
No, we're going to go back to ADUs. That's what I'm saying. Right now we're on temporary homes. I think we just covered temporary. If I may suggest,
somebody give me the code section and what page. Are we talking about this red line stuff, or
yes, we are.
Okay,
we're on page PDF 16, which would be
I don't know,
LCP 3.6 residential development standards.
3.6. We're all the way up to 3.6.
Chapter 3. No, we're not all the way up to anywhere. We're right near the beginning still.
Okay, so Chair here, what I'm saying is
I'm not talking about.
Go ahead, Tyler,
Chair,
please.
what I'm hearing is we're going just LCP first, and then we're going MMC first, or do you want to just tackle this temporary homes issue since we're here?
Let's tackle.
All right,
okay,
so we're going
so
to do
what
Exhibit A.
Guys, so what I heard.
We are in Exhibit A, yeah.
Okay, and what section are we in Exhibit A?
3.6M.
We're in 3.6M, but now Tyler made the reasonable suggestion that we also talk about the municipal code version of this at the same time.
Well, just to get over temporary homes, and maybe we'll go back to just the LCP. Does that work? Because you guys had some issues, and Commissioner Riddick's, okay.
Yeah.
So does this language in front of you about adding geo standards or requirements and, you know, is this seen by you guys as prohibitive? The reason that it's been added, we worked with our geology team, and, you know, we want to take some safety measures because there were some concerns that, you know, you don't want a temporary home in a landslide to fall down the slope. And so there was some kind of safety catches.
All right, so so we're all playing on the same page, John. We started on the LCP temporary homes. We're temporarily jumping to the municipal code temporary homes.
Okay, just tell me what section where we are, because I made my notes on this
Yeah,
sheet.
so this is MMC 17.40.040 residential development standards, the section that corresponds to the LCP section. Now this one, I agree that there was a comment from the audience that it seemed like maybe excessive to be doing the geotechnical report on the temporary home. Maybe that makes more sense if it does need to become an ADU, right? But if this is, and in the same breath, there's some language that you had, I think it was in the LCP one, that talked about things like the skirt and the temporary, and whether it is attached to a foundation makes a difference than whether it is just resting on a foundation. That's two different things, right? Yeah. So if it's some of these, if it's not attached, in other words, if it's a trailer or a motorhome or something like that, then that shouldn't be subject to these geological stuff. But maybe if it's attached, then suddenly it is a more permanent.
But what do you guys do with Point Gym Club or Paradise Cove?
So they don't do anything because it's all done in HCD.
Yeah.
They don't do anything at all. They just let them go to town.
The city does supposed to permit Paradise Cove.
We'll do like a coastal permit for like if they needed their OWTS upgraded or something, but to Commissioner Vice Chair Peake's point, yes, the state regulates the mobile home parks.
Yeah.
So my suggestion is that you talk with HCD, and I think that we should avoid the situation of having large mobile homes brought up some of these canyon runs. First off, I don't even know how they would make it around Big Rock, a large unit. Maybe it could. Maybe we'd have to go up in multiple trucks.
My mom used to visit with a 30-footer on my driveway.
The 30-footer is much different than like a 65-footer.
Yeah.
Okay? But you have a grade issue. You have, you know, a lot of issues that are up there. I recommend that you talk with somebody in HCD and that you see, maybe you can have that conversation before this goes to the council. And I do recommend that those structures in those areas be fastened to the ground because I have seen them blow over in the Santa Monica Mountains due to wind. And I think that we want to avoid, when I mean fastened to the ground, it should remain on wheels. But it should have basically like a tent, right? And the city needs to figure out a way with building and safety to make sure that those don't blow over when the wind gets very strong. If you have a similar wind event that you had in this fire, and there's no fire, and the mobile home was up there, it would literally just blow over. It's a much different thing when they're sitting down lower in Paradise Cove or elsewhere. But when you're up in a canyon and your wind speed is going to be clocked at 80 to 100 miles an hour, you are there's a life safety risk to say it's okay to put these up there. That is a horrible decision.
So he's just saying, temporary should all be secured regardless.
Oh, okay, that's what kind of what I'm getting at. So there is a building safety plan check review in this that we don't want, it's not in our purview. That's in the building official's purview, right? So do we want to add anything in the planning law related to what you guys are saying?
I think what Tyler is addressing specifically is the geotechnical report, right? Where the builder or the person on the lot would have to hire a firm like Geolabs, Geosoils to actually prepare a report that would then be verified by the city. And I think that what he's asking is maybe we want to say if you were going to put a foundation down, you probably should have a geotechnical report. But if it is something on wheels, maybe we don't require it. That is what he is asking.
But I do think we need to require geo because they have to do geo anyway, okay? That's not a burden. Now, because if these are going to be converted in the future, that's why they're 1,000 feet.
They should not be converted. It says
they shouldn't be converted.
It says they can only be there for 4 years.
So I would make a recommendation that if it is on wheels, it does not require a geotechnical survey. But if it's going to be attached to foundation, then we would require that because it may be permanently there.
That's a good idea.
I think that's fine, but I think you need to make a recommendation that it's secured for the event of extreme wind.
On wheels blowing away. Yeah.
It will. I saw a steel container blow over in that fire. It blew my mind.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rebecca's definition is fine, subject to safety concerns. Elizabeth.
Yeah, I want to say one last thing about this. This 1,000 square feet is kind of like the bonus above the 10% on this whole document. Yeah. And council seems to be not interested in giving expedited plan checks or fee waivers for people that are going to be going for anything more than planning verification. And to take the 1,000 square feet away from most of the victims and have no path to build what you really need is problematic.
I don't know.
And I encourage council to keep that in consideration.
Well, Tyler, everything is subject to the TDSF, correct?
Yes.
Right, because, and this may be the wrong time to mention this, but nothing is subject to the 2/3 rule, correct?
If it was development over 18 feet, not on a beach, it would, yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, what?
If it was development on a non-beachfront property over 18 feet, yes, it would be subject to the 2/3 rule, the permanent structure, yeah.
Okay, so, but we've taken the word bulk out, right?
No, I think we're conflating a couple things.
Okay.
Bulk is still in there, but the governor's order for Palisades fire just talks about footprint and height. So bulk does not apply for the Palisades fire.
Bulk is problematical generally because, if you just had a cube, 10% area increase and 10% height would give you 21% increase on the bulk.
So we can get the bulk when we go back to the LCP
we'll
because
get
that
to the
is
bulk
there.
later,
Yeah.
I have a question about procedure also. I mean, we're throwing all these things out there. I'm not sure what the whole commission is approving and what the whole commission is not approving right now. So I think if we could just do straw votes or consensus and then keep moving on because, you're starting to get into topics that we're not agreeing to.
So do we have consensus that if it's on wheels, no geology. If it's not on wheels, geology, and then there's a subject, as Rebecca read.
All in favor?
Yes, and it needs to be.
She's got a comment first.
Per Schuyler, it needs to be secured.
Okay.
But let's.
I mean, I think in reason that's fine, but you see the places that some people put trailers and then you just don't want to hurt anyone. So
Yeah.
I think
Let Rebecca try to read us one, or whatever you want to say.
I just want to clarify with the commission that they understand the full language of the requirement that the geotechnical team requested is asking for a very limited report that just identifies whether it is likely that a debris flow would impact the structure within the 4-year time period of the temporary housing.
We do understand that, thank you.
And you're wanting that stricken.
I want that to stay.
What I'm hearing is, okay, that's a little bit different, but what I'm hearing is for temporary on wheels, you don't need to do this report.
Right.
But on a more not permanent, because can't be a permanent foundation, but a more structured piece that they need to have the geotechnical recommendation done.
Yeah, but a question on that. If you're talking debris flow.
Yeah, that's a horrible. That is horrible policy.
Hang on, one at a time. John,
No,
start.
you're
John,
sticking
start.
something that's not built like a house up in an area that has a bunch of rocks that are going to be rolling down it in every mudslide, and now you're going to put a bunch of temporary houses up there with nothing protecting them, and people can get hurt. That's not good planning.
Yeah, no, that's what I was going to say. I did not realize this was a debris flow situation, and yes, they need that review, even if it's on wheels, because unless you maybe have something that says if it's motorized on wheels, there's a lot of things on wheels. You got to bring a big truck in and haul them out. You don't just do it any second.
Yeah, I don't need a geology report for my Jeep. I don't know.
If I may, we're never going to get through all of this tonight if we have as much banter and back and forth. So hold on, Commissioner. Let me explain a recommendation that will allow you to speak but not have so much time spent on each item. We've literally only gone through with the definition of the footprint tonight. So my recommendation, one, so we get through this tonight, but two, so that staff, including myself, can be clear on what people are voting for, is that we go one by one, look at the definitions that are proposed in red here, and say, yes, I like it, then you don't have to say anything else. Or if you don't, what issue you find with it. But the back and forth is where we're getting caught up.
What you proposed is what we're trying to do.
And Chair, I would also say make sure that you're calling upon your commissioners to speak so that we don't have a free-for-all right now.
Okay, everybody. All right, so jumping back on the still in temporary housing, but back to the LCP version of it, I just wondered about the language that said no more than 2 units total. I don't know what justifies that. I saw post-Woolsey, I've seen places with 3 and 4 units. If you're under the 1,000 square feet, it's saying it just has to be 2, it seems sort of arbitrary. Or you could get 2 tough sheds, you can get a 500 square foot tough shed. They exist. You could put 2 of those and get your 1,000. So, why not say you could have 3 or 4 or whatever?
You can change that. That's the existing law. And based on your point, Chair Hill, that's why our code enforcement manager recommended we up the fine for people who violate because it was an issue. So those examples you mentioned are probably people that are not in compliance with this law.
Well, maybe can we just say 3 just to be a little more? John?
Typically, trailers, et cetera, have building codes. Tough sheds, single wall construction, et cetera, are not necessarily, they don't have codes for living in them, okay? And this is what they're for, okay? So I do not think that we're in a situation where you have anything other than the 1 or the 2. You don't want a bunch of shacks.
But there is not a 1,000 square foot motorhome or even trailer for that matter, probably.
Granted, if they're code compliant, but to approve any structure.
Chair, can I ask a question? For trying to move this along, does the commission have any notes through this that you've found any exceptions with our changes that we're suggesting in red line? Because everything that's here is your existing code. The red lines are the only things that we're changing based on the existing governor's order and what we see as being needed to try to help this community rebuild as efficiently as possible. This will then get us to the council so that we can open up a conversation and a dialogue with our community. So if there's any exceptions that you have to the red lines, I think we focus on that instead of maybe even going through section by section. Let's see which commissioner has an exception to each area, and maybe that'll get us going.
Well, if we're just going on the red lines, then I think we have a problem, because I got a lot of problems with some of the things.
This is, this is a document as a whole, and circumstances have changed radically since this was last written. And I think we have a duty to at least review these things. I think you're right. We need to push through quickly. So maybe just take a note there that at least, I don't know, we have a dispute about whether we can have more than 2 units on a thing.
Well, it says
Let's
temporary.
move on. Let's move on from that.
Craig, I just want to point out.
It's a small point in the big
I just
picture.
want to point out, it says, for purposes of temporary homes on wheels and readily movable trailers, okay? That's what you got. It's not anything else, okay?
Okay.
And so talking about tough sheds and other alternative things isn't in here.
It's not allowed.
All right, so I'm looking also at, now still on the LCP version 2, number 2. We're still on 3.6, LCP residential development M2 shall be placed within the existing development area. We're talking about temporary houses. I would say no, especially not if the house is to be built there on the same footprint. And, you know, so that needs to be fine-tuned a little bit, because you're basically saying you need to put the temporary house in the existing development area. Maybe that's...
Development area counts more than just the house.
Yeah, it's more than just the house, but...
So you have room. And we have... There's setback rules and all kinds of stuff. Development area is definable. Up in the hills, you just say put it anywhere you want, you've got a problem.
Yeah.
You've got a fire problem, you've got access problems, you've got all kinds of problems.
Could you say if no grading were required, you could just put it on a level area?
Well, what happens if it's next to ESHA?
Why don't we just like do some sort of planning similar to a view shed ordinance review or something like that, you know, where they come in.
How about just hire like...
May I say something?
Hang on. We're all jumping in too much at a time. I'm sorry. Drew, first, you're saying, say it again?
Have the planning department tell you where you could put it.
That might work. It might or not.
Okay, I just want to say, gentlemen, I think we're really going way into the weeds.
That's our job.
I know that it is our job. It's also our job to get through the document and make sound recommendations. A developable area of a lot is more than just where the house was.
Yeah.
And those developable areas are legal spaces where you can put a structure, and they do take into account setbacks in different areas on a structure, on a plot of land. So we're pretty safe in that. And I don't think we need to get overly cumbersome in the language that we use. It's pretty clear.
Okay.
That's what I just said.
Now, also we had the question, I think Doug Burge raised it, about temporary homes on beach lots. How does that work? He was saying, believe me, it'll work. And I don't know that we understand how that works.
If it can, somewhere on the lot to be placed, it could work.
I think it works, quite well in the summer south of like Mastro's and Zuma.
No, if they had to like.
I'm just trying to lighten it a little.
Yeah.
If they had to build some type of temporary foundation system on the beach, as long as it was in the footprint, the development area footprint, it'd all be exempt from the governor's order anyway. So we would have a little bit of.
If they can show Tyler that it's going to work, it's going to work.
So can I just give you guys examples about Woolsey? That's what we did. You have a building pad, you want to put it over here, that's fine. Some people don't want to put it back where their house was because they're going to build there.
Yeah.
You know, so they want to put it over there. So,
Yeah.
you know, you have a backyard, you have all these places.
Okay.
You put it in that area. You, like the Commissioner Mazza said, you don't go put it in the ESHA, you know, waiver. Yeah.
In regards to the beachfront ones, I do see a problem that it will be inviting the general public. How's the city going to be able to differentiate between trailers that are sitting in front of houses? That's a little bit of a problem.
It's not in front of houses. In front of houses,
Well, if they're exclusive, where their garage was or something like that, where it's still.
well, that's trespassing.
John? Skylar?
I think the issue that you run into on the beach is how do you deal with the public parking that's on a state highway? And you're going to try to jam a temporary structure in there potentially for somebody that's lost their house. You have the parking for them trying to build their house. And then you have the public that want to use that beach or use that area in the summer for parking. So I think that becomes a very complicated situation specifically on the beach. And I just think that the council can spend some more time on it.
Yeah, that's fine.
You guys don't have any language changes? You just saying, kind of put
Consensus?
something in the staff report for the council to kind of read?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would just suggest that, and I'm going to bring this up later on traffic management plans, but Skylar brought something up. We are not sure you can drag half a section of a mobile home up that road. And so I think something that council should consider is that some calculation by the Public Works Department should be made on what can make what turn. We may have to limit this to something that's 30 feet long or 25 feet long, but somebody comes up there with a 60-footer and jams it around a corner, you're going to shut down all building.
On Big Rock, there's already a sign at the bottom that says no vehicles over 30 feet.
Well, then we have a problem here, don't we? We have to limit these to 30 feet.
You can bring in 2 or 3 of them.
So you guys have an opportunity to put some stuff in the planning law if you want to make it more restrictive. So I
would just say that
What happens after the houses get built?
the road signs must be respected for each neighborhood for the size of any vehicles.
That's the law. We don't need to put that in.
No, well, how about we can say,
We don't need to add anything. It's covered.
Just let the council handle it.
well, guys, we're going to have 200 and something houses being built, and one guy jams a cement truck into a hill, or somebody sticks a mobile home across the road for 3 days. Everybody is screwed, okay?
You should have seen the truck that drove off the cliff during the fire.
Okay.
So I think some language should be put in that is, that it may be no longer than is accessible on the access roads.
Those are already the laws.
That's already the law.
And I would.
Next point, please. Okay, well, that's already the law.
Great.
Number 5C on 3.6M5C, requiring a city inspection of the OWTS for the temporary. If it's saying to check that it's functional. If it's not functional, it won't be used. And maybe the inspection, the certification needs to happen when the new OWTS is connected to the new house. Is this not an extra layer of bureaucracy that we don't need?
No, it's not, because look at Mastros. Okay, you got all those guys on the road.
Yeah.
What do? They go and unscrew their plug and dump it on the ground. Okay?
So the city needs to come up and say, you're connected and it's all working. And
you got to have water. You have to have utilities and sanitation.
All right. So next, there's permitting here. Number 6 talking about max 4 years or 6 years building. We have currently extensions allowable on those to 9 and 11 years respectively, hypothetically, if you get all the extensions. Do we conform the lifespan of this to what you might possibly end up having to?
You're talking about planning verification, I think, with the 9 years. This is for temporary homes. So just imagine it. This is just temporary homes. So if they turn it into an ADU later, that would be a separate permit, which then those rules would come into play. This is specifically if it remains a temporary home.
Okay,
So I have a question. So basically, these will have a time limit, and even if you don't start construction, then
It's 4 years from the date of issuance, I believe.
Yeah, and I guess my point was with the PV, you have a longer time, so you reach the point where you might be like, we're not quite there yet, and we need the extension, and we'll be in there in a year or two, but we now have to move the temporary home.
And that's what should happen, because we clarified the language here that that is the maximum allowed, because we had that problem with the 13 years from Woolsey.
Well, can
It
I just
wasn't
say,
authorized by the council, yeah.
can I just say that Woolsey wasn't really, this temporary housing stuff wasn't a big issue. It really wasn't. We handled it totally fine. I think the issues came with the code enforcement of those issues, and that's why we beefed up the language there.
Yeah.
But in terms of permit, guy comes in with a plot plan, he wants, put it over there, it's on his pad, you got it. You can hook up to the septic, that's all building safety.
Is one question about the fine? Is that monthly, or how's that fine applied?
I think it was daily. Let me
500 a day? Okay.
Yeah, for every day that you're out of compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so can we move to chapter 13, CDPs, 13.4.6? Yeah, for some reason I don't have page numbers on mine. So we have on A.2, we have this question about the floor area, height, bulk. I think we need to conform this bulk concept wherever we can. It's going to really confuse people.
May I kind of explain this? And I think one of the architects mentioned this as well. So
Yeah.
this, from what I recall, I think this comes directly out of the Coastal Act. So this is why our LCP language kind of mimics that. We can propose to do like a footprint type of thing, like the governor's order, if you want. I didn't want to touch it. Just because the more we ask for, the harder it is to get our coastal, our LCP certified.
Yeah.
But you guys can definitely make a recommendation to the council to change from height, bulk, and mass to height and footprint, consistent with the governor's order.
I'm going to make that recommendation, and I think it's important that the Coastal Commission heed what the governor's executive orders are, and so this would be the time to make that ask.
And I'm going to oppose it for these reasons. And this is, I'm going through an example of a house.
I'm sorry, clarify, oppose what? We're talking about
Oppose the fact that
conforming
we
to the
eliminate the
language.
word bulk.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to oppose it. I'm going to,
Okay, for example.
I'm sorry, I'm going to go with it.
Okay, for example, and if you have a house that's 1 story, okay, and it's 3,000 square feet, if you say you have to 110% of the bulk it takes up, that's what you get, okay? So that's 3,300 square feet. If you say you don't count bulk,
That was area, that wasn't bulk.
Right.
That was just floor area you just referenced.
I know, I just did a 1-story house. Now, same house,
Yeah.
same rules, which take the word bulk out. You can add another floor, you can add a basement. So that 3,000 square foot house is now 7,600 square feet.
No, but that's more than 10%.
No, it's not more than 10% of the floor area. It's 3 times as much, well, not quite 3 times, because you have double the square footage on the 2nd floor, and then you have 1,000 square feet off of your basement plus half of the difference.
We use 2 area calculations, TDSF and floor area, for different purposes. Neither of those let you not count the 2nd floor.
There's bulk is the size of the cube.
It's the
okay?
volume.
It's the volume, okay?
Chair Hill,
and if you say...
You got it. Chair Hill got it.
Yeah.
Floor area is a different definition than total development square footage.
Yeah.
This is speaking to floor area. So your basement scenario, that would need to be 10%.
And why don't we...
Then why isn't bulk counted?
Commissioner Riddick made a recommendation. We have several yes, no's.
Well,
Why
I
don't
have
we do a
another
straw
comment.
poll?
I have another comment on that before we take the vote.
Yeah.
That doesn't say your ceiling height. So I'm concerned,
It says area or height, 10%.
10%.
Yeah.
Can I explain how we've done envelope? Because it does come up, our bulk. And the architect that made that comment, I understand why, because it was his issue, was a big one. So you have a 3D, now you have a 3D conception instead of a 2D, because you have this bulk
I'm sorry to
element.
interrupt you. Can I just, is bulk the same as volume or not?
It's similar. That's what I'm kind of getting at. So you have this three-dimensional box that you're allowed to rebuild plus 10%, right? If you go outside of that box even if it's your 10% in height over 18 feet, now you're kicked into the APR, SPR realm because you have new portions of your building above 18 feet that were never there before. Does that make sense? So it is a three-dimensional review that we've done, and we have exhibits on plans that architects have had to do to show us how they're staying within the envelope.
But in the case of most of the houses in Big Rock, a lot of them are not 18 feet high, okay, or 16 feet high. So aren't you, I'm looking about view determinations not being allowed. So can you go to 18 feet? Can you have that bulk? And can you eliminate the 2/3 rule?
Well, if you keep it to footprint and height with governor's order, you're still limited to 10% height. So if you have a 12-foot house, you only get 13 and some change feet. You can't go up to 18 feet by right.
Okay, and do you have the 2/3 rule counted? Is that in there or not?
It is if you're above 18 feet. 2/3 only applies if you're above 18 feet.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't see the value of having the word bulk, and the governor's order is the governor's order, and I think we should have something consistent so people just don't go crazy trying to remember the context.
Okay, but I just don't want to, since somebody has a view, and the views are not dramatic in a lot of the places.
Do you feel more comfortable now, John? Because we just went through it, and I think we're safe.
Yeah. All right, so.
I don't, but I don't have consensus, but you do.
Yeah, yeah. So there's more red language on this page. Anybody have any concerns about it? Oh.
I'm doing it from red pages.
13.4.6.
I think you guys have screens in front of you. I have it up for you here on your screen. And these two, yeah.
Okay. Well,
our iPads aren't on.
I'm down to B. I wondered in the middle of B, for OWTS replacements on or adjacent to a sandy beach or a beachfront facing bluff top. What is a beachfront facing bluff top?
I'm sorry, where are we, real quick?
In the middle of B.
Okay.
13.4.6B.
A beachfront facing bluff top is basically if you're on a coastal bluff.
It's a coastal bluff?
Yeah.
It's a coastal bluff.
Well, we could say that. That's fine. I just use similar terminology that the LCP uses, but if we want to say coastal bluff, that's fine too.
Well, doesn't the LCP use coastal bluff?
It does, but it also uses this term. But if you like coastal bluff better.
Let's like use one term if we can. If it's the same thing.
It uses both, but you like coastal bluff better is what
I think that's what we always talk about, so.
What's the other option?
Beachfront facing bluff top. It's a different thing because a bluff, at the top is different than the bluff.
What is the difference between the two?
He's saying there is none.
There's no difference, then go ahead and change it to.
Yeah.
Just leave it the way it is. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
If you, one comment just in general, just make sure it's consistent with the rest of the code. Just make sure the terminology is consistent. That's it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at here, because.
All right. Anything else on B?
Footprint and height, okay. I'm good to move on.
Okay, on C, the last line is you cannot have a shoreline protection device unless it was already there. Is that correct? Well, it says new shoreline protection devices are not included under this exemption.
Okay, so this.
You already have to have one.
A new shoreline protection device. So if you had one, this doesn't apply to you. You can replace it per everything.
So is the word new correct then?
It was because, okay.
Shouldn't it say replacement?
No, it is new because, okay. So this provision that we added was like if you had to do something like a water tank, for example, that the fire department was requiring you to do, you get you can be exempt because another agency is requiring you to do it. I specifically I didn't include shoreline protection devices because we cover it in a different section.
Okay.
Okay. So we're on 13.4.11, general requirements for de minimis waiver.
Okay.
My first call would be at A3. Does somebody see something sooner than that?
Carry on, sir.
Carry on. I just didn't, how is this possible? Quote, such seawalls shall be sited in the location that is the most landward feasible. In any case, shall not extend further seaward than the OWTS that it protects. How can it not be further seaward if it's protecting the OWTS?
Yeah, I thought about that after I wrote it. We can make it more clear, but you understand what we're trying to say, right? Because you don't want the seawall to like be way out in front of the house and protect the house. It should only protect the OWTS.
Right. So that language just needs to be, the English needs to be made better.
So that's just it, just a suggestion, just to make it better, or do you have something you want me to say?
Yeah.
I think
We get the
we understand the intent. You just clean up the language.
Yeah, if you could put only to protect, something like that, within X feet.
Yeah, and then here in section 5, that gets back to what I was talking about, the location, similar, substantially similar location kind of language. This is another version of that.
Real quick before we move on from 4, because I heard a lot of FEMA tonight, and I just want to make sure we cover FEMA appropriately.
Oh, right,
Yes.
true. We did talk about that a lot. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Those are my two issues, are the de minimis waivers and FEMA. So I want to understand, because I've heard it said from the public many, many times, that when they got into the de minimis waiver, things really got slowed down. And I know that in the governor's orders, these particular items that have fallen into the de minimis waiver category have been allowed to be exempt. And I know that, it's difficult with the Coastal Commission, but we don't want to throw our residents who are going to have OWTSs and whatever the circumstances are that are surrounding them, get into a traffic jam. So can you approach that or discuss that a little bit, please?
So I think what you're asking is basically to move these into the exemption category rather than the waiver category, because some people have said that the waiver category can be more cumbersome. Yeah. And it's true. I think the de minimis waiver could be easy depending on your project, but yes, the coastal is waived, but there's some findings you have to make and things like that. When something's exempt, that just means the LCP no longer applies to that project. So it is stronger to put it in the exemption category.
Then my recommendation for the disaster rebuild permit is that we stay with the governor's orders and that we move the de minimis waivers back into the exemption section per the governor.
Okay, we can do that. It was my understanding that this is a gap in the governor's order because it's beyond 10% height, which is, so if we want to put it in the exemption category, I think that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Well, my question is, can you then?
So
if the governor's doesn't cover it, you can't exempt it.
This is why we need to address this. A FEMA issue is a big deal. So we do need to address it because it's not covered in the governor's order.
Then I would keep the de minimis waiver, and then there's a decision being made.
But before we even get to that, let's talk about what is ideal or practical about this problem that many people brought up about you've got to raise the finished floor elevation to whatever it needs to be. Their house was already X high. If we're raising it up that, they want to preserve that the same height they had. If somebody had a 35-foot high house already, let's figure out the rule of how we want to adapt that. And we don't want to tell somebody if they had a 35-foot house, they can only make it 24.
Right, so can you talk about that?
Sure, that's not what the code says. And I think it's just a way, it's almost like after this we have to do like a start to finish diagram because people are mixing it up. So a like for like, rebuild is covered under a planning verification in the MMC as long as you build what you had back. So that means you can, and it's purposely placed long before us in the non-conforming use and structure section because it deals with non-conforming uses and structures. Meaning, hold on, real quick, Chair, which means that you can get back your non-conforming height if you needed to. The FEMA issue is that you'd have to go beyond what you had before. So if I had a 40-foot tall house, I can get my 40-foot tall house back, no problem. That's in the laws today. If I need to now raise my 40-foot house to 45 feet to meet FEMA, I'm over the allowance, and so I need some grace to get me to that 45 feet.
I don't want any 45-foot houses.
So how do you suggest we handle that? That seems to be what's tripping us up.
My suggestion would just be to remove the 24, 28 feet cap that I put in there and just say that the minimum is the minimum required to meet FEMA regulations. And that
sounds great.
Yeah. I think we'd also, I'd take a look, if you guys agree, we'd also have to put something that even if it's non-conforming, so
even if the previous house was existing non-conforming.
right, or this height would trigger a non-conformity.
So the guy with the 35-foot high house, if he has to raise it 4 feet, he gets 39 feet now? Is that
Correct.
what we're saying?
Correct.
So I don't know the site plans on all of these houses. I really don't. I would hate to see towers, down to PCH. That would be, a nightmare. How do we address that?
Exactly. So it's a complex issue, and people are going to also have impacts to their views by just going higher. But you're dealing with a situation where somebody might not be able to get back exactly what they had if you don't provide relief. It's a complicated issue.
But I mean, the neighbor is going to say, well, exactly what they had was 35 feet, not 39. So.
Right, but if you provide relief.
You have to go back to what was permitted.
Are kind of gone now because of the fire.
No, they aren't. If you had a primary view determination prior to the fire, you still have it. Okay, you just can't get a new one. So we have to put some language in there if you want to do it your way and let them go through the roof saying except in violation of the view shed ordinance.
You have to say subject to violation of the view shed ordinance at the end of that sentence.
Yeah. And that's just going to bounce it into a de minimis waiver?
If you go over 10%, yeah. That's what we're proposing, but we can move it into the exemption section if we want. I don't know how successful we'll be. What I can tell you is that our initial conversations with Coastal Commission, this wasn't an issue that they really had.
How about if we just limit it to taking the 10%, which affects height? That will require a waiver.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The additional, you understand what I was trying
Yeah, I think what he's saying is that if taking the extra 10% throws them into a taller structure, they can't take the extra 10%.
Or it requires a review.
Okay, so
they would get, so essentially what he is suggesting is they get back what they had before, but they're not going to be able to take advantage of the 110% because it's going to.
Well, okay, can I show you my PowerPoint because I think I'm trying to illustrate this correctly.
Yes.
If because of FEMA and if you cap them at their current height, they might lose a floor. Let's say you have a 3-story house.
We're not proposing that. What we're proposing is someone might get bounced to 39 foot, but we're not letting them have the 10% with the 39 foot.
You're giving them the original, even if it bumps them up because of FEMA.
Yes.
But if they're bumped up because of FEMA, they don't get the 10% unless they go through a de minimis waiver.
Correct.
Yes, that's it.
That's their proposal.
I just want to know what you think about that.
I just don't know if I understand it.
You want to try it one more time, Kellen?
Do you understand it, Kellen?
Yeah.
Yes. So if the flood maps are pushing them to go higher, they get that at 100%, their original height, if it was 15 feet, 18 feet, but they can't do 10% on top of that. Without a de minimis waiver.
What I think my proposed change is that, because this puts them above 10%, right? So this would just be anything necessary to meet FEMA they're allowed to do, and that's the cap, not the 10%.
Okay, yes, that's what we agree with.
That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I said before, so.
That doesn't negate prior view ordinance.
Well, so the question would be then, if you're bumped to the de minimis waiver, does that review at that point look at the view determinations?
We can put provisions in there. That's the type of thing you guys
I would like to
think
put
about.
that in there because we can't take people's views away just because somebody wants to.
We want to try to get people to rebuild as quickly as possible. We don't want, I don't know. This, I mean.
The neighbors count too.
The view ordinance says you get it forever. It doesn't say you get it until something happens.
So look, here's
rewrite that.
maybe what Tyler is proposing gives the person who lost their home a choice, right? They're going to get back 100% of what they lost, and it may, hopefully it doesn't. It may impact a view of somebody who currently is also burned out and is going to have to rebuild. It may or it may not. But if they choose to try and go higher, they're going to have to go through a different process because, but they're going to get back what they got, which is pretty damn good because they're going to be already in the mean high tide line, which we're waiving. We're waiving a bunch of stuff.
I don't know how many homes, every single home that's on the beach is blocking the landside home.
There is no landside home.
La Costa.
Anyway, that's what I would propose.
What I'm asking, and I can ask our attorney, is we have an ordinance that says, here's how you get your primary view determined and you get it forever. Now, and that says in perpetuity, and so can you go and take it away from them? And so don't you have to put in there something that says, unless you're violating
I would make
the
a
view
recommendation, whatever you guys want to have in there. This is going to council. They're going to make the final vote. If you want the primary view determination to be a limiting factor, then vote on that. If there's 3 of you, if not, then we're not
I think
gonna,
what John is asking is it a legal issue to...
Right now, that still is on the book. So that ordinance will be looked at in all of these properties, yes. The primary view, if they have a primary view determination.
It's an existing property right,
Correct.
is what it is. So then you're talking about potentially taking it away.
What about for the existing non-conforming?
Hold on.
I don't think the correct primary view determinations are in place in that case because a lot of beachfront is not, can go above 18 feet. So I think if you want to add primary view determinations that speak specifically to this issue, we should put them in the primary view determination language in the municipal code because that's where it exists.
Well,
you see what I'm saying?
What I'm saying is we are saying on the rebuild, we're allowing that property owner to violate the primary view ordinance. And so
I think we all understand that point. We're just trying to see if there is the 3 people here or more that want to add that into what we're proposing to the council, which will then be a route.
I don't want to put a cap on someone's rights. Sure, if they want to go through that process, that's their prerogative. We need a 3rd vote. Who's going to be it?
Well, let me add something, just so you understand. Primary view ordinance, you're a house up on the hill and you've got a view of the ocean, and we're planning on approving these houses without any public review or notice, okay? So you're sitting up there and you're looking at the ocean, all of a sudden somebody starts building a house in front of you. Your primary view determination, which you spent a bunch of money and time to get. Now these are rare because not everybody has primary view determinations, but we had like 3 houses last year that were on the beach that violated primary view determinations.
Okay, hey, hang on, guys.
What?
John, Drew, we've covered this territory now. Skylar would like to speak. He's been waiting.
I think that it's somebody that was on council and held, or I guess I would have right before, but might have approved the primary view determination ordinance. Very confusing. But in any event, I think it's very important that we be mindful of that, and I trust staff to come up with something that's really good for that. So I don't want us to make a real strict decision on that, but I think that I have full faith in Tyler that he understands the issue, where if you have a house that is on the beach, has to raise up because of the FEMA. And, you know, I don't know if you know of any of those right now that exist based on where those are, but that's what they need to manage, and the council needs to figure that out.
And the essential problem is that there's a property right on both sides.
Correct. You have a right.
But what I'm saying is, what should be added in there, I believe, is there's at least appeal and notice to the primary review owner. They have no idea this is going to happen, and if you give a guy a permit and he starts building, I'll give you an example. I have a house.
The biggest challenge with any of this, John, when you go to build in an area that's devastated like this, the noticing and that stuff gets lost in the shuffle. People don't even have, even if there is noticing, people have moved. Their mail is not there, right? Their mail is going to a mailbox. It's going to a representative for them, and it doesn't get to them in time, and it becomes a very confusing thing. And I just want, I trust Tyler to do, you know, talk about it with the council, bring up these points, and figure it out.
Drew has
I have one more point. As I said, these houses are going to be potentially raised up for FEMA anyways. People are going to start contesting their primary viewshed designation even on that. If they're going above that, then there's something for them to get a victory on by protecting their viewshed designation that's already been partially taken away by these houses going higher. I think we should leave it where it can be applied for.
So you can, so I think I'm hearing at least maybe not full consensus, but a majority consensus that we should have some type of PVD look and laws that maybe shape the way that is designed.
Yeah, we don't want everyone coming back and complaining about the FEMA upgrades.
Okay, so that's the consensus?
Yes.
One saving grace might be that everybody on that same beach that was all burned out together are all going to be 4 feet higher.
Can somebody just repeat what the consensus is, please?
We need to make sure that the recommendations we're putting forward have at least a majority vote. So if we can repeat that real quick.
I believe I heard consensus on, in that section of code, that we substitute the words even if non-conforming for the section where it says nor shall it exceed 24 feet through the end of that sentence. Do we have consensus on that part?
I'm sorry, I didn't, that wasn't clear. That wasn't clear to hear.
Okay, let me get closer to the microphone. So in that code section, number 4, I believe I heard consensus for the end of the sentence to replace the words nor shall it exceed 24 feet for a flat roof through the end of that sentence with the words even if non-conforming.
Yes, I agree with that. And I think I want to also, from what I heard, add exceed the minimum increase as well, to make sure it's just the minimum necessary to achieve the effect.
Right.
Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I'm.
Okay, we have consensus.
No, we don't. We haven't even voted.
Well, I'm sorry, we have a
Okay,
majority.
but we haven't even voted.
Let's
I
vote.
want to add
Are there 3
language
votes for that language?
There are 4.
There's 4 of us.
There's 4. Let's move on.
Well, and secondly, because the primary view determination was a separate issue, do we want to look at primary view determination language for the council for this issue that they can play with?
Absolutely, because you're going to have a lawsuit here, and the reason that people are going to have a long time building their houses is little things like you're screwing some guy who has a law that says he has a view, and you're taking it away without notice.
Well, I feel like there's going to be a lawsuit anyways because it's a subjective determination in regards to how high these houses have to go because of the FEMA requirements.
So
then we have to
what is
have
the
something about-
consensus for Tyler's question?
Yep, let's move on. I think, tell me
Chair,
if I'm
real quick.
Yes?
We're punting. We're punting to council.
So mention it to council that.
I'm going to go with Tyler's recommendation.
It's a property right. It needs to be respected, and they need to help figure out how to do that.
And tell them to figure out PVDs.
Okay, so put PVDs in as
what
something
we'll
to
put in
consider,
there
right?
is
Only
that
existing
Commissioner,
PVD.
Commissioner,
Yeah.
the recommendation will be that we recommend that City Council review the PVD issue in light of concerns over property rights and the FEMA raising issue.
Yes.
But we're clearly recommending that these houses get 100%, but they don't get the 110% if it takes them up.
correct, right?
All right. Yes, that's correct.
And the 10% in terms of height only. But if they can find the 10% square footage on the lower portions, you guys are okay with that, right?
Yeah. All right, I think, tell me if I'm wrong, I think we're now to MMC 1740.040, which we started in on already on the temporary housing stuff.
Well, I'm on number 4.
Oh, so we're still, I'm sorry, we're back.
I just, one word, and that is, and I haven't seen it anywhere else in this.
Commissioner, sorry, your microphone.
Sorry. The last paragraph under
Number 4
4 on that page, replacement of structures, okay.
Number 5.
Oh, I wrote over 5, okay. They use the word substantially superior in the judgment of the planning director. That's a word I have never seen before, and I think we should use whatever we normally use, but judgment is like, hey, you know, there's no standards for judgment, you know.
This comes back to my question about that same standard.
We could just get rid of judgment of the planning director, because I think that's what's causing confusion.
Okay.
It would just be new location is substantially superior after considering the impact of relocation of ESHA, visual resources, and safety.
Yeah.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Oh, we all need, you're saying? Or just you?
Okay, for de minimis waivers on B, anyone have any issues?
But so now we're on to
B.
Commissioner Leonard, your mic was off.
I'm sorry.
B of what?
13.4-11.
Okay. Yeah, I've already raised the question about how the seawalls can extend.
Yeah, so we're just instead of, because all the DMWs related to OWTS and driveway, but now we're expanding the to all structures that are allowed now under the DMW. Can we go back real quick about one thing, because I think I heard that we wanted Commissioner Riddick wanted to put the DMW stuff in the exemption category?
Yes, I want to move them to the exemption category per the governor's executive orders.
Okay, is that the consensus from everyone?
I have a question. The one thing I don't want to have happen is this thing be stalled by any objections by the Coastal Commission. And it doesn't seem like a big deal unless we start a fight. And if we start a fight, it can cost these people a bunch of time.
I think the waivers are actually going against the guidance that of the governor's order. I don't think.
I know that's the governor's order. I'm talking about, he's talking to the Coastal Commission.
Remember that the governor's order only is for Palisades fire. That's a specific event in time. What we're doing tonight is going to be the law of the land for the next fire that may not have a governor's order.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I caution against fighting with the Coastal Commission. It's going to cost people time.
I completely understand that, and I concur with that, John, but this is an opportunity for some discussion, because these only come into play under a major disaster.
No, it doesn't. He's saying this is for everybody.
No, this is a disaster. We're specifically discussing a disaster rebuild permit. So if somebody is in a disaster situation, they've lost their home, they've lost their shelter, they've lost everything, then these ordinances come into play. And I think that there's a case to be made for that, and it doesn't have to be a fight. It's not something we're going to do all the time, but we're going to do it for our citizens, you know, should disaster strike.
Am I wrong?
Chair, Commissioner Mazza, you know how the Coastal Commission works. You're right. But hold on. Commissioner Riddick, there's nothing wrong with us fighting for what we want, right?
So, having a good discussion.
Of course. So you guys can propose, and if council approves, we can fight for that. To Commissioner Mazza's point, the Coastal Commission isn't always, you know, there's a middle ground we have to a lot of times reach. So, yes.
Well, can we have consensus that we don't want to fight if there's any fight?
I think that we should have consensus that we follow the governor's order.
I know, and I'm just saying, do I want to cost 6 months for a hearing for the Coastal Commission because of that?
We're done. Let's keep going.
Was there consensus that it moves from de minimis to the exception category?
Yes. And the only no for me, because I am trying to eliminate little rinky-dink things that are going to cost Wade Major 6 months on his house.
Okay, this is a recommendation. Council's going to do what they do.
So this could happen with the Coastal Commission. They could say, hey, I don't like it in the exemption category. You guys should put it in the DMW category. And then we come back to council and say, do you accept? That's how this could work. So it may not be that too crazy.
It's worth the discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a discussion. Okay.
So can our consensus be a discussion with?
No.
Okay, we won't discuss with them, we'll just insist on it.
We'll try for it, and if they want to do de minimis waiver, we'll come back to the council, and they have to accept at the end.
All right, we have consensus on that. Let's move on. I'm on MMC. Are we up there yet? 1740.
Well, we didn't do waiver expiration.
Which one are we on?
I have a question.
On D.
I have a question on number 6, and I don't know if this is, that we, number 6.
Yeah, you're right.
Says, does not encroach on, except for the seawall. This seems to say, and this seems to be like war with the Coastal Commission. You're going to put a seawall in front of a public access and not let the public get to the beach? That's war with the Coastal Commission. That's not just, that's their whole goal in life.
So under the governor's order, that's going to be allowed.
Yeah, but you're going to have a war. I mean, right?
No, it is. So we're just asking for it in our future disaster. We're just going to go for it, consistent with what the governor's order is, because in the Palisades fire, that will be the case. They will be able to do a new seawall in their existing footprint.
Yeah, all I want to point out to the commission is, at least in that one, that's the primary purpose of the Coastal Commission.
Yeah.
And we're saying we get to block it off.
I think what was happening
Only in
is
disaster. Only in disaster.
And we have,
Okay, you guys.
This represents an acceleration of what's already happening. And
I have never, ever heard of somebody being able to block a public access.
Our job is not to protect the Coastal Commission's views.
Our job is to protect our applicants' time period.
Right, and so all we're saying is we're going to have a healthy diplomatic discussion and see if we can, work it through, and then staff will come back to the council and say, this is what's going to fly.
Yep.
What do you want to do? That's it, and it's worth it. It's worth it for our residents to do it.
Okay.
This is the time.
That's it.
So, all right, so we're on D, waiver expiration. The one question here would be, why are we calling it 5 years when we do have other? Would that be premature with respect to other potential extensions that people might gain?
This is a waiver.
On a de minimis waiver.
De minimis waiver. Why does it expire at 5 years?
That's existing, and that's what Coastal Commission accepted already. So I don't,
If it's in black, it's already the law.
Right. If it's black, it's already
okay,
there.
but we're not talking about OWBTS or driveway. We're talking about structures now. So we're talking about a whole new gang of things for.
I mean, if you want to propose it, that's fine. But the Coastal Commission allowed it for OWBTSs in driveways. So.
And so what else are we putting in here? Seawalls? Retaining walls?
Retaining walls, driveway widening, heights above 10% for FEMA.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just saying that the 5 year, sure, it's in black, not red, but because the red changes, that changes the value of the black. Is that relevant? Does anyone?
We're not gonna change anything in black because we've already been blessed. It's been blessed, and we don't want to take anything away at this juncture. So we're focusing on red.
But you see my point, though.
I do.
The black applies to a different animal now. Yeah. Okay. All right. So now what are we? 1702 definitions.
So this we already did. We're just going to mimic what we did LCP MMC.
Yeah.
Right. We want them consistent.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we also have talked about the temporary housing stuff. I think we talked that into the ground already, right?
Yeah, you guys are okay with the fees and
we attached ourselves to the ground so we can't blow over.
All right, now we're on ADUs, 1744. So the only recommendation we had is just do 1,000 universal. As you can see here, the existing language would have been $850 max for a studio or one bedroom, $1,000 for a 2 bedroom. We just said let's do 1,000 for an ADU.
Consensus on that one, sure?
Yeah, and just out of curiosity, the 1,200 that Richard approved a few on back then, we've retreated to the 1,000.
The ADU has a capture for that specific thing. Those people were allowed to do 1,200.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Is this
is just for disasters. This isn't for.
This would be the ADU law for all ADUs, disaster or non-disaster.
Okay.
Is this the one that says there's no limit on how many people can be in it?
No limit.
John, quite frankly, I don't care how many people want to be.
No,
in your
but
house
I'm
and
going to
your
ask a
ADU.
question. There are California building codes, et cetera, on how many people you can pack into a room.
Yeah, that's fire code stuff, though. I mean, we don't need to. I mean, my suggestion is we wouldn't write it into our local code. Yeah.
We're going to leave that.
So can I bring up one thing? So I want to make sure the Big Rock folks are represented here.
Please.
The language that's currently exists and that's not in front of you is the in the ADU law is that you need two means of egress. To be honest with you, it's probably one of the things holding us back from HCD approval. But when we went through it with council, it was decided that they wanted that for fire safety, and they wanted us
That's
to make
probably
the
one of
argument.
the most, for firsthand experience in that situation. If those were twice as many people up there, you would have probably potentially a lot more fatalities.
Yeah. You know, I just want to remind everyone, this was not coastal. This is council making their recommendations to coastal that is holding up the ordinance right now.
Basically, what Tyler is saying is because council put that language in, which goes against what the state law is, HCD has not approved the zoning ordinance. So by making a recommendation to stay in compliance with state law, and I understand that there's a safety issue, I understand that, but we're never going to have an ordinance. And, you know, we might want to make the recommendation. It doesn't mean council has to accept it. That will be up to them, but we could punt it.
My wonder about Big Rock is, are there other criteria besides egress that would be helpful to limit the safety problem we're talking about? For example, could we say, I know there's been talk about this in Trancas, in Malibu West sometimes, to say, you know, if your lot is of a certain size, it's a small lot, then you only get a 500, or you only get one if you're over half an acre or whatever.
Malibu West has CC&Rs that limit homes and garages to 3,200 square feet. The state law supersedes
the CC&Rs.
CC&Rs, yeah.
All right.
Skylar? I just wanted to say that I think it would be wise for the city council to have a fire safety professional make an assessment of the Big Rock area or any other area that has only one point of egress for the addition of ADUs.
We're starting to go into the ADU.
I am very, 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 very opposed to having one way out on ADUs. We are going to kill people. It's a safety issue. We're going to kill people.
Right.
And a big bulldozer going up Palisades Drive or whatever it was is the example.
Right.
That's not on the table.
That's not on the table. I have a question for Tyler.
What is on the table here is the size.
Yeah, I have a question for Tyler. Is to get our ADU ordinance certified, at some point, these things are going to get resolved. Either they're going to say you're going to have to allow them on single access streets, or are they going to, something's going to have to give with that, right?
I think we can argue, and this is what the council wanted us to do, we can argue to the state that because we're in a very high fire hazard zone, that we're in a especially unique circumstance where we may need a little bit extra protections than just the general ADU state law. So that was what our council wanted us to do, is fight for that.
Did you do it?
We're busy, so we're dealing with a lot of different things, but it's on our list of things.
Now, what are we fighting for? One way, two way?
Actually misquoted. I'm sorry. It's actually, because I do remember this now, it changed. It was originally two means of egress, but it's To ensure adequate ingress and egress for fire safety, a minimum street width of 20 feet shall be required. ADUs are not allowed on parcels that do not have ingress and egress to a street at least 20 feet in width.
So that would probably just limit it to the lower bowl, right?
It's on the screen for,
Yeah.
that's what you're looking at.
Which, by the way, the county, that language, as far as I'm concerned, never should have been changed. It's going to kill people, and especially up here. And let me say something. The Coastal Commission certified the North County plan with the language that says you need 2 ways out.
Yeah.
Okay? There's no question they certified it, it's law.
So what do you want to say to the Big Rock people, Joe?
I have a question for Joe Drummond. She's the president of the HOA.
No, she's not, but go on.
Oh, I thought you were. I'm sorry. Okay. How many homes are in the lower bowl that have 20-foot wide streets? I'm sorry. How many homes are in the lower bowl that have 20-foot? Yeah. Can you come to the mic?
Probably almost all of them.
You can't even ask her.
Okay.
All the houses in Lower Big Rock have 20-foot.
I understand that. How many homes are in the lower bowl?
I think there's at least 100.
100?
Yeah, at
Okay.
least. There's 240 homes, so at least 100, maybe more.
And what are the average size lots?
Maybe 0.25 to 0.39. I have a bigger lot, mine's 0.39 acres.
It's like 18,000, 20,000. Okay, thank you.
A quick question, Joe. Is the general consensus in the Big Rock area that they want a bunch of ADUs?
The general consensus is if they have a big enough lot and they want to put a temporary RV, they would rather put an ADU or a temporary house that they could possibly convert to an ADU. But they would also like the choice, if they don't want an ADU, if they can put a bathroom in their rebuild. So I did just send you all an email so you can read it later. But
just from my own experiences, it just feels like absurd to let that whole bowl area, everybody have another ADU and double the area. On the other hand, if you've got a couple acres and you've got the room, then maybe there are, and that is me, and I'm full disclosure, I have 2.4 acres, but I mean,
most of it's wholesale.
I would take the risk myself.
So
but
my
whatever.
understanding is if we allow, well, it really has to be focused on the temporary housing, right? Because the temporary housing is temporary, and once the structure is built, it's going to have to go away for the Big Rock area if we keep the ADU language the way it is.
Yes.
Okay, so,
I'd like to make try to get a consensus that we eliminate the two-way access, and it's up to the council if they want to keep up going with it.
I'm very much opposed.
I'm totally opposed to that.
You're going to kill people.
Our goal is to try to give people as many tools as possible to rebuild for what they really need.
Hold on. But here's my comment on that. Make a recommendation to the council to have a fire safety professional come assess the area and make a decision from LA County Fire. Just have them do it. We're paying for them anyways.
It's similar to the MRCA. It's like blow open the door.
I will not have.
I'm going to second that. I think what Skylar said is very reasonable.
Okay, that's fine.
And then let the council
Okay, let's move on.
make a decision.
Do we have consensus on Skylar's?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just say too, while we're on the subject, I look at mine and I think maybe there's a way I can not have an ADU, but design with my PV, design the replacement house where I can just build the first 1,000 square feet of it and live in that while I add on the remainder of the, and it's temporary, but it becomes half of the real house.
Basically, the way it goes when you're doing the planning verification, you get one chance to submit a project.
Right.
And then it's over. You can't keep.
I submitted 2,500 project and I built 10 of it.
We're not talking about ADUs, so we're past.
Wait, we need
I
to
just wanna
respect
say-
the rules of decorum and one person talking at a time, please.
Just so everybody understands, and Craig, if you built an ADU and.
I'm not talking about an ADU.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so let's move on.
We have consensus on a fire professional, yes.
For the 10.
Okay.
Unless I
Chair,
call
can
it
we
temporary.
keep moving, please.
Yeah, all right, so,
I'm sorry, may I ask quickly for a point of clarification? You're asking for council to reconsider section C of 17.44.090 in regards to egress based on recommendations from a fire professional, correct? Thank you.
I'm abstaining from that one. So, I think, Scott, you still have it, yeah, so you still have it. Okay. So are we on to landscape yet? What, no,
We are
primary
about to
view.
be. Do you guys have any issue? This is just kind of like just a cleanup, so it's not related. It's not.
Which one?
View preservation.
Yeah.
It's any disaster. It already is any disaster the way it reads. It's just that they use the Woolsey date for a Woolsey date for some reason.
Right.
On part C, I have a problem. Big Rock is not, now this is just, we're dealing with Big Rock here mainly.
Commissioner Mazes, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Before Skylar leaves, just procedurally, you're just taking a walk. Okay, never mind.
Expiration of prohibition, that's what you're talking about?
Yes, and that is, this says that basically you can't get a PV until primary view determination would limit a replacement for 10 years, okay? And then you have 15 years on growth of trees.
That's the existing code.
I know, but you have an established neighborhood without a lot of trees and a lot of views. That they're small views, but they're a lot of views, especially in the bowl. And you're saying basically, well, people could come in and grow trees for 15 years, and then will there be any views left? So I think this should, the primary view determination should be allowed based on prior to fire situation versus after fire situation.
I think that's how it works.
Yeah, the whole section here is for disaster areas, right here, 17.450.150, primary view determination prohibition in disaster areas. So this is just for disaster areas.
Well, he's talking about all the big rock, but maybe the best we could do here is to say, council, reconsider this language in light of the Big Rock situation.
Well, you're saying that you can use prior situation, or it's 15 years from now?
Well, it's 4 years and 10 actually. So it's 4 years for a structure and it's 10 years for landscape.
10 years from now is the first time you can get a view determination.
No, not if it's for a structure. It can start after 4 years.
No, I know, but
yeah.
The view determinations are very rarely a problem with a structure. It's the guy with the 20-foot hedge or the guy with the 15 trees and this and that. And so I think that because these people have lost their foliage, I mean, they've lost their ability to get a view determination now, and people can block them in the future, and then they have to allow them to block them. They should be able to apply for a primary view determination based on their view one day before the fire, or what they can prove was before the fire. Because you're going to lose all the views. Yeah.
Okay, the only problem
all I can tell you is on
hard.
Point Doom, you cannot see the mountains anymore. Period. If you're on the point, you don't know you're on a point.
So to establish a PVD, a city official has to go out and document it because it needs to meet certain parameters. If you start letting people like document their own, this can be very tricky.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
John, I think we're dealing with a case where people cared about their view. They already have a PVD.
Yeah.
Because, well, yeah, but you know in fact that maybe 1 in 50 has a PVD.
No, that's what I'm saying.
How many
That's what I'm
PVDs
saying.
have we heard?
I think a lot of people who had any view at all have been in and had it.
Okay, how about if we ask our planning professional how many PVDs he's aware of in, let's take Lost Forest, because I feel like this conversation is getting lost in the shuffle here. And all of this conversation is about one neighborhood.
Yeah.
A lot of it. And you have one planning official here that lives in that area, and nobody, I would not want to, You know, we have heard a lot from people in that area.
Yeah.
But let's not lose sight of the fact that there's a lot of other areas in the city that are affected by this.
I
A lot of other
I was thinking about La
neighborhoods, too.
Costa in regards to the landscaping on La Costa.
Yeah, and what about
Staff
Carbon
has a
Mesa?
hand up.
Okay, so all the neighborhoods, great, fine. Tyler, what's your sense about
hold
how
on.
big of a problem this is?
Rebecca has her hand up.
I'm sorry, I want to hear from Tyler. Sorry, Rebecca. You're next.
I mean, unfortunately, Vice Chair, I don't have like a number in my head.
It's fine to say I don't know.
There's a lot of PVDs issued in the city. So in this area, geographically, this disaster covered a third of the city, right? So there's probably a good amount of PVDs, I would say, in that area.
Yeah, Rebecca.
We have 712 PVDs. Sorry, we have 712 PVDs of case types that are either open and being processed or have already been granted in the city of Malibu.
In the whole
We
city.
don't have a way of doing a quick report that would identify which neighborhoods.
So if you take 700 and take a third of that, we're estimating, and also keep in mind that Eastern Malibu was more dense than Western Malibu, right? So, you know, let's say maybe there's probably a few hundred in the disaster areas safely.
But
I
Eastern
think I'd like to
Malibu-
see if we can.
Hold on.
Let's just keep it the way it is.
Eastern Malibu has homes that are a lot smaller than a lot of Western Malibu and properties that are smaller, so there's therefore oftentimes a lot fewer of those.
Well,
It might be more condensed, but-
can we exempt this area from council policy 43 so people don't grow 20-foot hedges and take everybody's views?
I think that you're going to have to use.
Well, sorry to the Big Rock example again, but neighbors are going to be so wound up about fire protection, nobody's going to allow their neighbor to have a 20-foot hedge.
I'll tell you this, nobody narcs on their neighbor.
That's
Do we have consensus to keep the language as Tyler wrote it?
Skylar? Consensus?
I think Tyler's doing a great job. Thanks, Tyler.
All right.
Move on.
I will say no on that one.
You raised the question to council. Okay, I think we're on 1753-090 landscape water conservation design and fire protection standards.
I'm fine.
On the all vegetation prohibited from 0 to 5 feet. What about potted plants? Are they exempt
I'm
because
just
they're
going
in
to
a
make a
ceramic
really
pot?
simple comment about this. From what I heard earlier today, our staff has not consulted with a fire professional from LA County Fire about this. I talked with somebody that was in a meeting with chiefs during my break earlier over this
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah.
And what was told to me was that we need to get input from that. So I'm not comfortable with any of these standards. I've said this like 4 times tonight. I feel like a broken record.
Skylar, I have a question about this.
Okay.
Because it keeps coming up. All these projects are going to be going through the fire department review. Isn't this where these policies are supposed to be made?
No.
No? Okay.
They do not review that.
It's important for us to, I think that the thing that gets lost here a little bit is that we can be more restrictive than the general standards. And I think that if we have the ability to go and talk and listen to the professionals that are working in this city, for LA County Fire, that if you talk to the chiefs in our division and you get them to have their professionals come and work with our staff and come up with proper standards, that's the only way you're going to have safer communities. Otherwise, we're going to continue a cycle that is unsustainable of having a large portion of our city burned down in 10 year, 7 year.
Well, so I would make a motion that.
And so I just want to be clear about that before you
generally.
like pinpoint all this stuff in the general scheme, right?
More generally, we want to have fire professionals look at this stuff.
Can I give you guys a little bit of context real quick before, because it might help the discussion. Our biologists did look at the CAL FIRE website to get some of these recommendations, but to the Vice Chair's point, and you guys can keep talking, but maybe, as proposed or not as proposed, we send this to our fire professionals before the council meeting, is what I'm hearing, to see if it's going to be conflict or what they're recommending.
Hey, John?
Okay, there's 2 that I'm very adamant about, and that is, I would like to add, on C, I'd like to add ficus, okay? That's what's going to burn down Point Doom, and
That's already,
it's not in there.
well, it's
It's on C, ABC. It's lists cypress trees and eucalyptus and blah, 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 but not ficus. I'd like to add that. And on,
Real quick, before we go on, do we have consensus on that or not? I just want to.
Yes,
okay.
So
And then
as proposed though, or take out the red language?
I'm adding ficus under C, under the number of trees. Then on, it looks like eucalyptus trees are allowed between blah, 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 and blah, 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 if certified by an expert, okay? I want to have the word lepodontist or whatever it is. It's a butterfly expert.
lepidopterist.
Lepidopterist instead of expert, because
So
expert,
you're
you
going
can
to
go
take-
out and hire anybody and they'll tell you what they want to know. Very few, and butterflies are important and eucalyptus trees are not, okay? So that is, it's
The
just
only
something that we need
eucalyptus
to
trees
do.
that
Hang on.
You know, I think that's fine. I think we should also address wood chips from tree trimming, not mulch, is a significant problem.
They're already banned.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
Real quick, I'm going to go back to.
This is beyond our expertise now.
Okay, well, there's another one.
Was there consensus on the last thing from Commissioner Mazza?
You're adding
Yes.
ficus. Why
That's
can't
one. No, not the ficus. There was a follow-up.
That's what we did on our fire.
I believe he's referring to the requirement for a
Yes.
Lepidopterist.
The change of-
which-
I would just
which we
take
don't
out
currently
eucalyptus
have as
trees.
an
Why don't we
expert for the
add
city.
no ficus, no
hold on.
eucalyptus trees, and just deal with it that way?
Because there's a bunch of laws about protecting butterflies. And if there is a butterfly grove, you got to do it. I mean,
But this is just for this, is this for the municipal code or for executive order?
This is for all landscaping plans going forward.
Okay.
okay, now the other one I think is,
However, hold
Hang on, hang on,
please.
hang on.
We still do not have consensus on the change of the word expert into.
we don't?
Lepidopterist.
Okay, well, how-
Do we have consensus?
No,
Yes.
I don't agree with
No,
that.
I think that's, at this situation
Okay,
where
we
we
don't
are
have
now.
consensus.
No, we
You
have,
don't have
it
consensus.
depends on your vote. We
No,
have
it
2 and
doesn't.
2.
You want a lepidopterist?
No, it's fine. I'm going to go along with the.
Well, I could go either way. I don't, it's
I'm
it's
gonna go-
not a big deal, so.
Chair, one thought, and I looked to our staff. Do we know any lepidopterists in the area?
Yeah.
Honestly, to be honest, that's the first time I've heard that term.
Yeah.
I
That's
have
why
heard-
I thought about it for a
I'm familiar
second.
with the term. I don't know of anyone with any certification in that field, and we are having a heck of
there
a
are
time
hundreds.
getting
So
a
if we're-
certified arborist.
So if we're trying to speed anything up, adding a layer of review.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Done.
But we're not even asking for it, but we're not asking for a certified arborist.
There's not consensus.
There's
and
not
it's-
consensus here.
We're asking for a qualified expert.
That's
What's a
in there
qualified
already.
expert?
That's
Doesn't
in
even have to
there.
be a biologist?
That's in there. That's,
Okay, and then the other one?
Hang
the other
on, we're still on B. You skipped ahead of me.
Real quick, before we move on, I just want to commend our assistant planner, Larby Azaz, up back there. He did the quick number for the PVDs in the Palisades affected areas, 97.
Okay.
So thank you, Larby.
Oh, okay. Well, that's even fewer than we thought, right?
Yep. Thank you.
On B, all vegetation prohibited 0 and 5 feet. On my property, one of the few surviving things were dozens of potted plants in ceramic pots that were all close to the house. The house is gone. The pot plants were fine. Do we say if it's in a potted plant that's exempt, or?
Well,
I mean,
you could have a nursery with 1,000 trees, every foot. So.
Well, then you're talking about a commercial something. I don't know.
No,
Not really.
I just think it's really.
If you show us on a plan and you want to get approved from the city, then maybe don't show any plants. But since they're potted and you're a homeowner,
they're not on the ground.
Just put them inside.
I'm not
by the
saying
way,
that, but what
Craig-
I'm saying is, like, the city can't regulate everything, right?
Yeah.
We're not going to show up on code enforcement, or
Right,
we might
okay.
if your neighbor
All right.
complains, but.
Okay.
Craig, by the way, the biggest nursery in town by far is on R, okay?
Huh, interesting. Okay.
Now,
all right, so.
no, I
go
have
ahead,
one
John.
more on H.
Yeah.
H. We use the word grasses, okay? That includes all kinds of grasses, okay? And the most flammable thing you can have in your house is, what do they call those things with the pampas grass?
Fountain grass?
Or fountain grass, whatever it is. I think we should get rid of. We can take that out and put in lawns not exceeding 1 inch or something. But to put pampas grass around your house, you're nuts, okay? Absolutely out of your mind.
Is pampas an invasive?
It is.
Because we do cover that later, so we're saying
I don't
invasive
know why
species
it's
are not
invasive.
allowed.
It's not different than any other plant.
It is invasive. It spreads. It
Is it on the
volunteers.
invasive, Commissioner or Chair, do you know if it's on the invasive species list?
I believe it is.
So if it is, then we cover it in K.
Yeah.
Those
Let's make
species
sure
aren't
it's
allowed.
on there.
It's
just
on,
did.
It's
I'd
on
like-
there.
What's on there?
It's on the invasive species
Pampas
list.
grass.
Yeah.
How about all the other rye and all these tall grasses? I mean,
We're not going to allow tall grasses, John. We're not. We got to get rid of them. They're invasive, and it is addressed in the language.
Okay, Rebecca?
The language existing in this proposed language specifies low growth. Pampas grass grows up to 10 feet tall. It's already, any grass that's a high growing grass is already prohibited by the current language.
what does the word high mean?
Dude, it means that
5 feet or 2
All right,
feet?
this is a non-issue now. This
fat hit of some grass. and you get-
So I think the language is good, except for we're going to add in ficus as a non-starter. Are we all with that? Okay.
Yeah. I had a kind of conundrum on H. Well, in terms of the zones here, we're allowing only between the 5 foot and 30 foot zone, we're saying now only efficiently irrigated, low growing succulents, perennials, ground cover. But then beyond 30 feet, only natives. We have no allowance here for any sort of ornamental non-native anywhere. And I think what we've talked about before was that maybe in that 5 to 30 zone, you could have a small ornamental shrub like separated by 15 feet from the next one. Or so there was some kind of.
No. This place burned down. It burned down. Why do we want that?
It burned down for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah, it burned down.
One of the reasons some places didn't burn is because they were protected by shrubs that caught the embers. So it's a very, and I'll tell you, the whole western part of my neighborhood didn't burn as much because it was protected by eucalypts that formed a windbreak. It's hard to.
I hate to say this, but we have Council Policy 43, and we have, as far as I know, I've never known a single house get busted for having the wrong kind of plant, unless you have big categories.
Skylar?
Again, I think that you should take this entire fire protection standards
To the expert.
to the
Okay.
expert. And I don't think that any one of us up here are the expert on that. So I want to be very clear that I think we should collectively make the recommendation.
We've
to
already
council
made that recommendation.
That
So
happens.
let's move
and
forward.
just
Right.
move
I
on.
know,
I just have one clarification on that, Vice Chair. The language as proposed, or strike the language we're proposing? What do we want to show to the fire department, I guess is
So
what I'm
what I
saying.
think you should do is you should take this language,
As proposed with the red, right?
as proposed, how you've edited it.
Okay.
And you should go and talk with those professionals, and you could say, hey, a third of our city just got nuked by fire again.
We're thinking about doing this.
How can we make our city safer than the standards that are out there right now? What should we do? And that is going to allow everybody from that's affected in Sarah, that's infected, anybody that's has to deal with wildfire in our future, which is going to happen at some point. It's going to allow them to do this safer, and if we improve on that in this situation, just like we're improving on it since Woolsey, we're going to build back better communities, and that's the reason for these standards.
Okay.
Okay, I want to add one
We like
thing.
this thought. I think we've
I
agreed
want to add
that.
one thing.
Hang on.
Science.
Drew, you had something?
No, it was just a question about how many homes burned in Tuna Canyon.
Let's keep getting through the language.
There aren't any in Tuna Canyon.
Yeah. John?
No houses.
John, they're on the beach, but they're.
Oh, well, that's not a canyon, that's a beach.
Not in the city.
That's
Yeah,
Tuna Beach.
not in the city.
Let's keep it moving, please.
I'd like to add on L, okay? We require this sprinklers, okay, or whatever you want to have called irrigation. But we don't.
I, you're on I, right? Yeah.
No, but I want to add another provision, and that is, you can put in, you can put these in. There's no requirement to keep them.
Yes,
Okay.
please read it. Let us know. We'll vote on it.
Okay.
And keep moving.
Okay, well, we're moving, and it's not even midnight yet. I'll stay here till 6 in the morning.
Great. Let's take a break then.
Well, we're getting.
I'd like to add, owners shall be required to maintain irrigation until a new landscape plan is approved that includes irrigation. In other words, you got to keep it if you put it in. We have and the reason I say this is, for example, on a lot of houses I see every Saturday morning, we put all these conditions in on things, and then the very next day after the certificate of compliances are being done is issued, in comes the change and out goes the requirement. And in this case, if you want to have irrigation, then make sure that they keep irrigation.
I can't support that for
Okay.
two reasons. One, a lot of times you want irrigation to get plants established, at which point they no longer need
That's
it.
not the reason for this, though, is it?
Well,
The reason for this
that
is
would be
fire.
a reason not to require them to keep it.
Well, but the reason to have it originally put in is you go around with a hose and water your plants if you want, but the reason is for fire. Okay, and that's what they said in the staff report. That's what Tyler said. You know,
not all.
You green up your plants when the wind comes.
The other point is that in Big Rock and any of the geological hazard areas, there's a real conundrum about whether irrigation is bad or good. And like and on the one hand, it's more water into the groundwater
But aren't we
table.
requiring
On the other hand, in terms of erosion control and maintaining slopes, something like coyote brush wants some water. And it'll soak it up, and you're not necessarily putting it in the water table, but you're protecting the hillside and keeping it a landslide from it. So it's hard to just categorically say yes or no about this.
But aren't we requiring it already in the language we just said?
Yeah, we have some geoprotections in there for that reason, in the language, in I.
So we have to take
Shall
that
be
out.
reviewed by the project geotechnical consultant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but then there's people in Big Rock saying, oh, no, let's not do any here. Let's have full xeriscaping with no watering.
Then you don't have a plant. You can't sprinkle a
Right,
plant
but
that doesn't
remember, I think Vice Chair had a good point, Vice Chair Peak, that this is for not just Big Rock, this is for.
Yeah. But I mean, anybody in Malibu whose house just burned may be going, you know what, I want cactus and rocks.
This is not just for rebuilds, this is for.
Municipal code.
Yeah, all landscape plans going forward are going to need to meet these fire protection standards, new homes or rebuilds.
I think it's solid. So.
Same with me.
Skylar?
So we're requiring them to put it in, but they don't have to keep it.
We're requiring them to put it in, and I don't know why somebody wouldn't keep it, so I think we should go forward.
Skylar?
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but.
You want the fire department to.
The title is Fire Protection Standards.
Yeah.
And I want to be very clear with that there is fire science, fire behavioral science, and that is modeled for where we live. And from those things are standards that come out, and those standards change. And we ought to recommend that our staff goes and gets at the forefront and beyond of those standards. That's very simple.
We have consensus on that.
I agree with that. If you want to just apply it across the line, I'm down.
All right.
It should be applied across the line.
Okay.
I would like to move, if we're now up to 17.62, that we take a 5-minute break and hit the last bit with a bit of running start. Because there's more left than it seems, and
you might not have me for the rest of it. I got to go do some.
You got to do things. Let's take a quick break, and then we can finish slightly more sane than we might otherwise.
Love you all. Have a good evening. You can't leave yet. Oh my God. That's what I wanted to do.
I think we're on 17.62, is that right? But he had something to do.
Still in business?
Here we go. We're back in. We have a quorum here. We're back in session.
I would like to get rid of D. I can't imagine, buildings have a 75-year life, and we're
Real quick, what's D section are we on?
we're on 1760.020. D.
Unfinished masonry buildings constructed prior to 1933, which must be altered or demolished.
That's
May be
current
reconstructed.
code.
That's the current code. Why?
We can't get, we're not doing the current code. We're just looking at what's in red.
Yeah, I mean, you can relate it to the fire somehow or something, but
Yeah,
or
but
disaster.
what this says is you can take a unreinforced concrete structure built almost 93 years ago and rebuild it without reinforcing it. That makes no sense at all. Why do we need this in here?
I don't think it's on us to change it. That building may not even exist in Malibu now. So
I know, but you're allowing.
it's not a big deal, right?
Why it's not a big deal?
Because it probably doesn't even exist in Malibu.
Then why do we have it?
Okay, hang on. Guys, you need to listen to us bicker. You can't also.
Give us
So,
Just focusing on red.
yeah, so the consensus.
We're on, does anyone have a problem with number 1? Or C?
On purpose, I had a question on C1.1. This speaks to Norm's issue, Tyler.
Where's point 1?
1760.020 structures C.
Number 1?
Number 1.
Okay.
That's red there, so we can talk about it.
Okay.
We can talk about anything.
I actually recommended in my presentation to strike this because I covered under the rebuild development permit. It's a redundancy.
Okay.
So the substance of it, I'm not sure what that leaves, but I liked what Norm was saying about if you have it now and it works, then that's good, and you don't really need to have the full review till you have the new OWTS with the new structure, right?
If I understand what you're saying correctly, that's a building safety issue, determining whether or not you can reuse your OWTS.
But if we're just talking about, okay, so this is for the permanent rebuild structure as opposed to a temporary.
This is the permanent replacement of your OWTS
Okay.
if needed, yeah. But I just recommended to strike it because it comes up later.
I'm gonna second your recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Are you guys okay with the C that basically puts things, everything gets PV plus 10% now? And I just copied the language that was approved during Woolsey, but if you guys have an issue with the square footage height in bulk like you did with the...
No.
I don't have an issue.
I just would like it conformed. So
Or maybe
it's the
so
same.
it matches whatever we put in the LCP for that exemption, because you guys did want to, I think the consensus was to change the exemption language from height bulk to floor area and height. I think that was voted on. So
Which
maybe
is
we'll
what
just
that's the governor's order, right?
You're right. So we'll do that here too to be
Correct.
consistent with the LCP.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, so,
How about F?
but hang on, I think I had. oh, no.
Yeah, F is no longer needed because you just converge it into C.
Okay.
Right.
Let's move on to 17.62.
Who's running this show here?
Sorry.
Yeah, so anybody on this page, 17.62?
I have I'm 3-0. I have a question.
Can I ask a question about...
Hang on, John has a question on 3.0.
Well, 3.0.5.
Okay, 5, detached accessory structures?
Yeah, I'm wondering why a 200 square foot structure is 14 feet high. It seems like a very strange building.
No, it's not that bad.
I'm sorry, where are we at?
We're on 17.62.030, number 5.
It's not up for, it's not in red.
Okay, this is an old code written a long time ago. Remember, the black is existing language. So administrative plan review, as far as I understand, has been, and you guys know the history probably better than me, but has been in our municipal code since we adopted it. So this is probably this old language. If you want to amend it, we can. It'd be a cleanup. I don't know if it has anything to do with
This
the fire
is
rebuild.
not the time to amend it. That's probably
question-
for
I
a
have a
farm
question
silo,
about-
John.
I have a question about remaining septic systems. We're going to just be certifying those and letting them stay? We're not going to require operating permits going forward on those septics on rebuilds?
That's a question for the building official.
Okay.
It's her purview. Yeah.
Question on that, though. We still have the inspection on sale ordinance still in there, right?
Yeah, you have to, from what I know, you have, if you want to keep your OWTS, you have to get inspected, and then you have to have a valid operating permit. I believe so. But I don't want to get into too much of the weeds. That's for the building official.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. My next one would be 1762040A, site plan review. The site plan review is required over 18 feet regardless of where the structure is sited, right? So that's my note on that. Somehow right, so you're saying you only need the site plan review if it's not sited in the same location as before. Don't you need an SPR anytime over 18 feet?
Over 18 feet for new development, yes. But if you were replacing what you had, like a PV, and you replace the same height, you would not need an SPR. No.
Even if you're moving it, but if you are moving it on the site, you do need it.
You would be in the same location, right, for those scenarios. For this scenario, this is if you move it to a different location and you do have 18 feet, then your neighbor never saw it there before.
Right. Yeah, we've seen that before.
Okay, so are we to number 10? Seawalls, bulkheads, or any other shoreline protective devices?
What section are we in?
The same one, page,
So this is
page over.
So this one, we, right now, a new seawall would need, if we don't put this red language in, a new seawall would need a site plan review, which has noticing requirements, it has appealability. We're putting seawalls into the rebuild development permit, which we're going to get to. That's why I added this language to make sure that it's clear that seawalls for rebuilds do not need a site plan review.
Okay.
Boy, seawalls can be so problematical. I mean, they're so important in some ways and such an issue in other ways.
Right.
It's hard to say. Like,
So what do you?
We'll get to
Are we going to try to go for exemptions on seawalls?
Yes, so it'll be in the rebuild development permit, which will be similar to a planning verification process, not a site plan review process, which again requires findings from the city. It's discretionary, noticing, appealable.
Okay.
But it's going to go through consent calendar though, right?
No,
No?
it's not.
Okay.
Not if it gets into the exemption.
Okay.
It already is, I think, so.
Skylar, what do you think?
I think I'm having a snack and I don't want to bother you guys right now.
Tyler, is this war over seawalls with the Coastal Commission again?
For non-Palisades fire,
Yeah.
yes, but for Palisades fire, the way we understand it, anything within your footprint, including new structures like seawalls, is going to be okay from our conversations.
And this only covers Palisades Fire?
That's for Palisades fire.
Okay. Because I just think I'm picking on somebody.
Hang on, Skylar has got something.
I just think specifically in regards to seawalls, if we to go down there on the highway, how many houses are gone on the highway again? From Dukes or Carbon Beach South?
I don't have the number, but from what last I heard, it was over 300 parcels.
On PCH?
On the beach, yeah.
So if there's 300 parcels on the beach that are going to require a new septic system, potentially, or some form of it to meet the proper wave uprush, you're going to have a very large seawall that's going to meander or whatever else. And if you are going to go and inspect all of those systems and tie all of those things together, the proper way to do that is to do that in one continuous flow and come up with one plan. That is the simplest, most effective, most cost-effective, safest way for the highway. And I think that whatever the language that's in here, my recommendation is before this goes to council, you get with the Caltrans engineers and you say, how are we going to make this highway safer and do these houses? Is it possible, yes or no?
Yeah. How, can we
It's a simple question. I mean, it's a very complex issue, but like, you have to have them weigh in.
You need Caltrans in the mix.
And you need to have them weigh in very heavily, or it's just going to fail all of our residents. It's going to fail. Doesn't matter if it's a second home or your only home or
Drew,
whatever.
I was going to say, can planning just make a recommendation of the requirements for the whole entire stretch, or?
Someone has to initiate that. So if I'm hearing correctly, is Caltrans going to pay for this seawall, or who's going to pay for it?
Okay, if you took that seawall and you took one house, that could cost that house $500,000, $1 million. But if you did it continuously, it's going to cost a lot less money. If you went for a large contract and you said, come in here and do this stretch. I would hate to say the word sewer, but there's a conversation with that.
Suspect district.
Let's hear John.
My point is, these are all separate properties, and they're going to be built at different times. So unless you do an assessment district and get everybody to tie into it, you can't permit it.
Yeah, you're asking for an ideal of neighbors all getting together.
So
doing
I'm not
something
necessarily asking for the neighbors getting together. I know that I understand there's individual parcels, but you have a highway that's failing that's used by everybody every day. If we want to stabilize that highway and get our communities and the other people that use the highway and the visitors to be able to access the highway safely and get these houses rebuilt safely and efficiently, you can't do that without a proper flowing PCH.
Yeah, but
Can I say one thing to help guide you guys in your discussion?
Right. Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
I think all this language does in your case, Vice Chair, is give them the ability to do that. The only issue is it doesn't have to be individual. That's not what it's saying. It's just giving you the ability to do an administrative permit to get a seawall, regardless of how it's designed. The only thing I will say about the governor's order is the new structures can't encroach further into public access. So for your situation, it would have to kind of stop at the public access, but then continue past that, if that makes sense.
I guess the point that I'm making about that is that we need the staff to work with all of the different public access agencies and say, collectively, here's a plan, right? Here's a plan, or that would be my recommendation to council, right?
Okay.
I understand
Craig.
No.
John is next.
Okay.
I understand the details that are all in here, but the direction that I would give as a vice chair of the planning commission is please make it a point to meet with those different parties to get this right, because we don't want to hodgepodge this. And if we go through the fact, everybody can design their home how they want, but if you don't deal with that constructively, you're going to continually have challenges on the highway that are just going to plague all of us, and that's not right. That's bad planning.
Yeah, but I just want to point out that I agree with you that the highway needs to be shorn up. If we lose the highway in 20 years, we cease to exist, okay? We're Monaco of Ventura, okay? But seawalls are not what hold up the highway. Seawalls must be in front of a septic tank. And so you can't, you have to build a septic tank. You have to get the permit. You have to do all that stuff. So it's not just building a wall and not just doing it on Caltrans land. It's doing it on the beach behind the septic tank.
Let me be clear then. The point that I'm making is that I understand that a seawall is used to hold up a septic tank, but that's going to be a structure that's going to possibly have to be tied to whatever Caltrans is doing to hold up the highway, right? There's a lot of debris down there. There's a lot of old houses that are now gone. We haven't even seen a very large amount of surf that's going to just make the erosion even worse. And that's like, if we don't address this efficiently with the proper people with that and work with NOAA and work with others that are going to model this stuff for us, like, we're failing.
There's a
We're just failing our city.
Okay.
There is a procedure.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Okay, so what I want to say is, Skylar, working with Caltrans is still an option. But what we're doing here right now is very specific. We're creating a pathway for the residents to be able to know what they need to do to get a permit. It doesn't mean that we can't work with Caltrans or possibly have an idea, or Caltrans might come in and reinforce PCH and have to, subsequently tie into some of the seawalls in the future. But what we're doing right now is specific, and we need to stay on track. So we can talk to Caltrans, they can do that, but that doesn't have anything to do with what we're doing right now.
Yeah. If there are failures in the future, Caltrans will be jumping in to handle that. It won't be on the onus of the property owner, I would assume.
I just want to say that you're hitting on the biggest issue that we're facing, even bigger than what's going on in Big Rock. And I wrote some recommendations and some thoughts in councils.
Federal government.
I wrote some thoughts to council about some different ideas, creative ways of public-private partnerships, creative ways of doing eminent domain. This is a big issue, and we're not really addressing it here tonight. This needs to be.
Luckily, our city manager is here. I would imagine he's hearing you guys, and I think full loud and clear, Vice Chair. I think it's a great idea to work with Caltrans about what the plan is. Yeah, and I think there are discussions happening, right?
Craig?
Yeah, John.
We talked about survival, Malibu and commercial and everything else. Sea rise, if you look down by the Getty, it's already under the highway, okay? That's what the K-rails are doing there. And if you drive down the highway and you look at the houses that were burned out, some of them, the lots are only 15 feet wide, okay, or less. And so one thing we haven't discussed here is, because of the governor, you can build a house in the middle of the ocean on a 15-foot wide lot with piers. But that doesn't protect the highway underneath it. So at some point, if the highway goes, those houses will have to be torn down, okay? And there'll be an eminent domain. Now, this is the only time in the history of Malibu ever in the future where you're going to have a continuous vacant strip that can do that. And so part of this process should be, should we allow anyone to build back on substandard lots, despite what the governor says, if the highway's going to go? And so that all has to do with whether or not the state wants to keep the highway, come up with eminent domain, and fix it, or just let it go until it collapses.
Hang on. Joe, let's hear from Joe.
That is with that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. So that's a much broader policy discussion. It's beyond the scope of this body. And to Tyler's point, to Mr. Eaton's point, we are having discussions. Actually, we were just meeting with some of our state representatives today on PCH. So those are broader discussions that will obviously be coming back to our council in some form once there's some headway and traction on where we should be going with those topics.
Okay, well, the only reason I bring it up now is we are discussing what is involved in building on the highway. And once it's built, you've eliminated that option. Yeah. So as part of this process of approving the houses on the highway, before people go through all this thing, put in $2 million foundations and stuff, that decision should be made and this law should be changed.
Understood. I guess what I'm getting at is you can still make a recommendation on this code to the city council, and that's not necessarily going to impede those discussions that are not going to be made anytime for this code to be
I'm going to make a motion. I said this in my comment letter. I think that it was easier to talk about the land side now than the beach side because of how little we still don't, how much we still don't know. I think our only recommendation to them is that we can't adequately address this yet, that we need to know more about what's going on with Caltrans. And so in effect, we have to punt. But that this is like the big issue.
I would like consensus on that.
That's fine.
So I think what you're asking is, the language is fine as written, but the broader idea should be discussed with council, and I think we've made that really clear.
Yeah, I can't even say the language is fine. It's like the language, we're not there yet. We can't talk about it yet.
Well, I think that our comments to council is, it has to be considered quickly.
You need to get you need to get a proper plan with the state and bring once we see what they're thinking, then we can go to our residents and say, here's what you should be planning for. Because right now, like, hey, we don't even know if a house that's there still is going to still be there.
Right.
You know?
So keep in mind that the existing law allows seawalls as a site plan review already. So we can't, unless you guys strike that language too, the existing law, we can't stop someone from submitting an application for the same thing that we're doing. It'll just be a site plan review, unless you're recommending to strike seawalls from being allowed in the MMC until the city council can weigh those options.
I think they have to weigh it all because it's a whole new world.
I think we need to give direction to Tyler. He's asked a specific question.
And my specific answer is maybe strike that language then, because.
So strike anything related to seawalls, even existing language.
We don't know what we can and can't do.
I disagree with that. I think you can't really get into taking people's parcels or their land because, we as commissioners are worried about.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Right. So I think that, again, the language is written is fine, but this is an issue that should be discussed. But we can't predict the future, and we can't take control of people's parcels by creating roadblocks for them. They have to go into it eyes wide open and be accountable for their decisions. And what we're doing here is we're just approving language to allow a pathway forward. By not approving it, we are creating a hard stop. And I think we should need to be very careful about that.
No, we're recommending to council that they review this serious issue in light of what further information they can get from the state.
That's fine.
Right?
That's fine as long as we just keep the language that's existing. Keep the language that's existing, and we'll put a note that this needs further
This is like the one that you highlight with your, write a bunch of red pen all around, and you're like, this is going to dictate how the future of this city is going to function and how Southern California is going to approach Malibu.
So we have consensus. We just need clarification whether it is leave the current law or leave the current law with the red added and have council address it.
Leave the current law with the red added. That's what I would vote for.
Have council address it.
Yep.
That was consensus right there. Okay. Although I don't know that I agreed, but you got 3. All right, so what's next? As I'm looking at it, I think I'm all the way up to the rebuild development permit, no?
Okay.
Or would somebody else got something before then? Yeah. All right, so this one was, frankly hard for me to understand. And I know that's hard for a lot of the Malibu to understand. So I know you explained it earlier, but do you guys have any comments or questions to get us into it, or do we just want to?
Well, I'd like to, I don't know if I can add anything, but I think we need to require a traffic management plan for rebuilds.
That's another big hurdle.
It's not a big hurdle because I'll tell you, I live on a street with 38 houses. We've got 5 under construction now. We have as many as 22 cars in front of, and this is a no parking street, on one project.
It's a big issue.
It's a huge issue.
How to address it.
And it's not, I don't consider it a hurdle for an area like Big Rock where you have so many burnouts, because to get a traffic management plan, you just have to come in and say, this is where my trucks are going to park. This is where my employees are going to park. And if you don't have a traffic management plan, you just have to come in and say, this is where my trucks are going to park. And if you don't have a traffic management plan, you just have to come in and say, this is where my employees are going to park. And if you don't have a traffic management plan, you just have to come in and say, this is where my employees are going to park. And if you don't have a traffic management plan, you just have to come in and say, this is where my employees are going to park. And if you don't have a traffic management plan, you just have to come in and say, this is where my employees are going to park. And if you don't have a traffic management plan, you just have to come in and say, this is where my employees are going to park. And if you don't have a traffic management plan, you just have to come in and say, this is where my employees are going to park. And if you don't have a traffic management plan, you just have to come in and say, this is where my employees are going to park. And if you don't have a traffic management plan, you just have to come in and say, this is where my employees are going to park if you have, say, 40, 50 houses being built in the lower part of Big Rock at the same time, you're not going to be able to do it. You're not going to be able to have 25 cement trucks come up and go down a street that's 20 feet wide, unless there's some kind of plan. And so, and any screw up.
Hold on, let's just be clear. Yeah. You want the city to come up with language for a parking management plan for any rebuilds?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Let's move on to the next one.
Traffic management.
So can you guys do that, Tyler?
So a requirement that all rebuilds need a traffic management plan in the planning phase?
Well,
no, in the construction phase. Well, in the planning phase, they have to come. We do it all the time. The house across the street.
It would be better for that to be required in building and safety, but that's not our purview.
Well, you could add a condition that all planning verifications must be accompanied with a condition that states that a traffic management plan need to be submitted before building permit issuance.
Correct. There has to be one.
So you're putting the burden. I just want to understand it because I just want to be clear. So you're saying you're putting the burden on the applicant to hire somebody to do a traffic management plan for their construction as a requirement for them to get a permit to rebuild. Is that what you're asking?
Well, we do it all the time.
I know, but it's an additional layer of hardship.
No, it's not.
Hold on.
No, wait. Let me explain it. Okay.
May I ask for clarification? We do have a common standard condition in almost all of our construction projects for a construction management plan. The word traffic management plan has a very different connotation and is a public works purview rather than a planning commission purview typically.
So can
we've put that condition in
instead of putting it in the code, may I suggest you just are telling your staff, your planning staff as the commissioners, we need to include this as standard conditions in our planning verification approvals.
Well,
but
Rebecca, you're saying that it already exists.
I'm saying that in almost all of our projects, we do include that, but you can direct staff to make sure that we include that for all
I would like to direct staff because we have added it to CDP.
So we don't need to add it in the code, but you guys are comfortable trusting us that we're going to put it in our planning verification application standard conditions of approval.
Do we not have to put it in the code if we're talking about items that aren't even going to come back on consent?
You don't have to put it in the code unless you don't trust us to put it in our planning verification application.
I don't like it at all. It's like going under the assumption that every single person is going to break ground at the same time.
It's okay though, Drew, because it's already there. It's already there.
It's not already there.
Not for fire rebuilds. It's for CDPs going forward.
It's a CDP. I'll take a look at what our planning verifications say. To Rebecca's point, there are standard conditions tied to planning verifications. I'm not sure if the construction management one is in there, but it is a typical standard condition.
It's just one more layer of cost. And as I said, everyone's talking about a deluge of applications and overwhelming the departments and stuff like that. All this stuff just kind of noodles in. These permits noodle out. Everything kind of gets staggered. It seems to work out. If there's a problem, then deal with it later.
I can tell you, number one, that we have put it in as a condition of approval in CDPs. Yeah. And I can also tell you, I live on a street with 38 houses. We have 5 fire rebuilds going on a street that's 20 feet wide and has no parking on all of it. We have as much as 100 cars.
Okay, we understand, and it's a real issue.
We can put the condition in. I think Commissioner Mazza, the building department, as far as I know, I can't say 100%, but as far as I know, for all construction, they do require some type of plan to mitigate exactly what you just said. And if that's not happening, I would call the building official or the building inspectors to go check it out.
Well,
okay, so this is something that will happen. I don't think we need, it's a non-issue, but a bigger issue, and this, Joe, this falls into the discussion with Caltrans. How does the traffic management, the construction management work on PCH? Because there you're talking about cranes.
That's a huge one.
And blocking traffic.
Absolutely.
That's going to, Caltrans is going to have a real vision for what we can and can't do.
That's also quite a bit outside of the jurisdiction.
Yeah,
of the
but
planning.
again, it's this is what we're here tonight to do, and this is
Well,
one of the
no,
big
it's
elephants
not.
in the room.
You guys don't have jurisdiction over the construction and the Caltrans and that kind of thing.
I'm not
So
saying we do, but I am saying that this is something that the
it
city is
is a
going to have.
big issue,
It's a big
100%. 100%.
We do have jurisdiction because we have passed a law that you may not film on the highway if you close a lane, and that's a municipal code.
That has nothing to do with
requirement.
what we're here
No,
doing
this
tonight.
is closing lanes. This means that
It-
for
it-
probably 7 to 10 years, we're going to lose.
It does not
a
have
lane.
anything to do with what we're doing here tonight.
So I'm going to just say, for me, I read the language at the end of this in red. I don't have any adds to it, any deletions to it, or anything else that I propose. And I think that the language in red on these last 2 pages should go forward. And I would like to know if there's consensus amongst us to allow that.
I agree.
I would agree, with the exception of the stuff happening on PCH again, that we need more information.
Well, I would like,
That's fine.
I would
Let's
like,
move on.
I'd like to ask the council to consider the fact that we need traffic control on Pacific Coast Highway related to construction of, 400 houses over the next 11 years on Coast Highway.
I agree with that.
We won't have any
I agree with
businesses
that.
at all left if we
I agree with that.
All right,
But
so
that's not what we're doing right now. But I agree that council should be prepared and that we should talk about these things and we should work on our relationship with Caltrans.
So
Those things should
We have
happen.
consensus to append a note to that that's something council needs to think about, right?
Yep.
Okay. So now there's possibly 2 more things left. You guys are maybe only thinking 1. This ordinance language at the end, my take on it is that this is kind of a signpost of what council might be heading towards, but that it's all superseded by the input that we've given tonight and whatever the council comes up in the meantime, right? This is not something that we need to be approving line by line.
Correct. The ordinance is a draft that was based off of what Tyler has drafted here, so that ordinance draft will change based on the recommendations you made or what city council ultimately approves.
We don't even need to say anything beyond all the changes and adds and recommendations we're making will propagate through to the next version.
Correct, because the ordinance is what goes on the books, so it's ultimately going to be the city council that decides on that ordinance, but it will change based on whatever they decide as the.
And not to throw a wrench in anything, but obviously we've had a good relationship in the last couple of months with Coastal Commission on trying to work through everything. We're still working through minor details with them, so there may be other nuances that change in the ordinance when we take it to council. But we'll highlight all those.
Right. Now,
all right, I make a motion to approve all this, as we've done this evening.
Hang on,
and I'd like a second.
One more item. One more item, and you guys can tell me how you want to handle this, but we got the design document from the design professionals group that Lester gave us the thing. My take on it was that about I don't know, at least 80% of it was pretty good. And there were a few things that I would do differently and change and whatever. And in the perfect world, we'd go through that and pull out and say,
No,
we're not doing that today.
Can I ask staff a question
But
on
to
that?
finish
I don't
my
think you're
thought-
allowed to do
To
that.
finish my thought, I think what I need to do.
Hold on, the chair's running the meeting. Let him just real quick
Let me
get through
just,
this.
finish.
And then,
I think what I need to do, and I would encourage you all to do also, is to go through that document and write some notes for council and say, all this is great, 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 great. No, this I would change, do differently. But I think that has there's a lot of meat there that could help sort out some of this stuff.
Can I ask Tyler, well, maybe Tyler's probably the guy to ask. As I understand, when we adjourn tonight, this is the last time we have anything to do with this officially, other than when it comes back to us for approval, the ordinance. And that there are a series of meetings, one of which is the design group meeting. Is that correct? Yeah. So we're done, aren't we? We can't do anything else other than wait for it to come back.
Correct.
We can't as a commission make public comments, just individuals.
Yes, but that's fine.
Is that right?
As of right now, that's correct. It doesn't mean the council couldn't send something back to the planning commission for review. Doesn't mean something else couldn't come back this way, but for all intents and purposes, this is an advisory body that is advising the city council.
Okay, when I make a motion to adjourn, I just sure hope we don't, whatever John Wooden said.
Hold on real quick. We already had a motion and a second to approve this document with all of the changes that had at least 3 yeses. So we need to.
And the recommendations.
So moved.
And the recommendations, yes, not just the changes.
Before we do a roll call on that, could we get some consensus on what those specific changes are? I've captured 11. Do you have more than that, Kellen?
I would like to say no, because I think you've captured them, and we have a recording of it.
I have 11.
Okay. Do you want me to take a shot at it, or do you just want to believe that between Kellen and I, we've nailed it?
I think we trust you.
Oh, you're so crazy. All right.
So we need
Okay.
either. Yeah.
So
Between the
then,
two of you,
Chair,
it's
may I roll call?
It's
vote?
like
Can I ask you a question? Are we getting minutes back on this?
Someday.
Okay, so we can always reject the minutes if you screwed up.
Yeah,
right?
you can reject the minutes.
You're like the 2 operators of the nuclear bomb. You each have a key, and
We'll work together to.
And as
pull that stuff.
an initial disclaimer, I know in the past, at times, you've requested I capture every straw poll vote, and I do not have who dissented, which
No.
that ship has sailed. I'm sorry. So,
Call the vote, Chair.
Vice
Yes.
Chair Peak,
Yes.
Commissioner Leonard,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazza,
Yes.
Commissioner Riddick,
Yes.
Chair Hill,
yes.
motion carries.
And we had a motion to dissolve into dust? No, what?
Move to adjourn in honor of the fire victims.
Adjourned.